Love is the law.
Love is the law, love under will.
And here we are. Just kind of excuses. We've been prepping to the last minute. Unfortunately, we're up in the mountains here at Soma Institute, and welcome to Soma Institute. I'm your host, Chris Bennett, and we're up in the mountains here at Soma Institute, which is, you know, got its own challenges and stuff like that in regards to streaming and stuff like that. So sorry if the video is a little choppy, if things aren't perfect. You know, we're doing what we can with what we can, and we're stoked to be here, and we're stoked to celebrate the great Aleister Crowley. 145th, I guess he'd be 145 if he was alive today, born 145 years ago. So got a really great lineup of people here coming up. We've got Richard Kaczinsky, and he's going to be talking about the life of Aleister Crowley, Law and Milo Duquette, who's going to be presenting a Crowleymass Christmas Carol. And I think if there was ever a Santa Claus type character of Thelema, and in order to bring in Crowleymass, it'd be the great Babylon. And we also have Michael Staley. He's going to be presenting the incoming Aeon of Maat about Charles Stansfeld Jones and his revelation of the Aeon of Maat. That's really exciting. Initially, we planned to have a conference in Vancouver called the Frater Achad Symposium of the Occult Arts, and then have a retreat here with guests and stuff like that. COVID hit. We all know what that's like. 2020 is the year of chaos for us all. And so we didn't end up doing the conference in Vancouver or the retreat. Just had a couple of friends out here, Frater RC to the left of me, Frater Bacchus to the right of me, and just kind of a small gathering, but we've got international audience now. So our folly of COVID and having to cancel our conference and retreat has been good for you, because now we have this Zoom conference, which is probably far more reaching than we had ever planned to do with what we're doing today. And we're stoked that you're here to join us on this very special Crowleymass 2020. And yeah, I don't know. What you got anything to say, Frater Bacchus?
No, I'm just really happy to be up here. It's so beautiful, and yeah.
How long you been following the works of Aleister Crowley, brother?
Well, I've been reading him since I was about 16, so 30 odd years.
Nice. And myself, I think the first time I heard Aleister Crowley, I was a kid, and it was somebody talking about if you say the Lord's Prayer backwards. That was my introduction to him. And I think up until I was close to 30, I kind of considered him a much more demonic figure than I came to realize he was, you know. And I've got a lot of interest in him right now. I just finished my last book, Liber 420, a couple of years ago. And I actually, the first chapter I wrote for that book was a large chapter on Crowley and hashish. And then I didn't end up using it. The book was so large, and I thought that there would just be a little bit of stuff about medieval and Renaissance material regarding drugs and the occult. And then I just found this whole wealth of information about that period. And I didn't really cover the 19th century as much as I did. So currently I'm working on another book, Aleister Crowley and the Herb Dangerous, a history of drugs in Thelema. And that will be taking a look at the wider subject of peyote and cannabis and some of Crowley's other drugs. And I'll be presenting today myself a presentation, Aleister Crowley, Francois Rabelais, and the Herb of Thelema, and going into some of the research that I've done in that area. And I don't know, I guess we're all kind of rolling here. Maybe we should kind of start early on that, because it may take a bit of time. We're going to be reading this presentation, so hopefully it's not too dry, and hopefully it maintains your interest. But you can always come back later, because I'm sure you're going to really enjoy Richard's and Lon's and Michael Staley. We also have Richard Davis giving a presentation. There's more details about this, and Frater Bacchus will be closing the event with a meditation. And so,
one person said they can't hear the audio. I'm curious if that's just one person.
Is anybody else having trouble with the audio? Let us know. Seems good.
Okay.
Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me.
Yeah, people can hear. Audio is good. All right.
Okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Aleister Crowley, Francois Rabelais, and the Herb of Thelema. Aleister Crowley is a well-known 19th to 20th century magician. Francois Rabelais was a 16th century monk, bachelor of medicine, remembered largely for his well-known work of satire, Gargantua and Pantagruel. What could these two in Cannabis have in common? Possibly the most intriguing Renaissance figure involved with the history of cannabis was the 16th century monk and alchemist, bachelor of medicine, Francois Rabelais, who lived from 1494 to 1553. Rabelais is best known for his hilarious epic adventure, Gargantua and Pantagruel, a bold and bawdy satirical tale of two giants, Gargantua and his son Pantagruel. The book is equal parts philosophy, sex and fart jokes, slapstick humor, along with outright heresy and a generous dash of arcane knowledge. His mockeries of so much that the church deemed holy led eminent critics to regard Rabelais as a papafugue. That's one who gives the finger to the Pope. The 19th century literary critic Alphonse de Lamartine was less kind and saw Rabelais as a poisonous fetid mushroom born in the dunghill of the medieval cloister, the defrocked monk's pig who regaled himself in his dirty sty and loved to spatter his dregs on the face and manner and language of his age. During Rabelais' own lifetime, his books were condemned by the religious academics of the Sorbonne for their unorthodox philosophy and by the Roman Catholic Church for their mockery of their aspects of their faith. Gargantua and Pantagruel is of pertinent interest to this presentation for the book's well-known cryptic references to cannabis under the name Pantagruelian, as well as for its philosophical influence it held on later occultists and cannabis experimenters, particularly Aleister Crowley. Rabelais' Gargantua and Pantagruel contained 3 chapters with hidden references to cannabis under the name Pantagruelian. Hemp was already utilized in Europe at that time, and Rabelais' own father was a hemp farmer and a winemaker. Hashish was introduced by returning crusaders between the 11th and 13th centuries. Although the precise source and various uses of cannabis during this period are a matter of historical conjecture, the Crusader route may account for Rabelais' familiarity with the various properties of cannabis fictionalized as the plant Pantagruelian. Rabelais the physician appears to have recognized the only recently reported analgesic and antibacterial qualities of cannabis. However, Rabelais the alchemist recognized much more in this plant, and it is also worth noting that the monumental Rabelais Encyclopedia, with good reasoning, refers to the herb Pantagruelian as, quote, mood-enhancing hashish, cannabis sativa, and the philosopher's stone, end quote. See my own Liber 420, which was dedicated to Rabelais, for a more complete understanding of the role of Rabelais and the identification of Pantagruelian and its connection to alchemy, which cannot be understated, with references to cannabis occurring in the works of the alchemists such as Zosimos, who lived from the 3rd to 4th century, Avicenna, who lived from the 9th to 10th century, and Paracelsus, who lived from the 15th to 16th century. Aleister Crowley, who lived from 1875 to 1947, was a British poet, mountain climber, as well as a magician who incorporated cannabis and other drugs into his magical work. Mostly for his association with magic, Crowley has continued to rise in popularity decades after his lifetime. To quote his student Israel Regarde,
some of his finest writing deals with penetrating analyses of ether and hashish as aids to meditation, and as chemical devices to catapult the psyche headlong into the mystical experience. He contended, among other things, that if the neophyte could taste the glory of the ineffability of his goals by means of an introductory dose of hashish, he would then be willing to embark upon a lifelong program of self-discipline to make the divine intrinsic part of his being.
In 1904, Crowley claimed to have received a channeled work, the Book of the Law, from an entity known as Aiwass. The Book of the Law signaled the dawning of a new age, the Aeon of Horus, which followed the preceding Aeons of Isis and Osiris, which, by the way, were the names of the first 2 lodges of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, which Crowley had formerly been a member of before leaving to form his own group and publishing some of the order's secret teachings in a well-known scandal. It has been established that Crowley began his experimentation with drugs under the tutelage of the Golden Dawn magicians Alan Bennett and George Cecil Jones. Other prominent members are known to have written about and used cannabis and other drugs for magic as well, such as Golden Dawn co-founder Wynne Westcott and the poet and magician William Butler Yeats. Pivotal to the Book of the Law is the term Thelema, which Crowley felt summarized his philosophy and law of Thelema, do what thou wilt. However, centuries prior, in Rabelais' Gargantua and Pantagruel, there was an abbey of Thelema, and the motto, do what thou wilt, hung over the entrance of the abbey. To quote Rabelais,
Do what thou wilt, because men that are free, well-born, well-bred, and conversant in honest companies have naturally an instinct and spur that prompteth them unto virtuous actions, and withdraws them from vice, which is called honor. Those same men, when by base subjection and constraint they are brought under and kept down, turn aside from that noble disposition by which they formerly were inclined to virtue, to shake off and break that bond of servitude wherein they are so tyrannously enslaved. For it is agreeable with the nature of man to long after things forbidden and to desire what is denied to us.
some have seen this as calling into question Crowley's reception of the Book of the Law. As a member of the Order Templi Orientis, Bill Heydrich has noted in the 1995 Thelemic Lodge calendar of this situation, in his article on the connections between Crowley and Rabelais, quote, "It's widely known that Rabelais said, do what thou wilt, used Thelema and employed an abbey of Thelema in his Gargantua and Pantagruel, 4 centuries before Liber, the Book of the Law. The old Hellfire Club continued that tradition through variations into the 18th century. For some, this becomes a question of Crowley faking it. For others, it is more of a matter of observing a gradual development of Thelema through half a millennium preceding the Aeon of Horus. In any event, Crowley was equipped to hear the word when Aiwass communicated," end quote. Crowley himself acknowledged Rabelais' influence on this in an incomplete and unpublished in his lifetime essay, The Antecedents of Thelema, that he wrote in 1926.
It has been remarked by some critics of the law of Thelema that the words do what thou wilt are not original with the master Therion, or rather with Aiwass, who uttered to the scribe Ankh F. and Khonsu, the priest of the princes, the book of the law. This is true enough. In its own way, we have firstly the word of St. Augustine, love and do what thou wilt. This is, however, as the context shows, by no means what is meant by the book of the law. St. Augustine's thesis is that if the heart be full of love, one cannot go wrong. It is, so to say, a rider upon the theorem of St. Paul's 13th chapter of the first epistle to the Corinthians. Far more important is the word of Rabelais, fais ce que veux, do what thou wilt. The sublime doctor does indeed intend, so far as he goes, to set forth in essence the law of Thelema, very much as it is understood by the master Therion himself. The implications of the context are significant. Our master makes the foundation of the Abbey of Thelema the quite definite climax in his history of Gargantua. He ascribes his ideal of society, thus was certainly occupied with the idea of a new Aeon, and he saw, albeit perhaps dimly, that fais ce que veux was the required magical formula.
Crowley felt that Rabelais' work not only foreshadowed the coming of the Book of the Law and the dawning of the Aeon of Horus, he believed the Renaissance French author even predicted his own arrival as his prophet. Crowley asked himself if Rabelais was, quote, aware of the prophetic fire of his immortal book, end quote, in predicting his own Book of the Law, and then answers his own question, quote, he has fortunately left us in no doubt upon this point. He indicates the master Therion by name. The very last verse of his oracle runs thus. Oh,
How praiseworthy be he, who shall have persevered even unto the end. He who is able to endure unto the end, he insists, is to be blessed with worship. And what is this? I will endure unto the end, but Perdurabo, the magical motto at his first initiation of the master Therion?
Perdurabo is Latin for I will endure to the end, and this is one of Crowley's magical titles. Another way that Rabelais influenced Crowley was the use of cannabis. Crowley used an anagram, Alcofrabius Nasier, to open an esoteric essay on hashish, the Herbo Sanctissimo Arabico, the most holy grass of the Arabs, that he wrote in 1918 for Liber, and which he would reprint in his classic book on the tarot, the Book of Thoth, which Crowley composed in 1944. Crowley ends Liber and proceeds De Herber Sanctissimo Rebico in the Book of Thoth with the statement, I cry aloud my word as it was given unto man by mine uncle, Fabius Nasier, the oracle of the bottle of that book, and this word is trink. Fabius Nasier is a well-known anagram for Francois Rabelais that Rabelais himself used at times to avoid persecution for his heretical writings. The bottle of that book was the source of the Grail-like quest parried in Pantagruel, and trink is what was written on the bottle, which served as an oracle for those who drank from it. In Rabelais, in The Secrets of Pantagruel, Henry Props Biraban compares the language used by the priestess of that book.
The noble pontiff of the divine bottle to that of the adepts, and in the invitation trink coming from the divine bottle, she invites indeed Panurge and his companions to partake to the path of divine knowledge, as did all the philosophers and wise men of antiquity. The outcome of the symbolic voyages and trial which they accomplish in the unground temple isn't of materialistic wine drinking, but of spiritual wine, which the Sufis talk of. In this regard, it should be noted that the hashish-infused wines was a well-known combination in the esoteric circles of the Islamic world. Probst Biraban went on to suggest that the secret language used in Rabelais' work indicated a lineage with Christian Hermeticists, the Templars, the operating companions, the Rose Cross, and the spiritual alchemists.
Another important word from Rabelais is Pantagruelian. Appearing at the end of the third book is Pantagruelian. It represents the wisdom of the sage Pantagruel and symbolizes the quest for self-knowledge. The chapter dedicated to the description of Pantagruelian give the tradition of Renaissance writers and an encyclopedic sketch of botany and herbal lore. Rabelais carefully develops the external characteristics of the herb through a detailed description of its various parts and size. He tells how and when it should be prepared. He then enumerates the several methods known for naming plants in antiquity. For example, some were named for their discoverer, as Mercurial for Mercury. Others retain the names of their native regions, and still others designate the power and effects they have. Then turning again to Pantagruelian, Rabelais shows that these ancient methods of naming plants are precedents for giving it the name Pantagruel. The Pantagruelian is a symbolic manifestation of Pantagruel, not in external appearance, but in its intrinsic virtue. It not only has a great medicinal value, but as hemp from which rope is made, it also serves as a means to the navigational discovery of new lands and knowledge. An agent for milling bread, it provides a source of spiritual food. In reference to Pantagruelian's identification with hemp, Arthur Chappell noted in 1924, quote, since a store of hemp was necessary for a long voyage, the meaning is simple and clear. Nevertheless, the close association with Pantagruel, the explanation that all civilized arts were derived from Pantagruelian's miraculous powers, and the striking allusion to burnings seem to foreshadow quite another meaning, one deliberately abstruse and important, end quote. The discussion of Pantagruelian and its manifold uses comes about when Friar John, Panurge, and others joined the giant Pantagruel on an ocean quest. The quest itself was inspired by the fears of Pantagruel's cherished companion, the rogue and clown Panurge, who was gravely concerned that he might be made a cuckold if he marries, and he wishes to seek out an answer from the oracle of the holy bottle that was located in far-off India. In the list of provisions for the voyage is a store of both raw and confected Pantagruelian, the favorite herb of the said giant. This is all in tune with the Grail myth and Arthur being outlanced by Lancelot. As the Rabelais Encyclopedia has noted of this event,
as the companions prepare to the sea and visit the oracle of the holy bottle, Pantagruel takes on board a large supply of a mysterious product called Pantagruelian, which the narrator describes as a textile plant with numerous manufactured applications, clothes, rope, sails, etc. At the same time, Pantagruelian takes on many other forms, including mood-enhancing hashish, Cannabis sativa, and the philosopher's stone. More enigmatically, its many virtues are supposed to bring humans together and make them conquer the universe.
in Rabelais' Pantagruelian and Utopia, written in 2009 by Stuart Pelto, he noted this event also makes the philosophy of the Abbey of Thelema nomadic, creating a sort of traveling temporary autonomous zone through which the message of Thelema can spread.
Rabelais weaves an illicit thread of intoxication through the fabric of his praise for its industrial applications, even as he plainly raises his appreciation for canvas sales to a utopian level. Rabelais discreetly instructs his fellow citizens in the science of cannabis, its botanical identification, how to ignite the flowers, a likely side effect, and above all, the wine-like nature of the intoxication. He surreptitiously spreads his message of cannabis intoxication through the art of steganography, extending the intoxicating utopia of Thelema to all those who will take a cannabis intoxication trip of the Thelema.
Stuart Pelto makes an important point in noting that the name of the lead ship of the fleet, Thelema, is a development of the term Thelema. And through this, Rabelais transforms his vision of human happiness from a wine-based abbey into a cannabis-based fleet of ships. Further, the celebration of intoxication associated with the Abbey of Thelema is indicated by each sail of the fleet of ships being emblazoned with the image of some sort of drinking vessel. Quote, all the ships that set sail are decorated with symbols of a drunkenness in the form of a heraldic device. A bottle, a goblet, a pitcher, amphora, a wooden jug, a glass, a cup, a vase, a wine basket, and a wine barrel. Rabelais describes each ship's device in detail, end quote. As Stuart Pelto has noted, these, quote, heraldic devices are placed onto the sails of cannabis. The ships of cannabis are designed to expand the wine-inspired message of the Abbey to a global scale, end quote. Thus, with the Abbey of Thelema now rendered mobile, Rabelais is free to extend his model of peaceful intoxication. Further indicating the use of Pantagruelian above and beyond the industrial and even medicinal qualities of cannabis, Rabelais has Pantagruel, the giant of his tale, who shared his name with the said herb, load confected Pantagruelian among with the dried green herbage for a voyage.
Amongst other things, it was observed how he caused to be fraught and loaded with an herb of his called Pantagruelian, not only of the green and raw sort of it, but of the confected also, and of that which was notably well befitted for present use after the fashion of conserves.
As one 19th century author noted, this, quote, Pantagruelian herb so greenish and crude that when confected and prepared was to be none other than hashish, end quote. Rabelais refers to confected Pantagruelian, that is, it is, quote, befitted for present use after the fashion of conserves, end quote. Conserves are made with dried fruit and nuts and are cooked. They have a very thick and chunky textures, and conserves made with Pantagruelian, of course, bring to mind aforementioned medieval and Mideastern delicacies like dawamesk, the Islamic confection made with hashish, honey, and pistachios, and the Moroccan majoun, made with honey, ginger, nuts, raisins, and other spices, as well as Turkish delight, which was often prepared with hashish. Ingesting cannabis in such preparations was the normal means of using it, as the influence of the pipe smoking via tobacco had not taken hold as a means of cannabis ingestion yet. Considering the influx of Islamic literature and products of the time, it seems likely there was an awareness of such preparations among the more occult-minded of Europe. Stuart Pelto suggests Rabelais would have been familiar with the confected forms of
Guys, we seem to have lost you. I've lost video too.
Yeah, we lost them.
I've messaged Chris, but I suppose the spirit before he returns would be do as thou will.
We can just patiently wait until they return.
Hi, everybody. 93. This is Ridgely and Annie. I guess we're...
Hi, everyone. This is Richard.
93.
Hey, Ridgely. Good to see you. Hi, Richard. Good to see you.
Hi,
Brother
Joey.
Cool. Good to see you. Lots of familiar faces on the channel today. And to those I haven't met, 93.
Indeed.
Hey, Richard, you're awfully quiet over there. I don't know if your audio's turned way down.
I guess I can do some troubleshooting here while I'm at it.
You look good.
Tea water's ready.
Is that better?
Cool. I'll make some.
Which
Can you
one?
hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Sorry. What,
Sweet. So how many different states are people from? I'm in Ohio.
North Carolina.
Vancouver, British Columbia here.
I'm from Finland, Scandinavia.
Wow.
Montreal.
Victoria.
Germany, Mexico City. Wow. Fantastic.
Toronto,
Singapore. Fantastic. Thank you, folks.
Salvador over here. New York City.
Finland. Wow. It's wonderful to hear that we've got people all over the world sharing in this.
Paris, France.
Oh. I'm sad that they're having trouble connecting, it looks like. I can only imagine the blind, bloody panic going on over there right now. I've been fortunate enough in any of the Zoom calls I've been involved in, I haven't had this problem yet. I hosted 2 Masonic conferences last weekend back to back, and we didn't have a single technical problem. I guess maybe we were lucky or just well connected, but I know the Soma Institute itself, where they're currently hosting from, is quite remote, and I was worried that this might be an issue.
Yeah, Chris had mentioned to me earlier this week that they don't have like a fiber optic connection. So I think he said something like they're like on satellite or something. So the bandwidth might be a little dodgy.
Yeah, I've had bandwidth issues here. I have a fiber optic trunk line runs right down the street. It was one of the first ones installed in Western Canada. But from there to into my building, it's all copper still. So it doesn't matter how technically advanced or where you're living. Oh, good. Frater RC's back. Good. So we should be good to get going here in a second. Maybe everybody should mute. It will help for bandwidth reasons if everybody could keep their video minimized.
But is we on?
Yeah, now we're
Yeah, yeah, you guys are back.
That wasn't the issue here. But somebody forgot to plug a computer in. Our apologies. We're far from professional here, and we'll pick up where we left off here.
Excellent. I'm going to mute myself then. Enjoy.
Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. Our apologies. Won't happen again on that. At least that won't happen again.
only new mistakes.
Okay, only new mistakes now. And are we ready to?
Yeah,
carry on?
you're on.
Okay, now sit down so I can carry on then.
Just trying to figure out how to make it big, but so she's like,
Stuart Pelto suggests Rabelais would have been familiar with confected forms of hashish through its mention in the popular medieval manuscript attributed to Al-Hassan al-Wazan, a Muslim figure who was captured by a Christian pirate and given as a gift to Pope Leo X. Prior to both Rabelais and the account of al-Wazan, there were other Arabic influence references that have been widely recognized as identifying hashish in European literature, such as the Decameron, written in 1353. As well, Rabelais also briefly mentions Marco Polo, who lived from 1254 to 1324, and thus indicates a familiarity with the tale of the old man of the mountain, and the obvious association that brings up with hashish, and thus revealing more evidence of his knowledge of the Arabic world. As well, Rabelais refers to the originally Arabic text the Picatrix, which contains its own references to hashish incense. Rabelais rejected alchemical seekers of material gold, but embraced Magick alchemy, and even identified his use of herbal infusions in alcoholic preparations. Rabelais also made a curious reference to both a herbal alchemical infusion known as a quintessence and the Holy Grail, which is parodied in the story of Gargantua and Pantagruel. In a letter to a friend telling his companion who will be coming for a visit, he states that there is a, quote, good wine which is being saved here for your coming, like a Holy Grail and a second true quintessence, end quote. Rabelais in a letter to Antoine Hulot from March 1st, 1542. The reference to the true quintessence, a term used in Pantagruel, again brings to mind alchemical formulas and the various quintessences and arcanums that were prepared with cannabis and other substances in this time period. These were alcoholic infusions of different herbs which increased their potency. Rabelais also gives himself his title, the abstractor of the quintessence in Pantagruel. Clearly, there was a lot of experimentation at this time in regards to herbs for infusion into the medieval alchemical elixir. That Rabelais could have infused cannabis in such preparations due to his title, extractor of the quintessence, seems quite likely. Rabelais would have been aware of such preparations, such as Cardano's cannabis-infused aqua ardens. M.A. Screech makes a convincing case that Rabelais drew heavily upon Cardano's work in his composition of the third book of Pantagruel in his essay, Girolamo Cardano da Sapientia and the Tiers Livre de Pantagruel. After a convincing comparison of the parallels of the two texts, Screech notes that, quote, Cardano was not an obscure author. Anyone who read him would have recognized the general area of leanings that Rabelais' comedy was acting upon, end quote. Cardano as well has entries that have been identified as descriptions of hashish by translators. References to the quintessence and cannabis also appear in the works of Raymond Lull, who lived from 1232 to 1315, who Rabelais was familiar with, whom, like Agrippa, he poked fun at in Gargantua's letters to his son Pantagruel, referring to him under the name R. Lullius. Clearly, Rabelais was familiar with the alchemical art of tincturing and making quintessences. It is the title of the extractor of the quintessence that best identifies Rabelais' potential use of a cannabis-infused elixir. And like a cannabis-infused arcanum, he infused his own work with cannabis by hiding it in there as the mythical herb Pantagruelian. As Rabelais describes his beloved cannabis, veiled from the profane as Pantagruelian.
In this Pantagruelian have I found so much efficacy and energy, so much completeness and excellency, so much exquisiteness and rarity, and so many admirable effects and operations of a transcendent nature, that if the worth and virtue thereof had been known, when those trees by the relation of the prophet made election of the wooden king to rule and govern over them, it without all doubt would have carried away from all the rest the plurality of votes and suffrages.
Crowley would certainly have also been aware of the association of the herb Pantagruelian with cannabis via Richard Burton's A Plain and Literal Translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, written in 1885, which he read as a student at Cambridge. Undoubtedly, he would have noted Burton's comments identifying Pantagruelian with hashish, as well as his brief but educated overview on the drug's history. As well, Crowley was known to have acquired and read many classics in this period of his life, and it is in the same time period that he would have first read the works of Rabelais. To quote Burton,
Hashish al-harafish, rascal's grass, i.e. the herb Pantagruelian. Various preparations of the drug are sold at an especial bazaar in Cairo. See the powder of marvelous virtue in Boccaccio 3:8 and 4:10 of these intoxicants properly so termed. I shall have something to say in a future page. The use of bhang doubtless dates from the dawn of civilization. The Persians adopted the drink as an ecstatic, and about our 13th century Egypt, which began the practice, introduced a number of preparations to be noticed in the course of the nights.
In the Confessions of Aleister Crowley, an autohagiography, the Rabelais enthusiast Crowley wrote, quote, "The final secret is in the bottle inscribed drink," end quote. In Crowley's view, a magus's philosophy could be summarized in a single word. For him and his law of do as thou wilt, it was Thelema. And Crowley is here suggesting that for Rabelais, the summary was in the word drink. In his 1923 diary notes for an essay on Rabelais that was never published, Crowley recorded, quote, "Pantagruelian equals elixir or stone. Trink equals ecstasy conferring omnipotence," end quote. It is likely he saw this substance as something related to hashish. Crowley also made the following interesting comments to Norman Mudd in 1925, quote, "Pantagruelian, necessity for the Abbey of Thelema. Pantagruelian is the material basis of the magical energies, the substance into which you can put any magical energy you desire, and it will cause the desired result to appear in matter," end quote. It seemed clear that Crowley connected this with cannabis. Crowley also refers to Rabelais' holy bottle, from which the word trink came from, in reference to his own use of drugs for divination. Using ether, he wrote, "Such is the omen I bring back from the oracle of the bottle," end quote. A 1939 poem dedicated to the artist Bob Chandler, published in Temperance, makes Crowley's reverence in regards to Rabelais and the ceremonial use of drugs crystal clear.
Trink, alcofribus nasir. Oh, let us bathe and crown our hair and drink untempered wine. Let ever greater cups ensnare our souls in traps divine. Soon calms the season of love's rage, and joy grows short of breath. Birth shoots a shaft weighed down by age that strikes the target, death. Then come, thou golden goblet brimmed with lust, though all be vain. There's hope for us, the lion-limbed, in hashish and cocaine. Though death should hail us by the scruff of neck, too smoldy portal, tonight let us get drunk enough to know we are immortal.
I would suggest that the term lion-limbed is a reference to Pantagruelian, as the body has 5 limbs, penta, and the golden goblet here an allusion to the Grail parodied in the story of Pantagruel's holy bottle. The poem starts off with a reference to Alcofrabius Nasier, which, as noted earlier, is an anagram for Francois Rabelais. And as noted in the Book of Thoth, Crowley opened this piece on hashish, de Herbo Sanctissimo Ribico, with this anagram for Francois Rabelais and this same word, trink. The opening of this paragraph, this esoteric essay on the herb, gives some indications of Crowley's own knowledge of cannabis in the first paragraph of the piece.
Recall, O my son, the fable of the Hebrews, which they brought from the city Babylon, how Nebuchadnezzar, the great king, being afflicted in spirit, did depart from among men for 7 years' space, eating grass, as doth an ox. Now this ox is the letter Aleph, and is that Atu of Thoth, whose number is 0 and whose name is Maat, truth or Maut. The vulture, the all-mother, being an image of Our Lady Nuit, but also it is called the fool, who is Parsifal, der reine Tor, and so refereth to him that walketh in the way of the Tao. He is in unity with his own secret nature.
Here in a few brief words, Crowley gives us a taste of his knowledge and beliefs about his beloved hemp. Notably, Crowley refers to the Egyptian goddess Maat, whose devotees were reputed to have partaken of a sacramental drink, the liquor of Maat, that was comparable to the Hindu Soma and the Persian counterpart Haoma. Maat, as noted, was an image of Nuit, the Egyptian goddess of the sky, and she is profiled in the first of the 3 chapters of Crowley's Book of the Law, where we read, quote, "If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and the serpent flame therein, thou shalt come to lie a little in my bosom," end quote. We can be sure this is a reference to cannabis, as Crowley saw the Egyptian incense of the pharaohs, kaifi, as a preparation of hashish, and made it clear this was instrumental in performing magic. As well, Crowley begins the essay with a reference to the biblical indications of hemp used by the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar in the eating of grass. As we now know, that cannabis was used in Near Eastern sacred rites in which all kings took part of. And more recently, archaeological investigations have confirmed the use of cannabis in an 8th century BC Jerusalem temple. Just out of Achad, Jerusalem, in the spring here, we read about cannabis incenses burned in a temple in Achad to invoke the Holy Spirit of God. This is a very powerful information and something I myself have been suggesting for 25 years based on etymological research. The beast further sees the biblical analogy to the ox in the story as being a Kabbalistic reference to the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, which is in fact symbolic of an ox and whose number is 0. A number Crowley recreated with the Fool card, and it's under this card's designation that the Herbo Sanctissimo Arabico appears under in the Book of Thoth. In some Masonic lodges, this card is given to the new initiate starting on the path. Crowley further relates that Cannabis initiates a Parsifal, the hero, who restores the Grail, a story which Pantagruel and the quest for the Holy Bottle directly parodies, which also plays an important symbolic role for the OTO, as can be seen to the references of the story in the Gnostic Mass, an influence largely attributed to Wagner's opera Parsifal, which, according to one of the most well-known Wagner biographers, was created under the inspiration of an Indian hemp extract given to Wagner by Schopenhauer. And I've got an article on that. If you search Wagner, hashish, and the OTO, you'll find that article. In this regard, it's important to remember that Theodore Roos, who founded the OTO, was a performer in Parsifal and had known Wagner since his youth. Besides the references in regards to the Holy Bottle, Rabelais used the term trink again, or rather the related French word trink, which is used as a toast in the Discourse of the Drinkers. And the passage really does seem to emphasize the lineage of certain esoteric groups, and again throws light on Rabelais' own use of this term.
I drink no more than a sponge. I drink like a Templar knight. And I, tanquum sponsus, bridegroom, and I, sicu terra sine aqua, like a land without water, pour out all in the name of Lucifer. Fill here you, and fill, peace gods on you, till it be full. My tongue peels. L'en trink. To thee, countryman, I drink to thee, good fellow, comrade, to thee, lusty, lively, ha la la, that was drunk to some purpose and bravely gulped over. O lacrima Christi, it is of the best grape, the faith, pure Greek. Oh, the fine white wine, upon my conscience, it is a kind of tacitus wine. Hin, it is of one ear, well wrought, and of good wool. Courage, comrade, up thy heart, Billy. We will not be bested out at this bout, for I have got one trick, ex hoc in hoc. There is no enchantment nor charm here. Every one of you hath seen it. My apprenticeship is out. I am a free man at this trade. I am prester mast, prestre mace, maestre passe, prish brum, I should say master past. Oh, the drinkers, those that are adry. Oh, poor thirsty souls, good page, my friend. Fill me here some, and crown the wine, I pray thee, like a cardinal, natura abhorrat vacuum. Would you say that I could fly this drink? This is after the fashion of Switzerland. Clear off, neat, supernaculum. Come therefore, blades, to this divine liquor and celestial juice. Swill it over heartily and spare not. It is a decoction of nectar and ambrosia.
In this revealing passage, Rabelais makes a direct reference to the Templar Knights, and the idea that this order was somehow a group of drunkards does not seem to fit with what we know about them historically. However, it is intriguing in relation to what we have seen about infused wines and claims that the Templars had an infused preparation known as the Elixir of Jerusalem, a title for a cannabis infusion that would fit the sort of divine liquor and celestial juice Rabelais referred to. Now, I looked extensively to find, these references to the Elixir of Jerusalem appear in numbers of books, mostly books on aloe, and the recipe was an infusion of hemp aloe into a palm wine. And I found these references all over, but only up to about 1990. So I can't guarantee there was an Elixir of Jerusalem. However, when I went back to documents from the Templars' time periods and records from their arrests, I found that cannabis appeared on a list of seized items from 2 of the church's raids and arrests of the Templars. And the Templars had Saracens growing cannabis for them under contract in Spain. So they're clearly using it. And they clearly had large amounts of it in both France and England when they were raided. In Crowley's 1923 diary notes, he records, quote, Pantagruelian, elixir or stone, trink, ecstasy conferring omnipotence. Like his own philosophy is do thou as thou wilt, could be summed up with the word Thelema. Crowley is expressing that Rabelais' Secrets of Pantagruelian could be summed up in the term trink. The final secret is in the bottle inscribed trink, as Crowley wrote. In correspondence with a 32nd degree Masonic brother, P.D. Newman, author of Alchemically Stoned, who has also written about psychoactive elixirs and Masonic related rights. I asked him about Rabelais' statement, "My apprenticeship is out. I am a free man at this trade. I am a prester mass, prester mace, maester pass, frisch broom, I should say master past." Newman responded, quote, "As indicated in Samuel Pritchard's Masonry Dissected, 1730, entered apprentice is the term which was once used by the fraternity to designate the first degree of Freemasonry, entered apprentice. Past master, on the other hand, describes one who has in the past acted in the capacity of a master of a large or worshipful master," end quote. The reference to free man here as well may refer to Rabelais as a non-working Mason in a working Masonic lodge, as up until the 17th century, when Masonry made the transition from operative to speculative, non-Masonry's workers were not allowed into the order. We know that cannabis-infused wines were known in French Masonic circles by this time through the 13th century Masonic lodge book of Villard de Honnecourt, who, like the Templars, spent time in the Holy Land, and he returned with a book full not only of new insights into the building arts of Masonry, but with a full-page recipe for cannabis-infused wines. Besides discussing the cannabis reference, Liber 420 takes a deep look at the many Masonic associations that have been claimed for Rabelais' work. Clearly, Rabelais played a major role in Crowley's occult philosophy. In Liber 15, the Gnostic Maat, written in 1915, Rabelais is depicted as a saint, and in the Beast classic, Magic and Theory and Practice, written in 1913, he wrote, quote, "The works of Francois Rabelais, invaluable for wisdom," end quote. As with his chosen word, Thelema, and its law, "do as thou wilt," clearly, Crowley saw cannabis as a continuation of the practices and philosophies of the 16th century monk, Francois Rabelais. Moreover, as I've discussed in Liber 420, both knowledge of Rabelais in this context and the use of psychoactive sacraments by certain Masonic-related groups preceded Crowley himself. Moreover, there is evidence that this had been in practice for some centuries, dating back to Rabelais and further. That cannabis was used as an initiatory substance in such context by Crowley is clear, as Crowley ended De Herbo Sanctissimo Rebico with a comment that, quote, "A man must first be an initiate and established in our law before he may use this method," end quote. Comments indicating he knew more than he was letting on in writing about it. And this is echoed from his 1909 essay, Psychology of Hashish, quote, "In order to keep the paper within limits," he wrote, "it would be necessary to keep the article to a scientific nature and use information that was already quite available to the public at large, lest the austerity of such a goddess be profaned by the least vestige of an adornment," end quote. Crowley is likely here referring to codes of initiation, one of the occult organizations to which he belonged. And this again is also apparent by the veiled nature of his text, De Herbo Sanctissimo Rebico. As well, this comment indicates Crowley's belief stated earlier that drugs alone will not enable the devotee to reach the mystical goal, but it also takes vigorous psychological preparation and study are needed. As discussed in Liber 420, Cannabis, Magical Herbs, and the Occult, we can be near certain that in the 19th century, some forms of Rosicrucian, Memphis Mizraim, and Scottish Rite branches of Freemasonry, which were claimed to have descended from the rites of the Templar Knights centuries earlier, there was drunk or partaken of in certain rituals under various names, such as the bitter cup, and it seems likely, at least in some forms, this contained drugs. In reference to the Rosicrucian degree of Scottish rites, Charles Nicollaud recorded in his 1913 work, Les Initiations dans la Société Secrètes, Les Initiations Masoniques, quote, "The Rose and Croix degrees to the ordinary Master Mason degree is what a man who is intoxicated on hashish must be to the vulgar drinker who has recreated himself only with the red blood of the vine," end quote. A statement he borrowed from Jules Donnel, the founder of Église Gnostique and an important figure in the 19th century occult world. Although Donnel later rejected Masonry and joined the church during the era of the Taxi hoax, he was at one time a keen associate of Papists and other figures of the French occult scene. In regards to the hashish he identifies an association with Rosicrucian degrees, he himself wrote,
"One feels proud and triumphant to be Knight of the Rosicrucian. A kind of unexpected prestige surrounds the new title. The degree becomes dear and precious. There is in these capitular meetings a bad and intense joy, which one never experiences in the big blue boxes. One is distinguished from others, selected, chosen, elected, and set apart. One experiences a kind of minute veneration for the rank. We understand the importance of this same grade that gives us in law, if not in fact, an enormous superiority over the masters. Strangely enough, all psychological work is done in the transformed self. The Rose Croix is at the ordinary Mason what the man who has a drunkenness of hashish must be the vulgar drinker who has only been rediscovered with the red blood of the vine. There is also the proud joy of desecration, sacrilege designed, if not depth, of the association of the thinking man to the thought of the King of Angels, guilty of identification with him, of participation in his science, of communion with his word. There is also the influence of his spiritual presence. I firmly believe by an often made experience that Lucifer lectures to chapter meetings, rarely a manifest presence.
John Yorke was an English Freemason who was a big influence on Crowley of the OTO, and who became the Grand Hierophant of the Memphis Mazarin in 1902. In an 1885 letter to fellow Mason Francis George Irwin, displaying the letterhead, Ancient and Primitive Rites of Masonry, he wrote the following glowing account of his mystical experience he had received under the influences of cannabis.
My dear brother, brought me from India some ganja, what the Turks call eska and the Syrians hashish. Smoked in a cigarette as I used it, the Indians call it bang. It put me into a peculiar dreaming state, and I felt myself at one with the infinite mind, and whatever subject I thought of passed from the particular to the general. If I thought upon the relation existing between man and woman, I beheld myself a portion of the masculine energy of nature. When I thought of any particular subject, it seemed to become one with the universal mind. And I felt that at that instant I was one with all the rest of creation that was thinking the same idea. I thought of the origin of evil. I saw bubbles propelled from the one great source coming into accidental collision, or as departed entities becoming antagonistic. So it was the vegetable and mineral creations, the essence of these seemed to spring from the one eternal source. It is quite impossible to describe in writing the extraordinary nature of this state, but I mentioned it to a student of the occult who has resided in India, and he told me that a yoga had told him that he used it for the purpose of obtaining union with the infinite, and that whilst taking it, he willed the purpose that he desired.
Now, it's interesting, Crowley himself first achieved the state of samadhi, that oneness with the universe, according to his own diary notes, under the influence of hashish, and he makes reference to the same state of consciousness in his essay, De Herbo Sanctissimo Arabico, in regards to hashish. And in fact, many of the figures recorded as historical influences on the OTO can also be connected with cannabis, such as Dr. Pascal Beverly Randolph, who, according to Patrick Devaney in his wonderful biography of Pascal Beverly Randolph, Dr. Pascal Beverly Randolph, a Rosicrucian sex magician, a Black Rosicrucian sex magician, he claims that Randolph was in fact the biggest importer of hashish into the United States during the Civil War era. And the Brotherhood of Luxor, which grew out of Randolph's teachings, they offered mail order initiations with a product that they claimed was Soma, which in fact was hashish. Pappas himself included many references to hashish in his journal of initiation, as well as writing about himself. And I've already discussed the influence of Wagner and Schopenhauer and their Indian hemp extract. So it is clear that this sort of ritual use of drugs did not originate with Crowley. The French occult scene was particularly infused with hashish. And as noted in Liber 420, at least 12 editions of the Martinist Masonic Journal, the initiation of which the Papist was the director of, as just mentioned, contained articles on the use of hashish. And this included references to Rabelais and Pantagruelian in this context. Moreover, in chapter 15 of Energized Enthusiasm, Crowley describes such initiatory use as does the secret rituals of the OTO in relation to the Masonic bitter cup. So it is clear that there were entheogenic initiations in place, and indications are there had been such for centuries prior, if one looks deep enough into the matter. The terms Thelema and do as thou wilt in the Book of the Law may even be indications that pantagrueling was at play in the ecstasy of Trink when Crowley composed it, and in which would be fitting, as Crowley himself claimed, Alco Fabius Nasier had predicted both book and prophet. As the Book of the Law itself records, quote, I am the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory, and stir the hearts of men with drunkenness. To worship me, take wine and strange drugs, whereof I will tell my prophet, and be drunk thereof. The idea that such divine intoxication may have inspired the Book of the Law cannot go without question. As Crowley himself noted in his 1909 scientific essay on hashish, preceding the entheogenic theories of the origins of religion by R. Gordon Wasson, Terence McKenna, Carl Rock, myself, and others by more than half a century, the beast went so far as to speculate that, quote, this ceremonial intoxication constitutes the supreme rituals of all religions, end quote. Crowley's philosophy, as do as thou wilt, was summarized in Thelema, a motto and word borrowed from the alchemist monk Rabelais, whom the beast says summarized his own philosophy of cannabis-induced entheogenic inspirations in the single word, Trink. And that's my presentation for today. Maybe we could see if anybody's got any questions or something. We do have a bit of time to kill. We've got half an hour till our next scheduled guest, which is the great Richard Kaczinsky, probably the foremost biographer of Aleister Crowley and the OTO around. And so we'll be looking forward to that. And what do we got here?
Yeah, I have no idea how to make that bigger or see other people or check if there's questions.
Okay, we're just gonna kind of load up. Bear with us while we figure.
Yeah, seems to be no sound from you guys.
Didn't have sound that whole time.
I know, I just muted it
okay,
while we were talking.
Man.
Here now we can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. So if anybody has a question or something, I don't know if you can text that or speak up.
Let's see. Let's see if there's any questions.
Or if anybody wants to pipe in for a few minutes, we can hand over the mic there for.
Maybe Troy wants to talk.
I have a question.
Got something to say, Troy?
Not
Go ahead.
specific. I was filling in while you guys were silent. But yeah, if there's somebody with a question, you should unmute yourself and speak up.
I got one. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah,
so,
is this Mr. 111?
correct, yes. So first off, great presentation. And before I ask this devil's advocate question a little bit, I want to say I fully agree. In fact, when criticism against me would be that I agree too much with this. But I just want to ask, so you addressed this a tiny bit, but how can we determine or distinguish between the proper use of these and becoming like like those people at the end of the Holy Mountain who just said that, these are replacements for the work, or, this is everything right here. Like, how can we use these properly without becoming the fanatics at the end of the Holy Mountain?
Yeah, like the fanatics. It's been a while since I've seen that, but I think like as far as like using psychoactive substances properly and stuff, I think there's a real lesson in Crowley's own life and like choices of psychoactive substances and substances like cocaine and heroin real challenges to Crowley's concept of the will and the power of the will, because he was not so easily swayed from that. And we can see this right now taking place in our own time period with Dr. Jordan Peterson, and who you clearly advocated, no, you just got to pull your bootstraps up to get over addiction and grow up and stuff like that. Who's now in a Eastern Bloc hospital in induced coma, so that he doesn't have to go through his own withdrawal symptoms from the benzo-based drugs that he was taking for anxiety and depression and things. And Crowley's, he wrote extensively about his struggle with both opium and heroin. And you take a look at Cephalou, and when I read accounts of Cephalou, I really think it sounds like a really sordid, almost drugged and dirty, and lots of the wrong sorts of drugs. I think one thing that J. Edward Cornelius really nailed in his new book on Charles Stansfeld Jones was, he said, like, Crowley started out to create Camelot, but in Cephalou, he'd almost created the Garden of Klingsor in a way. It was so bad that he himself wanted to get away from it, whereas his experiences under, say, peyote and hashish and the type of work that he could produce from those was much more beneficial. Many of the, if you read Patrick Everett's work, particularly his 2 essays on Crowley's use of peyote, it's pretty clear the inspirational role that substance played in Crowley's writing and in his magical practice. Crowley he wasn't using these things very often, right? Hashish and cannabis, not at all. Like, say, somebody like myself, I use cannabis every day. Probably would be considered not the right way to use it by some people. But to tell you the truth, I think that cannabis is a very beneficial herb and has enhanced my life and enhanced it in a lot of ways, not been a detriment. So I think you have to take a look at yourself. It's when you become a slave to these substances and it's affecting your ability to follow your true will, then that's a hindrance, but if it's not getting in the way of following your true will, then is it? I really don't know what the full answer for that is. I think it's different for each person.
I'm just going to answer, yes, Liber 420 is named after 420 culture and Crowley's Liber title. Also, Lon Milo Duquette's here. Lon, let me know if I transferred co-host to you successfully. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you since PantheaCon, brother, hanging out with Chicken Tabby. So it's me, RC, here again. And hopefully the making you co-host has given you control to move on to your talk whenever you're ready.
Well, I don't. Is he up next, or is it?
I don't know who's up.
Yeah,
Isn't he up
I
next?
don't think so. I think it's Richard Kaczinsky up next. Yeah.
Well, then let's take a look for Richard. We are early. We're running.
Yeah, we're half an hour early, so there's no
So
real rush
Richard
here.
might not be
See
here.
if there's any more questions.
Yeah, you have questions.
This
Can you
is
speak about the
Richard.
relationship again between?
Hello, this is
Hey,
Richard.
Richard's here. Yay!
Hey, I've got myself down at 3 Pacific time, which is in 3 hours, right? 2.5 hours. So I think Lana's next.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let me just take a look and see what we got scheduled here. You're probably quite right. Let me just verify this. Sorry. Get away from there, cat. And can you see if there's any questions there we can answer?
Oh. Lon, I think you're muted. Lon, yeah.
Okay,
let's
we
unmute.
have Lon Milo on at 1 o'clock. You're quite right. I was wrong. Michael Staley at 2 to 3, and Richard was right. I was quite wrong again. I can easily admit when I'm wrong.
No worries, I'm here
And
all
3
day.
to 4, Richard. Okay, cool. Good stuff, man. And anybody else got anything they want to pipe in? We've got-
Lon's trying to talk.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not hearing him. But shouldn't be muted.
He's not muted. Are you sure you're not muted at your end, Lon? You can mute your own box there. Okay.
Here, I'm going to make him host, so let's see if that helps. Lon, I've handed controls over to you.
What does he have to do?
That should allow him to unmute himself if he's muted. I don't know.
Um,
I'm going to go pee.
He has control though.
But yeah, well, we need to figure out what's
I
going on.
have to. Yeah. Yeah. What I think there's nothing for us to do right now.
Okay, but you're not here in Lon, so it's obviously not working. So do I just keep filling the time in here? Or?
Yeah.
Sorry about all this chaos, people. We're not professional Zoomers
Yeah,
yet.
we'll get there.
Lon states that he's unmuted.
Is there a chat that
Still can't hear him? Hey, Lon, is your computer audio connected? Yeah, we can't hear
maybe?
you.
Yeah, you might have your own. Maybe you didn't log. Maybe try logging out and logging in again, and making sure you log in with computer audio.
No, it's auxiliary speakers.
Oops.
Well,
Yeah, Lon's unmuted.
okay, you're unmuted on our end,
If
Lon.
there's an audio problem, it's with the connection on his.
It's on your end, so you need to either. It might have been when you logged into Zoom. It says make sure computer audio is up, so maybe log in and log out again, and make sure that's hooked up. Or there's a mute button on your own screen, which may be the issue.
He's showing unmuted. You can see.
You know, I'll just, I guess. What's that?
You can see that he's unmuted, but I think he's not got his audio
It's got to
connected.
be on his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Lon, one other thing I can think of suggesting is that if you go to the microphone button that says mute and there's an up arrow, do you have more than one microphone that you can select?
I think he's tried logging off now because he's not showing. So he's going to log off and try and log on again, I think.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to think what I can do to fill a little time here till then. You know, I could have gone on forever on the subject of Crowley and hashish, and it's interesting that a number of Crowley's past lives also have claimed past lives, also have connections with hashish. Eliphas Levi's recipe for the cannabis-infused wine of the damned is every 5 days after sunset, one must get drunk on wine in which 5 heads of black poppies and 5 ounces of bruised hemp have been steeped, the whole being contained in a cloth woven by a prostitute, or strictly the first cloth at hand may be used if woven by a woman. And as Levi noted of his predecessor, Cagliostro, the magus must say to the material body sleep and to the sidereal body dream, thereupon the aspects of visible things changes, as in hashish visions. Cagliostro is thought to have possessed this power, and he's increased its actions by means of fumigations and perfumes. M. Ragon, in his learned work, Occult Masonry, gives the recipe for a series of medicamps calculated to induce the exaltation of somnambulism. It is by no means knowledge to be despised, but prudent magists should avoid these practices. Eliphas Levi wrote that in 1856. We can be sure that Levi exemplified his reference to hashish with another from the noted Masonic figure Ragon, who specifically refers to the experiments with cannabis in masonry, occult, suave, initiation, hermetic, roles des plantes. And Ragon wrote occult masonry followed by hermetic initiation, roles of the planets, and the hermetic and mythological doctrines of the ancient philosophers and poets of antiquity. In reference to planets and the religious ceremonies of old, Ragon mentions that copious perfumes burning in the Egyptian priest temples, and then goes on to describe an experiment involving the ingestion of 2 grams of powdered cannabis by a subject who exhibited inspired speech and the ability to read in pitch black darkness. And in fact, cannabis does give you improved reading in the dark. Any luck with Lon there yet?
I don't see him here
Can
yet.
you hear me now?
No.
Yes, we can hear you, Rick. Lon.
Yeah.
Let's put him on to the main screen here. Can you grab?
I don't know.
Oh, he's not in that bathroom. He must have gone outside to that one. Okay, so Lon's back. Welcome, Lon. Sorry for the extra hassle there.
That's okay. Can you hear me now? I'm going to try something.
Yeah, I'm just going to try. I got to get my techie guy back here so we can get you back on screen here. Give me 1 second.
Should have got Lon to sing a song in the intro. Here it comes.
I need to want to put Lon on screen here, so we're just trying to figure out how do we share. I want to see the other people
I
participate.
just press escape, and it's going to go to a smaller screen.
Okay. Oh,
Participants.
okay. Okay, just 1 second. Yeah, I don't know where he is. Okay, sorry about this. You want to fill in his face here for me? Do some.
Oh, here he is.
We're trying to get Milo on the thing here. Yeah, he's got. He can speak. We're just trying to get his video up.
Okay, cool.
Okay, got our techie back.
Well, I think his video should be what's on to other people. We're just not seeing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can we?
So we know what's going on,
please?
Can you hear me?
I think so.
Okay.
Lon.
Can you hear ya?
Okay.
Who are other people seeing on there?
We could see him and hear him. I can at least.
Well, I have him pinned, so I can see him.
Okay. Screen. Okay, Lon, there you go. You can start early, I guess, if you like.
Well, I was trying to get set up. Can I want to share my screen, and it says the host has disabled attendee screen sharing.
Just 1 second. Probably something we did when we were messing.
Oh, yes, but you are not an attendee. You are a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
Well, I signed in with the link Chris sent the last time to me on Facebook.
Oh, you got to make you host again. Just a sec. It's because you signed out and signed back in.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry about that, Lon.
There you go. Okay, first we have to reclaim host status, and now make co-host. Boom.
Okay, there we go. How's that working?
Love is the law, brother.
Love underwear.
Any luck there, Lon?
There we go. Let's just share the screen. Let's do this. Let's do. Can you see that?
That's working. I can see your screen, man.
Awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
And we could do a better Crowleymass Santa Claus than Lon Milo Duquette, I don't think.
Okay, I've only got a couple slides. My question is, truly, I've only got a couple slides throughout the whole thing, but I thought it might be better than just looking at me sitting here sweating in my office. Do you see my thumbnail?
Yes, indeed. It looks good.
So you can see my thumbnail, and you can see my screen share of the Crowleymass Carol, A Ghost Story.
Yes,
very good.
Yeah.
So you can see me picking my nose.
That no.
No, we can't see that.
You can.
Yes, we can.
Thou wilt.
Oh, I was hoping you couldn't have seen that. I'm sorry.
No, everyone saw it.
Okay. Well, talk amongst yourselves for 15 minutes because I planned on going on at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We'll kill some more time.
Well, I'm Frater RC. I do the Magic Without Fears podcast and host hermeticmysteryschool.com and a Patreon account for Golden Dawn solo practitioners and self-initiates. Recently interviewed Frater Bacchus over here about his presentation later today, which involves the path working of the path Kof, the moon card of the tarot. Yeah, I got to know Bacchus and Chris through friends in Vancouver. And Chris Bennett and I actually went to our first Gnostic Mass with Lon, Milo, Duquette here on the anniversary of the Book of the Thelema in 2018 after an Enochian working of the Ether text with Lon. And it was quite a powerful working, in fact. It was the first time I ever did any magic to ask for money. I'd never done that in 25 years of Hermetic practice, but I did it during Lon's Enochian text working. And the next day woke up to $1,300 in my bank account from a source that I had no knowledge or expectation to receive from. So that was a powerful magical experience. And
Success is your
and
proof.
then Chris and I went to the Gnostic Mass with Lon, and Chris tried to smoke a joint, and they sent him outside while they sat around drinking, and that made him rail to me about the original sacrament of Crowley's Thelemic Mass being,
speculation.
Marijuana and not liquor like the Catholics or the Papists. I'm putting some words in his mouth just for fun here. Of course, that's what I do. That's what we do. Anyway, so yeah, that's a little bit of me.
Yeah, and I want to thank Troy for putting that event on. Troy's here with us.
Yes.
And Troy puts on a lot of great occult and Masonic events here in British Columbia, and does some great work. So we want to say hats off to Troy. He was going to be part of the original conference that we had planned before it turned into the small gathering that we have today in this Zoom conference. And so we're sorry he's not here with us, but hey, Troy, thanks a lot for all the great work you do here in British Columbia.
No problem.
Stuff.
No problem. And happy to assist in whatever way I can. Maybe Lon can sing us a song before he goes. If that's not too much, Lon, if you don't mind doing your monkey dance, if you've got your guitar there.
Dance, monkey, dance. Oh, I would have to pull out a guitar. Let me see what I can come up.
That would be more entertaining than anything I can think any of us might want to say.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's good.
And to the answer to the question in the chat, yes, I'm located in New Westminster. It is at my secret lair, and I run Scholomance.ca. If you're looking for me, look up Scholomance.ca.
So, does everybody see the Lon's thing there? Is that what everybody see?
Yeah, there he is.
All right, good stuff.
Thanks, Lon. You're the best.
What else do I have to offer?
Well, I miss you. You have everything to offer, and I miss you, brother. It's a shame.
Only myself.
What else haven't you given?
Oh.
They say that drinking and driving's a terrible curse. As felonies go, it's one of the worst. And I think it was the felonies we were worried about and not the sacrament when we made you go outside to smoke a joint. They say that drinking and driving brings misery and pain. But a guy needs a hobby to keep from going insane. I love to get drunk in the car. I love to get drunk in the car. Every night around 6, I slug down that sweet whiskey. I love to get drunk in the car. It's a good thing I don't live too far from my job, 'cause I drink in the car. Down the back streets I sling, and I sing as I drink. I love to get drunk in the car. No, I don't like to drink in a bar. The urinals stink in a bar. I would much rather cruise in the fresh air and booze. I don't like to drink in a bar, 'cause I love to get drunk in the car. I love to get drunk in the car. Every night around 6, I slug down that sweet whiskey. I love to get drunk in the car. Sometimes I light up a cigar, and I smoke while I drink in the car. I can spit in the street. Jesus, isn't life sweet? I love to get drunk in the car. I love to get drunk in the car. I love to get drunk in the car. Every night around 6, I slug down that sweet whiskey. I love to get drunk in the car. Each night as I drink in the car, I look up and wish on a star, and give thanks to the gods. I keep beating the odds, 'cause I love to get drunk in the car.
Thank you so much, Lon. That's my favorite. I suspect you sang it because you know it's my favorite.
Was that your favorite?
That's always my favorite. I'm always bugging you to play it. So thank you.
Oh, well, I must have remembered that in one of the corners of my medulla oblongata Kof-related brainstem.
We'll call it Magick. How about we just call it Magick?
That's Constance's favorite song, too.
I hate that song because it used to be true.
Love you, Constance. Thanks for letting him come play for us.
That song,
Hi, Constance.
he doesn't drink anymore, so it's all right now.
So,
Well,
there you are.
Is there anything you sing about that's as transgressive as that song? I can't. Maybe the summoning a demon and having him turn you into a cat. Maybe that.
Oh, I like that song too. But I think that's probably all the music in me, the sound of music in me has run out today.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, you bet. Now, how is everybody holding up there in Vancouver and stuff? I wouldn't even know if I would be allowed to visit. Should I ever want to go back to an airport again? I don't even know if they'd let me in.
You would be allowed to be in if we could justify you coming, but you'd have to isolate for 14 days. Once you got
at your house, that'd be okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. All right.
Come on up. You know, 14, and then you'd have to go back though. After that, we'd have to fly you home, and then I just,
No, I think
the
my
other thing is, the other problem is we couldn't hold an event with a bunch of people.
yeah, the whole thing's just totally screwed for at least another year, I think.
Yeah, we're
And
very,
by then I'll be so old.
and you're keeping safe there in your cloistered location in remote California.
Yeah, so far so good. We only go out really twice a week to shop, and then Constance pretty much dresses up with masks and gloves and shields and stuff, and we do our grocery shopping, and that's the only shopping we do actually. And I venture out sort of early in the morning to take a walk to keep a little exercise going, and then in the afternoon I ride my tricycle around the neighborhood to sort of get my afternoon exercise in. And I've been doing all these Zoom seminars and classes and workshops and things like that to try to keep busy. And you know, I immediately had to cancel 3 or 4 events that had been scheduled and that I was counting on to pay the rent early in the year. I had to cancel Hong Kong, a series of talks in Hong Kong and a series of talks in Austria, just right off the top of my head. So anyway, it's been a challenge, but we're old and we really worry about you young people.
You know, well, don't worry about me. We're British Columbia is mostly safe, although during the beginning of this thing back in March, of course, we were an epicenter of cases, but that was more about our provincial government being very proactive, shutting things down quite early and doing a lot of testing, and things are quite safe here. It really impacted my work a little bit. My dad broke his hip and I moved to Powell River for 6 months. That impacted things the most. So my apartment and library was left dormant. We even moved with the pets. It was a bit of an experience to relocate somewhere.
Yeah, Constance got some
Lucky
coffee.
here at Soma Institute.
Hi, Connie.
Lucky here at Soma.
She
So
says
it's all green up here and not.
Well, of course, yeah, where you are.
But
Chris,
I want to say everybody. I just want to say anybody, should really kick into Lon's Patreon. He's just doing so much great work these days. He does his Facebook lives, readings from his books every day. He's just doing so much free giving stuff these days that anybody listening, man, if you can do something for this event, please kick a couple bucks to Lon's Patreon.
Well, thank you for that plug. Yes, bless your heart.
What are you working on right now, Lon? Anything coming up, or anything recently published that you'd like to promote and suggest that people buy it?
Well, the newest thing that was published, I guess it was earlier this year, was Allow Me to Introduce. Allow Me to Introduce came out. That's the newest Weiser book. And Son of Chicken Kabbalah was quite that came just before, a few months before that. And that was sort of a condensation or a compilation of the Kabbalah initiations, the 3 degree of Kabbalah initiations that I did in Beijing the year before. And so there's that, but I'm mostly keeping my sanity by reading 15-minute to half-hour sections of my books on Facebook every morning. So I encourage anybody that can get on my Facebook page at 10 a.m. every morning. I've been doing it for months and months and months. I've gone through quite a few books, and right now I'm on the Understanding Crowley's Thoth Tarot. And I've got a new Zoom workshop coming up on astral projection. So I'm keeping pretty busy.
That's good. I also saw you post recently some material from a long lost friend of ours regarding Liber nuts. Did that ever get published?
No, it never got published, and it never got properly compiled either. And I don't think it will. This was in the days before email, and so I would send Regarde the hard copies of snail mail letters that I would get addressed to me through our lodge address, and Regarde would send me to live events like self-published book launches from Crowley Incarnations and things like that. And I would send him little snail mail reports back. And then he moved to Sedona. He moved from Studio City to Sedona. And so the project just sort of was put on hold while he helped finish the complete Golden Dawn system of Magick and other work with Falcon. And then he died. And we were stuck, and I was hoping that everything that I had sent him had been preserved. And because I was working closely with Falcon Press at the time, after he died, a few months after he died, we went through his storage area that he still maintained in Studio City. And I found the Liber Nuts file folder, and nothing was in it. And and I truly can't, reconstruct in my mind what everything was. And so just the other day, I ran across those two letters from him that referred to the project. And so I thought I'd put them up, and share them while they were still shareable. Well, Chris, are we ready for me to start?
Yeah, Chris, do one of you guys want to do a formal introduction over there?
Absolutely.
Hold on. And
so probably one of the most important proponents of the Thelema philosophy these days in the world is the great long Milo Duquette. He really provides a current going back to the early days of the OTO in California. He's got connections that go back that far. He's a prolific writer, great for the new student, very accessible writer as far as understanding for people that are just kind of getting into this type of stuff, and kind of the granddaddy of the current Thelemic world, I would say, is the great Babylon Milo Duquette. And he's going to be presenting his presentation, A Crowleymass Carol, a ghost story.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And thanks for letting me be part of the fun here. I think I see my shirt doing all sorts of psychedelic things. I got a seersucker striped shirt that's dancing around in my monitor here. So So I hope it's entertaining because I'm not going to change shirts here. You know, I was thinking, and it truly just occurred to me, this Crowleymass, because it's I took my Minerval on November 15th, 1975. And Crowley was born October 12th, 1875. And it never even dawned on me when I took the bus up to Dublin, California to be initiated, that I was being initiated just 100 years and 1 month and 4 days after Crowley was born, because in my mind, Crowley wasn't ancient history. He was just a little bit, he was history like my own parents were history. He was like World War II-ish kind of history and not, you know, the almost Civil War history. And so I began to think when I joined the OTO 45 years ago, Crowley's, Rigardi was talking about Crowley as if he had only been dead 50 years or 25 years or something like that. And it just seems so odd. I feel like I'm, if I'd go on Antiques Roadshow and said, and had an antique that I made myself being talked about. I just can't believe it's 100 years. But anyway, I thought I'd do something fun because we've got wonderful scholars with us today speaking. And, you know, I don't even claim to be a big scholar or anything like that. And I thought I'd do something a little fun and certainly something a little different and something that concerns a Crowley related project that I've been working on for the last 20 years, which may never see the light of day. So I'm going to share some of that with you today for the first time. But anyway, I call this a Crowleymass carol, a ghost story after Charles Dickens. That's why I've got the Dickens Scrooge thing up here. Crowley was dead to begin with. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. The register of his burial was signed by the clergyman, the clerk, the undertaker, and the chief mourner. Old Crow was as dead as a doornail. I would apologize to Charles Dickens for stealing and mutating his title and story opening, but Dickens is dead, and I wanted to make a little point. That is, even though the name Aleister Crowley is today known all over the world, even though his writings are in print and circulated in infinitely greater numbers and translations than during his lifetime, and even though at least 2 of his experimental magical orders can now proudly boast vastly more adherents and members than at any time during his 72 short years in this dimension, even though his religious philosophy of Thelema has spread around the globe in a variety of forms and interpretations, Aleister Crowley the man, Aleister Crowley the Homo sapien, Aleister Crowley the mammal, Edward Alexander Crowley, the carbon-based life form, is dead, dead as a doornail. Yet for we who call ourselves Thelemites, and for anyone who's intrigued by the life and career of this fascinating character, indeed, for anyone who has read the name, heard a rumor, formed an opinion, or made a judgment, no matter how incomplete, fanciful, unfair, or misinformed that judgment may be concerning any aspect of the man's life, for all of us, Aleister Crowley is very much alive. And it is we who are creating him in our own image. It is we who are breathing life into a miniature, sepia-toned superhero action figure incarnation of Aleister Crowley. Like a million separate Dr. Frankensteins screaming, "Alive! It's alive!" We each unnaturally reanimate our own private version of Crowley's shell with the lightning bolts of our projected dreams and fears, our own expectations and aspirations, our own momentary ideals and ethics. See how he breaks the straps and rises from the table. See how he struts back and forth across the stage of our crudely imagined reconstruction of history. See him illuminated by the strobing Tesla coil of our own fleeting interpretation of the ever-shifting purpose that our vision of Crowley might play in the drama, tragedy, comedy of our own existence. Our dear brother and friend, Richard Kaczinsky, who's coming up later today, right here as part of the lineup. Richard has written what I consider to be the finest and most accurate, most comprehensive biography of Crowley ever written. Perdurabo, The Life of Aleister Crowley. Not only does Richard thoroughly detail the events of Crowley's life and careers, he painstakingly goes to great lengths to place all these events in the context of the times and gives us insight into the lives of other important characters who were interacting with Crowley and who were influencing his thinking at any given point in his life. Richard's book, in my opinion, comes as close as humanly possible to capturing the objective reality of Crowley's life. Comes as close as humanly possible to crystallizing empirical history. It's a masterpiece. And I predict it will remain the definitive biography of Crowley for the ages. But ultimately, no biography is capable of capturing the objective reality or the spiritual significance of its subject's life, because objective reality itself is uncapturable. In the final analysis, all biographies, even Dr. Kaczinsky's, are works of fiction. And nobody's opinion of Aleister Crowley's, nobody's opinion about the true meaning of the Book of the Law, or the Law of Thelema, or Magick, or whether Crowley was a socialist or a fascist, or which OTO or AA is legitimate. Nobody's opinion is based on objective reality. I know how I react when an evangelical Christian attempts to justify his or her embrace of their faith by referring to the Genesis creation story, or Adam and Eve, or Moses, or even the writings of Paul. And I just want to say to them, if your confidence in the underlying spiritual truths of your faith is so weak that you need to prop them up by objective historical events, then I'm afraid, my friend, you're still treading on very thin ice. Can't you get a big enough spiritual kick out of the awesome, multifaceted spiritual truth behind your myths? Aleister Crowley, the man, is dead. Dead as a doornail. But Aleister Crowley, the magus, the magician, the myth, becomes more alive with every heartbeat. Now, of course, we have all sorts of evidence of the objective existence of our beloved beast. But as none of us here today ever met the man, he is, for all intent and purposes, a fictional character, a myth. Almost 20 years ago, I was contacted by an acquaintance who at the time worked for Sony Pictures. He asked if I'd be interested in writing a screenplay about Aleister Crowley. He said it was to be a fantasy and not a serious attempt at a biography or anything too preachy. But it should have lots of magic and feature Crowley's outrageous and liberated personal character. He made a generous offer, and as I was, as usual, financially strapped, I agreed to begin. I thought it'd be fun to cover the period of time around 1910 to 1904 and the breakup of the Golden Dawn. That way I could have other recognizable characters like MacGregor Mathers and Moena Mathers and Yeats and all the Golden Dawn gang. With my friend's help, with keeping things cinematically viable, and a final draft professional screenwriter's computer program, I created what I thought was something that was at least worthy of the money I'd been paid. It must have been okay because the work was almost immediately optioned by a film production company who obtained a letter of intent from Alan Rickman to play Crowley. Can you imagine how thrilled Constance and I both were at the thought? Of course, nothing came of it. Then about 10 years later, my friend called me back and said that a British film company was interested in the property because of their funding from the then British Film Council. Because of that, all the principals in the company, including the screenwriters, must be British or Commonwealth citizens. But there would be no such restriction if the screenplay was adapted from a novel and they were willing to give the novel writer the screenwriter's royalty points. So all I had to do was turn my screenplay into a novel so it could be turned into a screenplay. So Do you think I'd be so stupid as to do that? So I did. And nothing came of that either. Why am I telling you this sad story? It's a sad story of the life of a struggling writer, a starving writer, if you will. Because in the novel, which is published as Aleister Crowley, Revolt of the Magicians, by the way, oh, please buy it on Facebook or on Amazon. Please. If 2 of you buy it, it'll have doubled the sales this year. Well, I'm telling you all of this because in that novel, I treat Aleister Crowley as a fictional character, a myth. And in the opening sequence, I set the stage for a demonstration of how the myth can be more real than the fragile history it is based upon. And with your permission today, I'm going to read the opening chapter of Aleister Crowley, Revolt of the Magicians. The chapter is entitled Funerals and Fairy Tales. Now, before I begin, I want to, well, it'll be obvious that I'm writing it in the first person. And I like to have fun with anything that I do. And it occurred to me that my own great uncle was the private secretary to Hal Roach, you know, the Little Rascals, Our Gang comedies, Laurel and Hardy. And he died before I was born. And because of certain memories or images that floated through my infantile brain in the first couple of years of my life, I have reason to believe that I have at least some genetic memory from the incarnation of my great uncle, who was named, well, it doesn't matter. In the book here, the character writing in the first person is called Milo Harland. Now, the screenplay doesn't have this opening ceremony or this opening material in it whatsoever. The screenplay starts right where this chapter ends, and you'll see how that segues into it. But to set up the whole thing, I created a fictional setup using historical characters. So if you're ready, I'm going to take a sip of coffee, and I'm going to share with you something I've never shared with anybody before, except multiple film companies. Oh, by the way, there's Richard's book, Perdurabo. There's the hard copy edition of Aleister Crowley, Revolt of the Magicians. And believe it or not, once again, it is in the pipeline for another film production. I'm not holding my breath, but that's the new promotional material for it right there. Chapter 1, Funerals and Fairy Tales. The funeral had been the strangest any of us had ever attended. The tiny cemetery chapel was let only for an hour and stood almost empty. I counted only 15 mourners. They were joined by 3 members of the press eager to squeeze one last drop of scandalous blood from the turnip of England's most notorious black magician. Unlike the life of our departed guest of honor. The brief ceremony was quiet and respectful. Lewis Wilkerson read Hymn to Pan, my favorite of the old man's poems. 3 others said a few words, and then that was that. Predictably, the next day's headlines, newspaper headlines, couldn't have been more inaccurate or lurid. Aleister Crowley, worst man in the world, dies. Cremating the great beast, desecrated by black mass. It seemed hardly a fitting goodbye to a genuine holy man, the logos of the Aeon, prophet of a new age. But then perhaps it was perfect. I returned to London by train with Lady Harris, who invited me to stay at her home in the city for a few days that remained before I sailed back to New York. I eagerly accepted. It is not every day a Hollywood hack is invited to unpack his toothbrush at the home of the artist wife of an influential member of Parliament. I was especially keen to attend the lavish curry wake. Frida, Lady Harris, was to host the next evening in honor of our departed master. He did so love his curry. The hotter, the better. However, it was the guest list of this most esoteric of soirees that made my mouth water. One guest in particular. It would be perhaps my one and only chance to meet and interview the legendary film director, Sir Francis Bendick. Bendick was one of only a handful of British filmmakers to resist the lure of Hollywood throughout his long and distinguished career. He was a bona fide genius who helped give birth to the industry at the turn of the century. He would go on to elevate the silent medium from the inane shorts and melodramas to serious literary theater. He wrote, he directed, he edited, and occasionally appeared in films that continually reinvented the state of the art. Most remarkably, he worked his magic throughout the bloody madness called the Great War. His propaganda efforts for king and country were irresistible, powerful, poignant, and breathtakingly honest. For this, he was knighted by George V during the exuberance of the Roaring Twenties, a time when sound was giving a voice to Bendick's genius of touching souls in a darkened theater. Only a handful of extraordinarily discreet individuals knew that Bendick was also a secret disciple of Aleister Crowley and had been since 1907. He knew more about Crowley and his work than any other living human being. That he could keep such devotion a secret from his studio, his colleagues, and 3 wives over 40 years was a testament to godlike magical prowess. Ill health and the need for secrecy had kept him from the funeral, but nothing short of death would keep him from Lady Harris's, Crowley's curry wake. Bendick and I had 2 things in common. We were both ceremonial magicians, and we were both in the movie business. He at the end of his glorious and historic career, and I at the beginning of mine. Meeting him and having a chance to pick his brain was the reason I asked the studio for a month off to research. He was the reason I traveled at my own expense to dreary old England in the damp December of 1947. And he and my own ambition to produce a proper movie about Aleister Crowley the man I considered the most important, the most colorful, and the most misunderstood holy man of the 20th century. If all went well, Sir Francis Bendick would help me write it. The Harris Townhome was located at number 3 Devonshire Terrace, Marylebone Street. I'll spell that for you, MaryleBon, Marylebone High Street, and was a testament in stone to the eccentric nature of its owner's marriage. Its exterior was modest and understated, a fitting facade for a Labour Party MP. The interior was altogether different. The rooms were large and curiously warm, furnished, as if by order of the MGM prop department, with antique cliché perfection. The walls, however, were bereft of the oversized, stodgy portraits of ancient ancestors and horses one might expect to find in such homes. Instead, they were festooned with Lady Harris's abstract paintings of mystical and Masonic themes, a few of which, I confess, I found to be nothing short of disturbing. I was billeted in a guest room large enough to swallow my entire bungalow back in Hollywood. I found the ancient canopied bed too soft to sleep in, so I spent a chilly and restless night stretched out on 2 chairs that I pushed near the fire. Yes, the bedrooms each had a coal-burning fireplace. The next morning, I was called downstairs to breakfast, only to discover that I was conspicuously underdressed. I self-consciously scooped a pile of scrambled eggs upon my plate and hoped that no one would mention the fact that I was not wearing a tie. I completely panicked when Lady Harris announced, we'll be dressing for tonight's dinner. By that I understood evening wear. And if I wasn't properly attired for a buffet breakfast, then I certainly wasn't likely to have white tie and tails in my Gladstone weekend bag. Over my grilled tomatoes and beans, I confess my lack of a wardrobe and threw myself upon the mercy of Lady Harris. She was not particularly amused or upset. You're about Percy's size. I'm sure we can find you something, was her only comment. After breakfast, she put me in the care of a gentleman I can only assume was Lord Harris's valet, and spent the remainder of the daylight hours trying on an endless array of his lordship's trousers, shirts, ties, stockings, braces, and shoes. What didn't fit was duly and truly altered. By the time I had secured an entire ensemble, I barely had time to bathe before the other guests and Sir Francis arrived. It was 5 p.m. and the Harris house smelled like an Indian restaurant. I was famished. I had eaten nothing since breakfast. I was still being fitted for my trousers when lunch was served. Frida, now that I was dressed properly, I felt comfortable calling her Frida, introduced me to the guests as they arrived and obligingly rattled off a breathless summary of each one's life and their connection with Crowley. This is Major General Fuller. You and Old Crow had a bit of falling out before the wars, didn't you, dear? Doesn't matter now. We all did sooner or later. General Fuller edited and contributed to Crowley's magazine, The Equinox, for the time. He wrote that glowing paean, The Star in the West. Oh, yes, and that was then that marvelous treasure house of images. Quite a military man, too, aren't you, Charles? Invented that dreadful concept of the nasties would end up calling blitzkrieg, and your ponderous tank warfare books and all that unpleasantness. Hitler just loved you before the war, didn't he, darling? The only Englishman he ever praised in public. Invited you to his birthday party, as I recall. Thank God you didn't go, old chum. You are so sweet to come tonight. Alister did love you. I know he did. She went on like that about everybody she introduced. She had a photographic memory and a biting wit. She told the guests remarkably little about me, however. That is, until Sir Francis arrived. After greeting the old man with a kiss, she grabbed my arm like a proud mother and introduced me to him. Francis, I would like you to meet Mr. Milo Harland, who has traveled all the way from Hollywood. He's a 9th degree member of Agape Lodge OTO and is in the movie business. He attended the master's funeral yesterday and he's staying with us for a few days more. Bendick interrupted her. Your wife, sir, is she well? When is she due? The old man blurted out the words without shaking my hand. It was obvious he was hard of hearing. He shouted as if everyone in the room was also deaf. His question surprised me. How on earth did he know Jean was pregnant? We hadn't even told our family and friends yet. Yes, sir. Very well indeed. The baby is due in July. I don't know why, but I took curious pleasure in sharing this information with him. Do you know shorthand? Was his next question. At first, I didn't quite know what he meant by the word shorthand. After all, in this crowd, shorthand might be an esoteric code for some exotic act of sexual magic. Shorthand? I awkwardly responded. Yes, boy, shorthand. Do you know shorthand? Are you fast? He bellowed. Then I realized that he was actually talking about shorthand dictation, a skill which I mastered years ago when I worked for Hal Roach. Why, yes, sir, as fast as you can talk. Good, you'll need to be fast, was his response. Frida, where can this young man and I be alone for a day or so? I couldn't believe my ears. I couldn't believe what was happening. It was as if he were reading my mind. I had barely spoken 2 words to the man, hadn't even asked him for an interview, and now he was arranging it all. It was a dream come true. You could use the library, Francis. Lady Harris seemed as surprised as I as the old man's request. It's quite warm and comfortable. We'll settle you two in right after dinner. Dinner, I thought. Thank the gods, I was nearly fainting from hunger. No time for dinner, old dear, he shouted. I plan on dying on Friday. The boy and I can't wait. Now, there's an announcement you don't hear every day. I, of course, thought he was joking. And even had I taken his words seriously, the gravity of the statement was completely buried by my hunger. I panicked at the thought that I might actually miss the spicy dinner I smelled cooking all day. The other guests took the announcement of his prophesied death with a stunned silence. Harris started to speak, but the old man shut her up with a slight elevation of his left eyebrow. A moment later, we were alone in the library, Sir Francis Bendick and my empty stomach. He pulled his chair directly opposite mine and studied me for what seemed an eternity. I tried to study him right back. He didn't look well. In fact, it appeared that the stiff texture of his formal attire was a suit of armor, an elegant black and white exoskeleton protecting a brilliant yet frail life form inside. Oddly enough, at the same time, I'd never been in the presence of anyone who seemed more alive and vibrant. The room around him seemed softly illuminated by warm, indirect lighting that radiated from every pore of his exposed skin. I forgot my hunger. I felt satisfied and nourished by this man's presence, fed on his light. This was magic, I thought. Real magic. Magic isn't something you do, it's something you are. He ignored my thought and began to speak. You think you want to produce a movie about Aleister Crowley, don't you? I started to answer, but he already knew the answer, and so continued. I believe you are sincere. I believe you are talented. I believe you can do it. I know for a fact, however, if you try to produce the film you think you want to make, your project will fail miserably. You will fail miserably. The world is not ready for this story, and it certainly cannot be told the way you think you want to tell it. Listen to me, I will be dead within the week. The handful of disciples in that dining room out there will grow old and die. Before the cock crows thrice, most of them will deny the master and try to get on with their lives. Aleister Crowley and his work will be nearly forgotten for the next 20 years or so. There's nothing you or I can do about it. I was stunned. I was angry. These are the words of a depressed and bitter old man. I wasn't going to let this old magician with no future tell me about mine. I wasn't going to tell him so, but that's what I was thinking. He paused for a moment, sat back in his chair. I squirmed a little when I realized he had heard my thoughts. I know how the future will unfold. Crowley and I discussed it in great length, discussed you in great length a fortnight ago. Hear me, Milo Harland. You will write a screenplay, a marvelous work, and I will help you write it. Tonight and tomorrow night, I will help you. It will be made into a feature film. It will be a modest financial success for nearly everyone involved in the project. But more importantly, it will endure. It will succeed in introducing the world to Aleister Crowley and the master he became. Succeed in capturing the spiritual imagination of those in every generation to follow, those who are ready to hear it. It will become the wonder story of a new era of human consciousness. He sat back in his chair and smiled most warmly. However, neither you nor I will see the film made, at least not in our present incarnations. That did it. I didn't care if this old fart could read my mind. I didn't care if he glowed like a Roman candle. He's barking mad. I only hoped I could at least scrape together a usable interview out of the old fool before he dropped dead. I cleared my throat and tried to sound like a movie producer. Yes, well, be that as it may, Sir Francis, I need to ask you a few questions about Crowley's life to help me get some facts straight. I want my work to be historically accurate as possible. You haven't heard a word I said, Brother Harland. This is the first time he addressed me as brother. As we were both ninth degree initiates of the Sovereign Sanctuary of the Gnosis of Crowley's magical fraternity, Ordo Templi Orientis, I was now obliged by magical oaths, too terrible to repeat, to respect his entreaty and at least hear him out. This story is bigger than the life of just one man, even a man as big and as great as Aleister Crowley. This story can't be told as a history because truth cannot be revealed in history. Objective reality is a very small reality. This story spans multiple lives and dimensions and centuries. It has to be told as a fairy tale, a myth, because fairy tales and myths are truer than history, truer than objective reality. They endure, they outlive history. He leaned forward and placed his hand on my knee and gently patted it. Please, Brother Harland, fetch your pad and pencil and allow me to tell you a fairy tale. And that's the end of chapter 1. And I think that's the end of my talk. I'll throw it open to anybody that wants to chat for another 15 minutes or so.
Wow, Lon, that was really great. Yeah, it sounds like it actually happened. That's really amazing. Some thoughts on the veracity of what you were just telling us.
Who, from me?
Yes, yeah, yeah. You could. This
Okay.
is all a work of fiction, but
Yeah,
it's,
oh yeah, it's a work of fiction and a fairy tale, what'll happen is Milo will start Sir Francis will start dictating the screenplay and the blocking and the whole complete with stage directions and fade ins and fade outs and stuff of Crowley, his life. But there's also flashbacks to Abramelin the Mage and Abraham the Jew. There's I take the magical duel between McGregor Mathers and Crowley to other wonderful other dimensions. I bring in other characters such as Annie Horniman and Francis Farr and Yeats or Florence Farr, and I even throw in. I take the liberty of throwing in Bram Stoker and the wonderful scenes worthy of almost slapstick interest is Crowley crashing into the Golden Dawn temple and taking it over with Mathers dressed in Highland gear. But anyway, it's a lot of fun, and it goes right up till the time just past Crowley's marriage, when he and Rose are spending the night in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. And so it's setting up for a sequel too. So Francis Bendick is one of the characters that Crowley wrote as. If you'll look in the Equinox, there's poems or articles written by Francis Bendick. the address and the thing about Harris and the details of the funeral and everything else are more or less taken from contemporary reports, and I tried to capture, my own understanding and opinion of the characters. So, but it makes no pretense of being anything but an homage to the mythological character of Aleister Crowley. When I first started this, I just love the Indiana Jones movies, especially the Lost Ark and the Holy Grail movies. And I love the character, and I love how Harrison Ford brought them to life and everything else. And I was thinking to myself, wouldn't we just love it if somebody on a PBS documentary or something said, and Indiana, there was a real Indiana Jones, and he was based on this real life character, this adventurous professor character. Now, think about it. Would that have made us appreciate the fictional character Indiana Jones so much more if we thought, shit, man, this is based on a real guy. I got to find out more about the real guy. And that's sort of where I was coming from. Wouldn't it be nice to fire in a very entertaining and dramatic way, fire the imaginations of people that wouldn't otherwise give Crowley and his life and his works a second thought. And then I sort of just all of my own internal objections to spending any creative time on an effort like this just sort of evaporated. I said, shit, yes. And I do put Crowley in what I feel is a fair but positive light, and I don't try to skate over his weirdness in any way. As a matter of fact, there's wonderful scenes of his weirdness, and you love him for his weirdness, which I think we all or most of us love him for most of his weirdnesses. But anyway, so that's that. And I thought it'd be fun to share that with you today.
Well, what do you think of the Strange Angel in that regard? It's kind of like a similar thing, but on Jack Parsons. And we have, of course, Aleister Crowley having a lunch with Parsons in a cafe in his astral form, which kind of blew it for me. But what do you think of it?
Oh, I haven't seen it. And we don't, we're poor folk. We don't even have cable or anything like that. But theoretically, or I'm not opposed to that generally because of the same thing I just got through saying. And, if this would turn into a mini series, I'm sure it'd go to shit right in front of me. Not only that, but even if it went into a film, I fully expect it to go to shit right in front of me too. But at least I gave it my best, my best shot. And if it was be produced pretty much the way I've laid it out here, I think all of us would sort of get a wonderful kick out of it. So I've heard wonderful things about Strange Angel, and I've heard not so wonderful things about it. But I tell you, if it made anybody, also along the lines of Strange Angels, have you seen the Jack Parsons Drunk History episode?
That's great. I saw that. That's pretty funny. Strange Angels, definitely worth a watch. I thought the first season was great. I saw it just after reading Martin Starr's excellent The Unknown God, which is up there in my top kind of historical books on the whole scene. I thought he kind of, stuck to kind of some of the parts of that, and the flavor of it pretty good, combined it with the Jack Parsons story. So I definitely recommend checking it out. I guess we should start getting ready for our next presenter. Oh, go ahead, Lon. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm ready. I've had the door closed here. And
okay,
it's
and our next presenter. Nice. Our next presenter is the incredible Richard Kaczinsky, probably the foremost OTO Crowley historian in the world, and he's going to be talking about Aleister Crowley. Oh, is it right? It's Michael Staley. Is Michael Staley there?
Yeah,
sorry,
I'm
man.
here.
I keep messing up with my timetable. Okay, next presenter is, so we changed my biography, and sorry everybody for my unprofessionalism here. I should be looking at the schedule. Michael Staley is here to give a talk on my former neighbor, Charles Stansfeld Jones. I actually found out while I was working on Liber 420 that I lived just a few doors away from where Charles Stansfeld Jones had his revelation of the Aeon of Maat in 1948. I, of course, wasn't born until 1962, but I'm pretty sure I met his widow as a kid. I had been saying a witch lived in a house, and my friend's mother, this lady was watching us play all the time, and I must have been about 8 or 9 or something like that. I don't know why I got it in my head, but I was taking my friend's mother to meet the old woman to show me that she wasn't a witch. She was just a nice old lady. And I'm pretty sure that was Ruby Jones. And so I feel pretty connected to the whole story as it took place on my childhood street, and so much of Jones' own interest in Deep Cove, the area where I grew up and where he lived. He really, really loved that area and mentions it a lot in his letters and things like that. And so he had his incredible revelation of the Aeon of Maat. And we have our next speaker, Michael Staley, speaking to us from England. It's Michael Staley, not Richard. And he's going to be presenting a talk based around his incredible new book, The Incoming Aeon of Maat, Letters Between Charles Stansfeld Jones and Gerald Yorke. And really looking forward to this talk. And we had originally planned to have a conference coinciding with Camp Crowley before all this COVID hit. And here's Michael's new book. We were going to call the conference, because it's held in Vancouver, the Frater Achad Symposium of the Occult Arts. Maybe that'll happen sometime. If we get through this COVID stuff and get through to the other end. And Michael Staley, we're going to pass over hosting capabilities to you.
Done. Okay.
And you should be able to, yeah. Have you got the hosting capabilities?
You should have it.
You should have it.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll click share screen.
Absolutely. You're in control. Can you make him full screen? Yep, that's probably him. There we go.
Wunderbar. All right, I'm going to mute it. I'm going to mute us.
Okay, can you see?
We can see.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing this evening is my talk really falls into 3 parts. The first part, and I think it's very necessary, is a brief overview of the Achad-Crowley relationship. I think this is necessary because the fact is that there's surprisingly large common ground between Achad and Crowley on the Aeon of Maat, surprisingly large. And then after that, I want to go on and consider a couple of other developments. And then I'm planning to draw upon my own experience. Okay. So Charles Stansfeld Jones was born in Fulham, London, on the 2nd of April, 1888. He came across Crowley's journal, The Equinox, in 1909 and joined the AA as a probationer later that year. He took the name Achad, a Hebrew word meaning one. His supervisor in the AA was initially J.F.C. Fuller. And when Fuller broke with Crowley over the so-called Looking Glass trial, Crowley became the direct supervisor of Achad, and he began to take a keen interest in Achad. This first slide, it's a photograph that comes from relatively early in Achad's AA career, around 1913, and it shows his arm replete with cuts from the practice of Liber, as it would. Liber involved trying not to use a common word, such as I, and cutting oneself with a razor blade every time the word was uttered. The idea was to encourage self-discipline and vigilance. This is another photograph from round about this time, showing Achad, well, as you can see, kneeling at an altar. I think this is in the Vancouver Agape Temple or Lodge, but I can't be sure about that, so I won't state that with definiteness. Achad was also a member of the OTO, and he made rapid progress through the grades of the OTO, establishing a lodge of the OTO in Vancouver. I believe this photograph is taken from there. In June 1916, Crowley granted Achad the 9th degree. The letter granting Achad the 9th degree is dated Moon in Libra, which would make it 10th to the 12th of June. And that's actually the letter. I think it's very interesting to look at the date here, because we'll come in a moment to the events that made Crowley see Achad as his magical son, but we're only 1 or 2 weeks away from this now. This was a time of intense mystical and magical activity for Achad, as an account that he gave some years subsequent to this makes clear. He says, the culmination came at the summer solstice of 1916, when, having done my best to strip myself of all that I had and was in the personal sense, I underwent a great initiation, obtaining, for one thing, Atma Dhyana, and with it, or following it, a very great spiritual insight into the workings of the order of the AA and into the cosmic plan on the higher planes. This experience, as was afterwards discovered, clearly indicated the fulfillment of a prophecy made in 1904, before I knew anything of the order, and gave me a certain magical link with the outer head of the order, which he could not but recognize and has since continued to do so. Now, interestingly enough, that was written in 1924, and obviously the person to whom a magical link was made was Crowley, so Achad at least still in 1924 considered that link there. This attainment of Achad's had a considerable impact on Crowley. For several years, Crowley had been preoccupied with the need for a successor. He envisaged a successor as a magical son, and he conducted a series of sex magical operations for that purpose. Achad, who was technically a zealoter in the AA, took the oath of the abyss on the 21st June 1916, swearing to interpret every event as a particular dealing of God with his soul. He was reborn as Frater OIVVIO, Magister Templi. On hearing this news, Crowley decided that Achad was clearly the magical son, born from the sex magical operations which he had undertaken. Furthermore, because of Achad's magical motto, meaning one, he decided that Achad was the one spoken of in the Book of the Law, who would come after the beast and who would solve the mysteries of the book that he, the beast, couldn't. Crowley gave an account of this in his magical diary entry for August the 21st, 1916, and I want to read this to you now. An amazing discovery. The operations to have a child by Hilarion on July the 8th, 1916 onwards, 7 in all, and 1 upon Helen Wesley, ended September the 12th and September the 16th with 3 operations at the beginning and the end of Catamenia. These operations are described as particularly good. On September the 23rd, the word of the equinox was nebulae, i.e. the babe of the universe, as I now see it. This equinox, the word is Sol Omon, the child of David's adultery. Now, OIV-VIO was born on June the 21st, exactly 9 months after the Liber equinox. On conclusion of the equinox ceremony, Hilarion had seduced me, and I had concentrated on the word just obtained. It is really very remarkable that I did no operation for a child after September the 12th to the 16th. We were at Vancouver in October 1919, I 2 or 3 days earlier. It is to be noted, too, that Hilarion was the perfect scarlet woman, as described in chapter 3, verse 44 of the Book of the Law. Then, OIV-VIO may be the child coming from no expected house, since I always thought of a material baby and never tried for a spiritual son. And yet, the child of my bowels, since OIV-VIO has Sagittarius on the ascendant, and Sagittarius is on the cusp of my 6th house, Virgo, the bowels, and also because I did the 9th degree operations for him upon the body of Hilarion. Anyway, as a result of all this, Achad became effectively Crowley's right-hand man. At the end of March 1918, Achad sold up everything that he had and moved to New York to take part in many of the subsequent sessions of the Amalantrah working, which had started in September that year. The existing record of the Amalantrah working concludes in June 1918, and shortly afterwards, Crowley went to Esopus Island for a magical retirement. He was visited on occasions by his former mistress and seer of the Amalantrah working, Roddy Minor, and on other occasions by Achad. Shortly afterwards, in September 1918, Achad began to have a series of insights into the Book of the Law. He came to see that the Hebrew word al and its reverse, la, meaning God and not, respectively, were the key to understanding the book. He started recording this and other insights in a document that consisted largely of diary entries, and he later called this Liber 31. He chose this name because the Hebrew word al enumerates as 31. Achad completed Liber 31 in early November 1918, but decided not to pass it to Crowley for the time being. In March 1919, Crowley published The Blue Equinox. This issue included extracts from Achad's magical records as the first part of several projected parts setting out Achad's attainment as a master of the temple. This part of The Blue Equinox was accompanied by a photograph of Achad showing him in meditation, and that's the one there. In September 1919, Achad finally sent Crowley his insights into Al as the key to the Book of the Law, and as he had embodied them in Liber 31. This slide here, it shows a page from Liber 31, actually the title page. This is not the original document from 1919, but a copy which Achad had typed for Gerald Yorke. Crowley was overjoyed to receive this and overjoyed at Achad's insights, and his reaction was sent as a postcard to Achad, and Achad's actually recorded the reaction at the bottom of this title page. It is line 418, sorry, line drawn equals 418, thou knowest not. Your key opens palace. Liber 220 has unfolded like a flower, all solved, even 276 and 347. Did you know that pi equals 3.141593? And oh, lots more. In this brief ecstatic reaction, CCXX 220 is another name for the Book of the Law. 276 and 347 are particularly enigmatic verses which Crowley hadn't understood until then, and they appear to be a cipher. Well, as I said, Crowley was delighted, and in recognition of this massive contribution, he enhanced the title of the Book of the Law to Liber Alvel Legis, from Liber Legis, to incorporate Achad's insights. Now, unfortunately, this was the high point of the relationship between Achad and Crowley, and shortly afterwards, relations between the two men became strained. In 1920, Achad had been introduced to another order, the Universal Brotherhood, of which Crowley took a particularly dim view, regarding it as fraudulent. The Universal Brotherhood appears to have been founded sometime during the second half of the 19th century, and it was an order with, should we say, Christian roots, but the sort of Christianity we're talking about is what they refer to as High Church, bordering on Roman Catholic, really. Achad tried to interest his friends and colleagues in the Universal Brotherhood with varying degrees of success. Nevertheless, he became increasingly absorbed in the work of the Universal Brotherhood throughout the 1920s, to Crowley's considerable annoyance, because Crowley thought that Achad was thereby neglecting his duties. Anyway, Achad actually prospered in the Universal Brotherhood, and sometime in the late 20s, early 1930s, he actually became the head. To add further to the tension between Crowley and Achad, in 1921, the then head of the OTO, Theodore Royce, issued Achad with a charter appointing him as head of the OTO for North America. This was particularly galling for Crowley because Crowley had maintained that the charter that he'd got from Royce back in 1912 and 1913 covered the United States. Achad was soon challenging him on this point and seeking clarification. This tension with Crowley notwithstanding, this period of the early to mid-20s was actually a very creative one for Achad. He published Shubiel, or The Bride's Reception, in 1922, The Egyptian Revival in 1923, and The Anatomy of the Body of God in 1925. These are considered his 3 major works, but he also published many others. In 1923 alone, he published 3 further titles: 31 Hymns to the Star Goddess, Crystal Vision Through Crystal Gazing, and The Chalice of Ecstasy. He also published at this time a diagram, The Wheel of the Tarot, which is here. It's very, very complex. It basically plots the various cards of the tarot against the wheel of the zodiac, the zodiacal signs. I've been using this myself for about a year now in some private work from private ritual work that I do, and it's a very intense piece of work. In addition, though, to all this, Achad contributed a large number of articles, many of them published in the magazine with which he was associated at this time, the Occult Press Review. This here is the cover of one of his issues, and it contains an article by Achad. Not so much an article, it was his review of a book by Dr. Raymond Buck called Cosmic Consciousness. It's excellent, absolutely excellent. He also actually devised some songs they called 3 Songs of the New Aeon. Enclosed here are the Ibis, the Bennu Bird, and the Star Goddess. So he was a bit of a polymath, really. Now, for some years, Achad had also become extremely interested in references in the Book of the Law, chapter 3, verse 34, which Crowley had interpreted as referring to the Aeon to succeed the Aeon of Maat. Sorry, the Aeon of Horus. Getting a bit in front of myself here. Anyway, the verse in the Book of the Law reads, "But your holy place shall be untouched throughout the centuries. Though with fire and with sword it be burnt down and shattered, yet an invisible house there standeth, and shall stand until the fall of the great equinox, when Hurumarkis shall arise and the double-wanded one assume my throne and place." Crowley's old comment to this verse included the following passage. "Following him, Horus, will arise the equinox of Maat, the goddess of justice. It may be 100 or 10,000 years from now, for the computation of time is not here as there." Crowley's new comment, written in the early 1920s at Châteauroux, makes a further interesting remark on the relationship between the 2 eons. "There is no violent antithesis as that between Osiris and Horus. Strength will prepare the reign of justice. We should begin already, as I deem, to regard this justice as the ideal, whose way we should make ready by virtue of our force and fire." The Aeon to come after Horus was characterized by Achad as the Aeon of truth and justice, and also known as the Aeon of Maat, or Maat. Crowley was interested in this too, as I think these two comments, the old comment and the new comment, demonstrate. But more than anything else, he was focused on the Aeon of Horus, and he expected Achad to concentrate on assisting him in his work of promulgating the Aeon of Horus. Well, there was still yet other sources of tension going into this rather febrile mix. As we've seen, Achad was by now writing and publishing his own books, and Crowley disliked them intensely. Another major source of tension was over Crowley's stock of books, which he had arranged to be sent over from England. Achad arranged and paid for their storage. He was authorized by Crowley to sell these books, keeping a proportion of the money for himself and forwarding the rest to Crowley. Well, Crowley received little in the way of money, and he came to suspect that Achad was defrauding him. He set up a committee with 3 hand-picked members to investigate the matter. Perhaps not surprisingly, the committee found in Crowley's favour an illegal document, the release, was drawn up by legal representatives on both sides to settle and then to sever financial relations between the 2 men. And this document was executed on the 4th of June, 1926. As we've seen earlier, for some years, Achad had focused his work in the Universal Brotherhood, and that work continued and indeed intensified throughout the period of deteriorating relations with Crowley, and including this rather long-running dispute over the books. Shortly before the final legal document, the release, was executed, Achad received a word, monio. I've not come across any accounts by Achad of how this word was received, nor what he thought that it signified. Many years later, in his correspondence of 1948 with Gerald Yorke, he speculated that this word monio may have been the word which Crowley had tried and failed to receive in connection with his attainment to the grade of Magus. Writing to Yorke in 1948, Achad quoted from a letter which Crowley had written to him in July 1916 about the problems he was having, waiting to receive his word as Magus. I'm still in profundis. I wrote an essay on God as a sadist 2 days ago, and yesterday went through a big magical ceremony, but nothing seems to revive me. I can't learn to wait for the word properly. I believe if I could only do that for 10 minutes, the word would come. And then, continuing his letter to Yorke in 1948, he went on, about 10 years later, on May the 8th, 1926, at 6:19 p.m. in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, in the presence of a living witness to whom it was immediately communicated, the word was obtained by one which Liber prophesied should obtain the key of it all. This word, when comprehended rightly, clearly shows this, for it contains many formulae and special virtues. After this, Achad's initiations continued in 1932 with what he referred to as the Silver Star initiations, and to mark which he designed a particularly lovely letterhead that he used henceforth. And indeed, most of his letters to Yorke actually are on this letterhead. That's got a sort of furry appearance because it had to be scanned from a letter, the paper of which has got a rough texture. And so that's how it came out. He wrote to Crowley that year in rather humorous terms, letting him know about the initiations, firstly the reception of Monio, and secondly the Silver Star initiations. But he tended to have very, very waspish humour, and Crowley really didn't appreciate it, replied tersely, that was that. Well, a number of years passed, And the silence between the two men was next broken by Crowley in 1936. He was working on the Equinox of the Gods, and he wished to write about Achad's discovery in 1918 of Al as the key to the Book of the Law. These insights, which Achad had recorded in Liber 31, that he given to Crowley, that Crowley was very enthusiastic about. For a while, this correspondence in 1936 between the two men was respectful and positive. Crowley stating that he thought that Achad's role in plumbing the depths of the Book of the Law had a lot further to go. He also acknowledged Achad's role in preparing for the Aeon of Truth and Justice. Take, for instance, this passage from a letter that Crowley wrote in July 1936. Your preparations for the Aeon of Justice seem to me personal to yourself, incidents in the course of your initiation, and I have no doubt that they will flower at the fall of the great equinox. But I think that your position in respect to the Aeon of Horus is to be considered of supreme importance at this juncture. I do not at all think that your work in respect of the Book of the Law has passed beyond its beginning. I regard the curious experience through which you have passed as a necessary training for your full assumption of your office. Well, this was the high point, and I think it actually says quite a lot. But shortly afterwards, the correspondence descended into mutual suspicion and acrimony, and Crowley dredged up yet again his conviction, his suspicion that Achad had stolen his books and was waiting for his, Crowley's, death before bringing them out to sell at a vast profit. Anyway, it went from bad to worse, and the correspondence ended with Crowley issuing a notice of the expulsion of Achad from the OTO. In 1936, whilst all this was going on, in May 1936 to be precise, Achad established a lodge, Emmanuel Lodge, for the purpose of the ritual transmission of Munio. It was to be concentrated in 3 initiatory degrees. Interestingly, he established the lodge not within the Universal Brotherhood, but using a charter he had received from Heinrich Trenker, the German OTO head, in 1924 for the establishment of a branch of Pansophia in America. Well, Achad being Achad, he made it into a letterhead that he used. He used for the purpose of communication between various members of the lodge, and also used on notepaper to Yorke when he told him about this lodge. And that's it. As you can see, it's a very, very beautiful thing. Authorised by letters patent in 1924, that refers to the charter that I mentioned a minute or two ago from Heinrich Trenker. The interesting thing is that Achad appears not to have done anything with this charter up until this point. So one wonders exactly why he chose to activate it now. Although Achad did attempt contact a couple of times before Crowley's death, the two men actually had no further contact apart from a very indirect letter from Achad to Crowley via his friend Handbook. But Crowley was very dismissive of this, and that came to no direct contact between them. After Crowley's death in December 1947, his friend, longtime supporter and one-time disciple in the AA, Gerald Yorke, was ordering Crowley's papers. Crowley had directed in his will that his papers be sent over to his nominated successor in the OTO and in the AA, Carl Germer. And Yorke was the person gathering them together. He noticed that amongst these papers, there wasn't a copy of Liber 31, Achad's discovery of the importance of vow to the Book of the Law, and he thought there should be. So he wrote to Achad asking for a copy. Achad actually had it typed up again and sent him a copy, but more to the point, it sparked off a correspondence between the two men that went on throughout 1948 and 1949. I was very copious and had an absolutely riveting amount of detail about the relationships of both men to Crowley. Achad's letters in particular are an absolute mine of information. And then suddenly, in early April 1948, Achad announced that he had detected the incoming of the Aeon of Truth and Justice. This was something that subsequently was discussed at great length in the correspondence between Achad and Yorke. Yorke made it plain that he'd never been happy with what he saw as the harshness, the force and fire of Horus, and was only too happy at the idea that there might be something that would ameliorate this harshness, this what he saw as this unnecessary cruelty of the force and fire of Horus. However, he could not believe that the Aeon of Horus had ended after a mere 44 years from 1904. Achad maintained that the incoming of the Aeon of Truth and Justice did not mean that the Aeon of Horus had been cut short, but that on the contrary, the Aeon of Horus was continued in the Aeon of Truth and Justice. Interestingly, support for this view can be found in Crowley's work. For instance, the new comment, which I read out earlier, I'll read out the relevant passage again because I can't expect you to have committed all my words to memory, doubtlessly profound though they are. So Crowley says, apropos this, note the close connection between Leo and Liber in the Tarot. The numbers 8 and 11, that's adjustment and lust, being interchanged with 11 and 8. There is no violent antithesis as that between Osiris and Horus. Strength will prepare the reign of justice. We should begin already, as I deem, to regard this justice as the ideal, whose way we should make ready by virtue of our force and fire. So, to my mind, what this shows is that this wasn't really very much out of line with what Crowley himself thought. Then, in the summer of 1948, Yorke became aware that Achad had recently come across a collection of diaries, notebooks and typescripts that Crowley had left with Achad when leaving America for Chifaloo. Seems Achad had just put them up in his attic and forgotten about them. Being a collector, Yorke was anxious to get his hands on these documents, or at least on copies of them. Achad, though, was hesitant. Yorke pushed a little too hard, and as a result, relations between Achad and he cooled significantly, as did the frequency of writing. This slide shows Achad in middle age, as he would have been at the time of the correspondence with Yorke. His face wasn't really that blurry. It's just a very low resolution photograph. And this is a photograph of Gerald Yorke on holiday in the late 1940s in the north of England, in the Lake District. And he's with his eldest son, Michael. Sorry, John, not Michael. Michael's me. And so this is how Yorke would have been at the time of the correspondence of 1948, 1949. This here is a letterhead, another letterhead that Achad had made up in March 1943 when he had an important insight into the word manifestation. And I'll come on to that in a minute. Achad died in February 1950. His work on the Aeon of Maat was not really continued by his successors in the Universal Brotherhood. I don't think they really understood Achad's work, but they sensed that it was important and should be preserved in case the time came when it could be understood. This is conveyed in the letter of an unknown correspondent to John Cowell, Achad's successor. As I see it, the thing to do is to obtain the other copy of Liber 31 from Molina. Molina was Achad's wife in the UB. And when I return all the papers you have sent me without retyping them, they should be put together in our archives. I've arrived at this opinion by a close study of the Achad Yorke letters, and as already suggested, you can only see the whole picture by a light study of them. Certainly, the letters should form part of the record and be included in the archives also. Then the entire work will be preserved for some future person, providentially raised up and qualified to deal with it. There is an interesting parallel, I think, with the work of Jack Parsons. Like Achad, he saw a need for an ameliorating feminine influence to assuage the harshness of the force and fire of Horus, and he expressed this in terms of tetragrammaton, Yod-Heh Vav-Heh. He conceived of this force as Babylon, and he wrote about this in an untitled essay as yet unpublished, the transcript of which survives in the Gerald Yorke collection at the Warburg in London. He says, "The Aeon of Horus is of the nature of a child. To perceive this, we must conceive of the nature of a child without the veil of sentimentality, beyond good and evil, perfectly gentle, perfectly ruthless, containing all possibilities within the limits of heredity, and highly susceptible to training and environment. But the nature of Horus is also the nature of force, blind, terrible, unlimited force. That is why the West stands in imminent danger of annihilation. That is why the West also stands in the possibility of the most rapid and tremendous evolution that the world has ever known. The balance must be love and understanding, or else all else fails. Now we have said enough for this place. Then let the student read and meditate upon the ritual of Horus, constructing the total nature of Horus out of the polyphony of the component concepts. And, if he dare, let him invoke Horus and partake of the power and energy that is his right under the new Aeon. And let him also consider the love whereby Horus may be fulfilled and dignified. And meditating on this, let him prevision and invoke that which is to come. And he expands on this in a paragraph a bit later on. This is where he likens it to Yod-Heh Vav-Heh. Among the ancient Hebrews, the name of God was Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, This is perhaps the most magnificent formula ever devised for symbolizing at once the whole process of nature and the highest accounts of magic. Yod symbolizes God as the primal father, the solar phallic creative will or fire. He symbolizes God as the mother, the feminine generative principle, the passive will or water. Vav symbolizes God as the son, the male child of the father and of the mother, the will to go, air. Hey final symbolizes God as the daughter, Babylon, she who is to come, Earth, the virgin who unites with the father, stimulates him to reactivity, and begins the generative process all over again. The cycle is closed, the process is eternal, and contains within itself the seeds of all possibility. Well, skipping ahead a good few years, in the early 1970s, a woman in America, Margaret Ingalls, received a text which purported to be from the Aeon of Maat, which in this text was characterized as some 2,000 years hence. This text was Liber Penne Praenumbra, the book of the foreshadowing of the feather. Margaret Ingalls was impressed to send a copy of this to Kenneth Grant, whose third book, Cults of the Shadow, was being printed at the time. In late 1950, at Yorke's request, Grant had made typed copies of the letters between Yorke and Achad. Although he had been broadly sceptical of the incoming of the Aeon of Maat, as outlined by Achad, and indeed he said as much in the chapter on Achad in Cults of the Shadow, it is clear from the early correspondence with Margaret Ingalls that he was beginning to revise his opinion before she wrote to him. Grant made references to her work in his next book, Night Side of Eden. However, it is his book after that, Outside the Circles of Time, which makes a much more detailed study of the received texts and other documents which Margaret Ingalls generated subsequently. Before receiving the text of Liber Penne Praenumbra, Margaret Ingalls had not come across the Achad-Yorke correspondence, and there are few points of similarity between what she received and Achad's work. However, the sense emerges of the Aeons of Horus and Maat comprising the double current, which fits quite well with Achad's contention to Yorke in 1948 that the Aeon of Maat was the fulfillment and continuation of the Aeon of Horus. Grant made a link between Achad's work and his earlier participation in 1918 in the Amalantrah working. The egg was a predominant feature of many of the sessions which comprised the Amalantrah working. And the egg entered into Achad's work overtly in a very curious fashion. In March 1948, it struck Achad that there was something significant about the word manifestation. This word occurs in the first and last verses of the Nuit chapter of the Book of the Law. He became convinced that this was the secret word of Nuit, referred to elsewhere in that chapter. Now, manifestation, when transliterated into Hebrew characters, enumerates as 257. Taking the word monio, which is clearly a foreshadowing of the word manifestation, we get monio equaling 107. The remaining letters, we get 150. Now, 107, he linked via gematria to Baitza, egg. 150, he linked to QN, Ness. Thus, manifestation, he was able to parallel in this way with egg and Ness, and more succinctly as the egg within the Ness. Achad didn't have much to say about the nature of the Aeon of Maat, about what it might mean, and so forth. He was, I think, simply recording the birth of a new Aeon, and the nature of it will become apparent as it unfolds. Thus, I can't tell you here tonight what it all means. There is a point of view that the Aeons are not spans of time, but states of awareness. In my own experience, I've come to identify the Aeon of Maat with the clarity of Advaita Vedanta. For me, the word Thelema indicates not a personal true will, which is buried within us each, waiting to be discovered, but rather a cosmic suprapersonal will, the will of God, the will of the cosmos. I use Achad's word of 1926, manio, in my magical work and find it very fertile and full of potential. I mentioned a little bit earlier that Achad's colleagues in the Universal Brotherhood saw the need to preserve the Achad's work, and in particular the correspondence with Gerald Yorke, for future people to arise who might understand it. In fact, this isn't in terms of a person, a big beast, a successor to Crowley, to Achad, and various people in between like Grant. I think actually that anyone who chooses to work with this material is thereby a successor, succeeding to Achad. Anybody who's influenced by his work, who tries to plumb the depths. I'd like to, about a year before the publication of The Incoming of the Aeon of Maat, I was going through, for the umpteenth time, you just can't imagine how much bloody proofreading I did of that book. And I came to an account, this account of Achad, whereby he was talking about the discovery of manifestation, the discovery of egg and nest. And suddenly something struck me forcibly that hadn't struck me before. I meet with some colleagues in a lodge, well, once every few weeks. Well, I mean, obviously we're meeting via Zoom present. Anyway, basically it's a lodge of work upon Lam, the Lamal Lodge, within Order Typhonis. And our current method of working actually takes elements from a particular scene of the Amalantra working. And the locale, the location for this working is, there is a ring of mountain ranges, and within this there's a lake. Within the lake is an island, and this island is actually, contains actually the woodland glade from the Amalantra working, and it's and it runs up into woodland, etc. And we work in the imagination, but all of a sudden, as I say, I was struck by the fact that, unbeknownst to us for all this time, we've actually somehow been influenced by Achad's work, by this particular realization of Achad. Similarly, I've been very struck by the word of 1926, manio. I use that, I vibrate it, I use it in this particular lunar working that I've been occupied on now for the best part of the year. And I have to say that I find it bloody good. I rather love it. I would even go so far as to say that it is this word manio, which is at the root of Achad's work. It is this word manio that later came into fuller view as manifestation, and that actually triggered the incoming of the Aeon of Maat in 1948. I believe that the work that Achad did vibrating this word ritually in 1936 in a manual lodge, I think that has carried on vibrating, and it is this that has led to the upsurge of interest in Achad that I've noticed over the last few years. Well, I'd like to bring this to a close by reading out one of Achad's hymns in his 31 hymns to the Star Goddess. This one is actually hymn number 30, Justice. I am a fool, O beloved, and therefore am I one or naught, as the fancy takes me. Now I am come to justice, so that I may be all or naught, according to the direction of vision. No breath may stir the feather of truth. Therefore is justice alone in L. Yet the ox goad is motion, and the breath matter, if it be called the ox, which is also A. How foolish are these thoughts, which are but as the sword in the hand of justice. They are as unbalanced as the scales that stir not, being fixed in the grasp of the figure of law above the courthouse of a great city. But thou hast said, love is the law, love under will. And love is the will to change, and change is the will to love. Even in the stern outline of the scales of justice, do I perceive the instrument of love. And in the life sentence, the mystery of imprisonment in thy being, O beloved. Thank you. It's the end.
Just a second here.
Wow, that was amazing.
Thank you, Michael Staley. That was absolutely fabulous. I think we're clapping here for everybody that listened to the presentation. That brings some fresh new air and everything. Yeah, thank you so much. And it's open up for questions. We got a few minutes here before we get on to our next speaker, who I've introduced 3 times, Richard Kaczinsky. So we got a few minutes if somebody has some questions. Any questions? Michael, I don't think Michael met Achad. No, Michael's like not too much older than me. You never met. He knew Kenneth Grant.
You worked with Kenneth Grant, correct?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I knew Kenneth from the mid-1970s, becoming a member.
Do you know how much of the?
I'm sorry?
Do you know how much of the content of the? I'm wondering if you know how much of the content of the tunnels of Set in the Night Side of Eden were taken from Achad, or how much were Grant's original work?
To be honest, it's Grant's original work. With Night Side of Eden, it's divided into 2 parts. It's the second part, which is the tunnels of Set. The first part is a number of chapters on various topics, and it's amongst those chapters that Andahadna, Margaret Ingalls, Nema, is first introduced. But no, I get the impression that the work on the tunnels of Set really is something that he developed from New Isis Lodge.
Yeah, I always thought it was his original work, but then some people were proposing other ideas. But it is his original work.
I don't think that Achad ever did that sort of work, really.
No. Thank you.
That's okay.
You know, I noticed like the modern Universal Brotherhood, they have a website, The Great Circle, and it's like Steiner's mentioned and other people that were in their past mentioned, but it's like Achad's completely missing from the history that they offer. And I was wondering if you thought that there was any reason why that.
Yeah, I do really.
Do you think there's a?
Well, you see, I mean, to be honest, I kind of rather have the impression that the Universal Brotherhood tended to be organized in cells with different kind of streams. And I think it was a very specific stream that Achad joined, of which he became the head in the late 20s, early 30s, and of which he himself was succeeded by his student John Cowell. So it kind of sounds to me as if this revived Universal Brotherhood comes from another stream that I could never encountered. Well, you know, that's my theory anyway.
Do you know anything about his relationship with the avant-garde artist Harry Smith?
No, I don't actually. Basically, I co-edited and co-commented and co-footnoted The Incoming of the Aeon and Maat with a friend of mine, Michael Barham, a collector, and he actually knows much more about this relationship with Harry Clark, and he commented on it in the introduction to the book. But I myself don't know very much about that, I'm afraid. Oh, sorry, is it Harry Clark or Harry Smith?
Well,
Harry Smith.
I think it's Harry Smith. Yeah, Harry Smith. I thought maybe I'd messed up. No, it's Harry Smith. Yeah, interesting. Well, I guess we should probably start switching Richard over to the. Can you switch him over to have control of the thing? And our next speaker, third time's the charm, I've introduced him a few times already, is the great Richard Kaczinsky, probably the foremost historian on Crowley and matters involving the OTO and Crowley-related stuff. His biography, Perdurabo, The Life of Aleister Crowley, is a must-read for anybody that wants to really understand Aleister Crowley, and his book, The Forgotten Templars, fills in so many holes regarding the origins of the Knight Templar. It as well is an important volume, and Richard is to be respected by one and all. And here he is at the final hour, and Richard Kaczinsky, take it away.
Well, thank you so much. First, let me ask, are you able to hear me okay? Is my volume level all right?
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
Super. Michael, so glad to hear from you. Sorry we couldn't be doing this in person. And you're certainly a tough act to follow. There's a number of things in your talk that made me sit up and take notice. I may drop you a line later this week about it.
Okay.
But yes, thank you to Chris and Soma Institute for inviting me to address all of you today, and thank all of you for taking time out of your day to tune in. As Chris had said, I'm here to talk about the life of Aleister Crowley as part of a celebration of his birthday today. And what I will do with my talk here today is I will start with a little bit of a presentation just to kind of give a overview of, very briefly, of Crowley's life. And then what we'll be able to do is go into more detail on various aspects of his life. Because one of the things to me that's fascinating about Crowley is that there are so many facets and there's so many sides to him, and we could do a whole talk on any one of them. And in fact, I have given talks on many of these facets, just focusing on one of them. But what I'll be able to do, though, is be able to turn over control to all of you to decide, what you want to hear more about. And this is generally a little bit more of an interactive talk, so doing this via Zoom might be kind of tricky. But we'll do the best we can, and this will be a little bit more of a, I don't know, multimedia turned down version of the usual talks, just because I'm not sure if my speaking audio and my computer audio for some of the multimedia stuff will work. So if you have a chance to catch this talk again with all the bells and whistles, you may want to do that. So for now, let me share my screen with you. Actually, I should probably launch my talk first. Let's see. Just bear with me a moment.
Can you turn the sound up? Mute yourself.
All right, so now I should be seeing my first slide.
Yep, looks good, Richard.
Yes, all right. And let me move the chat window out of the way so I can. All right, so what you're seeing here is the cover of my biography of Aleister Crowley, Perdurabo, The Life of Aleister Crowley. This is the revised and expanded edition of a book that was originally published in 2002. And actually, it turns out this edition was published in 2010, which makes this year the 10-year anniversary of this substantially expanded edition of the book. And again, this is not to be confused with the earlier edition. Okay, now my advance button does not seem to be working. Although, now let's try this. There we go. Not to be confused with the original edition, which we don't talk about anymore. Just joking. But anyway, as you might have gathered, I have written, contributed to various books, journals, documentaries, and a few others kind of shown here. And the books I'm probably best known for include Perdurabo, which pictured here in the middle, Forgotten Templars, which Chris had mentioned, is my history of the origins of Ordo Templi Orientis up to and including, the beginning of Crowley's involvement. And then on the right here, we see Panic in Detroit, which is an expanded edition of a book I put out a few years ago. And this was just put out in this new edition last summer. It's about twice as long as the first edition and is readily available, whereas the original was kind of a small press limited edition. Finally, I'd be remiss if I failed to mention that late this year or early next, the printing gods being with us, we'll see the release of a edited and annotated edition of Aleister Crowley's book, The Sword of Song, which should be pretty exciting. I'm excited about it, at least, that it will feature for the first time Crowley's book, Sword of Song, separately published for the first time since 1904. And I've gone through and heavily annotated all the obscure references, the things that he talks about that refer to current events that are no longer current and we may have forgotten in the ensuing 116 years what he was going on about. And I think that will help make the book a lot more intelligible. And in addition, I've gone back through Crowley's manuscripts and typescripts of the book and spent a lot of time talking about changes that were made, lines that were deleted, verses that were deleted and changed, and so on. So we'll really give an unprecedented look into Crowley's process in creating this remarkable book. Well, all that being said, let us go on to who was Aleister Crowley. And again, the idea of these various pictures we see here is to drive home the fact, the idea that I presented earlier is that Crowley is someone for whom there are many, many sides. And just a few of these are illustrated here. And what I'd like to do to drive this point home is to share with you a couple of quotes. One of these is from Henry Hall, who wrote an article on Aleister Crowley, introducing him to American readers when Crowley arrived on Halloween, basically, in 1915. And he spent the next 5 years living in the United States, traveling around. And so here's how Henry Hall introduced Crowley to New Yorkers and to the United States. One man to whom I spoke of him lauded Crowley as a poet of rare delicacy, the author of Hail Mary, a garland of verses in honor of the Mother of God. Another alluded to him as an unsparing critic of American literature. Another knew him as the holder of some world's records for mountain climbing. Still another warned me against him as a thoroughly bad man, a Satanist or devil worshipper steeped in black magic, the high priest of Beelzebub. An actor knew of him only as a theatrical producer and as the designer of extraordinary stage costumes. A publisher told me that Crowley was an essayist and philosopher whose books, nearly all privately issued, were masterpieces of modern printing. By others, he was variously pictured to me as a big game hunter, as a gambler, as an editor, as an explorer. Some said that he was a man of real attainments, other that he was a faker. All agreed that he was extraordinary. I love that quote because I think that really kind of gets to the meat of it, whether you find Crowley an appealing or an appalling figure, his life is certainly remarkable. And this brings me to a second quote from a letter from Aleister Crowley to Jack Parsons many years later, in 1943. And I think this kind of puts Crowley into some perspective, and also from the perspective of his own perception of himself. And here we go. I wish, therefore, that you would realize that my universe is very much larger than yours. Some time ago, I thought of writing a book on internationally famous people with whom I had been intimate. The number ran to over 80. Am I wrong to suppose that you never met such people? Take another point. Have you visited the monuments of antiquity? Have you seen the majority of the great paintings and sculptures? Have you discussed all sorts of intimate matters with natives of every civilized quarter of the globe? Perhaps more than any of the above in importance, have you made your way alone in parts of the earth never before trodden by human foot, perhaps in hostile and nearly always inhospitable country? The point that I am trying to get you to realize is that any statement or action of mine is enormously modified by my having had these experiences. And while I think that quote there shows Crowley a bit of engaging in a bit of tooting his own horn, I think it also speaks to the fact that Crowley has had life experiences that very few of us can claim, and that this kind of informs you know, his life and his view and how he's gone about living his life. So with that said, I'd like to offer just a kind of a quick capsule of Crowley's life here. So to begin with, he was born to a family that was rich and religious. And I think these two things define very much of Crowley's character and life. His father was a lay preacher, and he was sent to private religious schools or taught by tutors who were parts of his parents' faith, or at least close enough. Crowley actually admired his father very much and was devastated when he died, when Crowley was only 12 years old. His mother, and to an extent his uncle, Tom Bond Bishop, tried to kind of step in and kind of carry on Crowley's work, or to represent that religious figure in young Crowley's life. And he just wouldn't accept that. It was kind of like treading on his father's, you know, sacred memory. And instead he rebelled and resisted very strenuously, both against his mom and his uncle. He also became problematic at school. An abusive punishment there left him with albuminuria and a very poor prognosis. So he was pulled from school and he was sent on a rest cure with tutors and whatnot. And this gave him the opportunity, when he was away from, you know, the watchful eye of his family, to rebel against his tutors and later his Cambridge professors. And he also discovered all those things that had been forbidden to him by the strict fundamentalist upbringing of his family. And these forbidden things, including things like drinking, smoking, sex, books, and alternative spiritual beliefs. And this ultimately led him to magic. Also, part of Crowley's recovery involved the physical sport of rock climbing. And this actually led him to setting various records in terms of climbing rocks, chalk cliffs, and mountains. And it's on one of these mountaineering expeditions in the Swiss Alps that he was having a discussion in a beer hall that he actually met a Golden Dawn member, Julian Baker, who then introduced Crowley to the Golden Dawn. He kind of entered the Golden Dawn at a time when internal politics were already tearing the group apart. And within 2 years, the London lodge he had joined had just imploded and gone dark. And, Crowley spends a lot of time poo-pooing his Golden Dawn experience. In his confessions, you hear him say things like, "Oh, they swore me to secrecy, and then they gave me to memorize the Hebrew alphabet," which he thought was overly simplistic. But despite that sort of, negging of the Golden Dawn, basically, the Golden Dawn system actually was a very brilliant synthesis of then disparate esoteric traditions, which included things like the Kabbalah, the grimoires, Enochian magic, Eastern mysticism, Greek theurgy, and so on. And this really was the foundation that everything that Crowley did built on. I think it's fair to say that you cannot understand Crowley without understanding the Golden Dawn. It really is at the foundation of everything. However, the collapse of the Golden Dawn left Crowley kind of at loose ends, and so he pursued other things, which included the study of Buddhism and Hinduism, and he actually did this by traveling and living on the Indian continent, and studying with his Golden Dawn mentor, Alan Bennett, who had since become a Buddhist monk. He participated in record-setting climbs of the second and third highest mountains in the world, K2 and Kangchenjunga. The only reason he did not attempt Mount Everest, which was the tallest mountain in the world, was that at the time that mountain was not accessible to Europeans. So he had to settle for number 2 and 3 instead. He also bought a house and got married. And it's that marriage that led to his honeymoon, which part included Cairo. And it is in Cairo that he had the experience of receiving the text, the Book of the Law, of which you've heard much so far today. And it is this Book of the Law, this automatic writing, this spirit transmission, whatever you want to call it, is this text that ultimately was the holy book that lies at the foundation of Aleister Crowley's philosophy of Thelema, whose core principle can be expressed in the statement, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." After that, it was off to the races. Crowley was at first a little bit of a reluctant prophet, but he ultimately accepted this role that had been foisted upon him by Aiwass, and he did it with great aplomb. So he started his Golden Dawn styled secret society, kind of filling the vacuum, the void left by the Golden Dawn. And this was the AA. He began publishing the Equinox as its official organ. And in the months and years and decades that followed, he discovered the idea of sex magic and thereby became the UK Grand Master General of OTO, Ordo Templi Orientis, and eventually succeeded to become outer head of that order. He produced rituals and plays for a paying public. He, much like his father, the lay preacher before him, he devoted his life to promulgating the message of the Book of the Law through his writings and other activities. And is basically this activity, the spreading of his gospel of self-empowerment, self-determination, and personal freedom, through which he managed to shock the staid Victorian and Edwardian sensibilities of his time while befriending the intellectual elite. So if you look at a lot of his friends, they also tended to be people who were you know, also sticking their finger in the eye of, you know, of convention. And through this sort of activity and through the friends that he surrounded himself with, Aleister Crowley managed to stay incisive and relevant to his last days. And in fact, I would say that his later writings, things like 8 Lectures on Yoga, the Book and the Book of Thoth in particular, are among some of his best works. And with that, what I will do is advance to this slide, which I think of as kind of a nativity calendar of the different parts of Crowley's life. And as I'd said at the beginning, some of these I'd actually broken out and given, you know, long lectures on just this one piece. And we can delve into any of these things that you would like. I think in honor of Soma Institute inviting me here, I would like to nominate myself the Crowley as drug addict, or perhaps drug fiend is a better term to use. And because I know a lot of people who are here through, you know, through the connections to Chris and through the Soma Institute will find this very interesting. And Chris, in fact, did a great job covering a lot of this material, so I don't want to repeat a lot of what he said so much as go into some other subject matter. And in fact, 3 points I think I want to make in this short segment are that to acknowledge that Crowley was an entheogenic pioneer, that I would like to say a little bit about his theories about use, abuse, and addiction. And there were some questions that came up about that, some conversation at the beginning of today's session. And finally, I want to dispel this whole, this myth of Crowley as the lifelong drug addict, which certainly is not true. So, there's actually a very funny story to this slide, which is where I want to talk about Crowley as an entheogenic pioneer. And the story here from this slide, if you'll indulge me, is that when I was in my senior year of high school, our English class was actually a class in British literature or English literature. And each of us were assigned to pick an English or a British writer, and we would spend the year reading and reviewing and writing essays about our chosen British author. And so naturally, I chose Aleister Crowley as the person I wanted to, spend my time with that year. And so I wrote, reviews of, the typical stuff, the Diary of a Drug Fiend, Moonchild, and then kind of got into some of his, nonfiction works. And then one day, my English teacher took me aside and handed me the article that you see on this screen here. And she said to me, "Is this the guy that you're writing about?" And then she said, I was in my dentist's office the other day, and I found this magazine there, and I was reading, and I came across this article, and I just had, I had to tear out the article and bring it to you because, I'm concerned that this is the guy that you were talking about. And I looked at this article and I said, this is sensationalistic bullshit. No, this is not what he is about at all. And my teacher kind of, oh, okay. I'm much relieved. And I think it says something about how naive I was, even, as a senior in high school. That was probably a couple years after I graduated that I pulled out this article and looked at it again and said, wait a minute, this is an article from the High Times, and my English teacher did not find this at her dentist's office. But be that as it may, the appearance of this article in High Times basically does testify to the fact that Crowley was indeed an entheogenic pioneer. Here we see a picture of Alan Bennett, who was Crowley's Golden Dawn mentor. He suffered from asthma and found relief from his symptoms through rotating various drugs that served as analgesics. And it's worth mentioning at this time that this is, 1898 to 1900. All this stuff was legal. You could go down to your local chemist shop and buy, drugs that you wanted. Sigmund Freud, as an example, was someone who loved cocaine, and he has letters talking about how he loves the fact that cocaine makes his mistress's cheeks look very flush and sexy. But it was Alan Bennett's use of these drugs to alleviate his symptoms that he also discovered that there is a mystical use for these substances. And Crowley, through his own explorations, had also drunk absinthe and Pernod, and he would later make cocktails like the Eagle Tail Maya and the Kubla Khan, which included ingredients like laudanum and ether. While mountain climbing in Mexico, he was introduced to peyote, and then this kind of became his favored drug, Anhelonium lewini, and Crowley claims to have introduced its use to Europe. That may not be factually true, but Crowley nevertheless took credit for this, and he believed it himself. And let me see, I'm going to read you just a couple of short excerpts from Perdurabo, if you'll indulge me, just 2 paragraphs here. Although a poet and mountaineer, Crowley was above all a magician. He devoted himself to the study and practice of rituals designed to achieve non-ordinary states of consciousness and ultimately enlightenment. In his quest, all methods, including drugs, were fair game. His early years studying what he called magic included out-of-body travel and other occult experiments under the influence of various drugs. Performances of his ritual drama, The Rites of Eleusis, likewise included a reputedly psychoactive libation. Furthermore, this is I'm transitioning to the second thing I want to quote from. It was during a magical working with Mary Dusty, or Mary Dest, or Marie Dest Sturgis, Sora Varacum, or some of her other names she might be known by, where again, the idea presented itself to Crowley. So November 21st, 1911. Drifting after a long, intense evening of sex and alcohol, Mary Dusty muttered that a wizard named Abeldiz had just appeared to her in a vision with a message. Her lover, Alister Crowley, a bit of a wizard himself, realized he was onto something. Ceremonial magicians traditionally used highly scripted rituals to conjure and converse with angels, demons, and other unearthly denizens. But altered states of consciousness produced by pleasure and purple and drunkenness of the innermost sense were far more potent. So, oh, there's William saying farewell from Berlin. Farewell, William. Thank you for joining us. Back to the presentation. So another one of Crowley's notable connections was with the laboratories of Park Davis Company in Detroit, Michigan. And when Crowley arrived in the United States, again in October of 1915 and Halloween, one of his early trips that year was to the Park Davis plant, and he talked to them about his interest in Anhelonium lewini, the psychoactive cactus, and Park Davis took an interest in this, and some other chemists obligingly made him a preparation that he found much more effective than those he had used before. And Crowley carried out a series of experiments with this substance that he recorded in a diary called The Cactus. Unfortunately, this diary does not survive. It'd be great to know, what he did and what he saw. But we can only wonder. Here we see a cover from the magazine The International, which Aleister Crowley was editor of and contributed a great deal to. And this cover illustrates Crowley's essay on cocaine, which he contributed to this issue. The artist of this cover, in fact, incidentally, is Leon Engers Kennedy, who is the fellow who painted the portrait of Crowley in his ochre robes in a meditative pose that served as a color plate in the 1919 issue of the Equinox, sometimes called the Blue Equinox. Crowley also brought his buddy in to illustrate some of these magazine covers as well. So on this, but basically the point of this is to show that Crowley did write a number of essays about his experiments with various drugs. These include cocaine. And as we see here, we also have hashish, which Crowley wrote about in the Equinox, absinthe, something that he has an essay on, and also in the International. And we also encounter the short story, The Drug, and Other Stories. So this is something that Crowley definitely was made part of his exploration and practice for about 20 years of his life. So you figure about starting from his Golden Dawn years up through the Abbey of Thelema, Chafaloo period. Now then, on my next slide here, I've got some suggestions for further reading. And this includes Chris Bennett's Liber 420, an encyclopedic work that touches on all manner of history of cannabis use specifically and other magical herbs. As Chris said at the beginning of the day, he didn't get to spend as much time on 19th and 20th century occultism, so we can look forward to his follow-up volume focusing on that. There's a paper by Partridge called Aleister Crowley on Drugs, which you can find online. And again, Patrick Everett's master's thesis, The Cactus and the Beast, focuses on the idea of the psychedelics that Crowley talks about. An interesting thing about Patrick Everett's thesis is that he looks at some of Crowley's visionary works like The Vision and the Voice, which, while Crowley's diaries don't specifically mention that he was partaking of these substances while he was doing The Vision and the Voice, Everett argues that the sorts of vision and synesthesia sorts of effects described in The Vision and the Voice are consistent with the use of anhelonium luini. And this also took place around the time that Crowley was known to be experimenting with it. And it was, in the year after The Vision and the Voice that Crowley was kind of dosing people in the audience of the Rites of Eleusis with it. So, it's a very interesting thesis and worth checking out. And finally, last on this list, I just thought I'd stick this in here, is that back in 1999, after we had finished kind of co-editing an issue of the Oriflamme called, a collection of essays by Crowley released as Revival of Magic and Other Essays, we had actually put together a book called Crowley on Drugs, kind of as a pun on, Crowley on this and Crowley on that, for other titles. And unfortunately, that book, the timing of it was actually very convenient, because at that time I was working as a researcher at the Addiction Research Institute, which was part of an institute in Wayne State University's School of Medicine. And so it was, again, just this coincidental timing, but that book has been kind of shelved. I still kind of hope that one of these days, the collection of, again, a lot of these aforementioned essays, extracts from other works, diaries, and other unpublished material will see the light of day. So fingers crossed on that. And again, I think I will leave this piece of it here just because Chris already, again, spent a lot of time on this earlier, and I'd like to move on to the other 2 points that I wanted to make in this piece of the presentation. And one of these is to talk about Crowley's theories about drug use, abuse, and addiction. Here we see 2 essays that Crowley published in the English Review, one on the Great Drug Delusion and the other on the Drug Panic. Both of these are by Crowley, but he had to publish them under pseudonyms at this time because Crowley's name was kind of anathema at this point. This was, again, during the Chefalou period where the tabloids were calling Crowley the wickedest man in the world and were talking about the drug and sex orgies that he was having at his commune and all this kind of stuff. So his friend, Austin Harrison, who was the editor of the English Review, could only accept and publish things by Crowley under pseudonyms. And there were about 5 pieces on all that they published at this time. But these 2 pieces talk about Crowley's theories of addiction, as well as we see Crowley talking about this in The Diary of a Drug Fiend, the novel that he basically cranked out in 30 days in order to kind of get a payday from the publisher. And let me show you. This is the cover of the UK edition, which I think is marvelous. I love it. I'd love to see the book re-released with that cover one of these days. And this is the less interesting US edition of the book. But two of the main theories that Crowley had was that, and again, basically Diary of a Drug Fiend was kind of a commercial in a way, or an infomercial for the Abbey of Thelema. And the idea, the plot of Diary of a Drug Fiend is someone with a drug problem who winds up coming to the Abbey of Thelema, and through exposure to Thelema and Crowley's magic and so on, is cured. And so the book is kind of pushing the Abbey of Thelema as a place where people could go for kind of a rest cure. And so it's worth saying a little bit about how Crowley looked at this. And this kind of ties into the core of the concept of do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. In Crowley's mind, one should focus and devote oneself to fulfilling one's will, whatever that may be. And everything you do ultimately should be in service to accomplishing your will. And in his mind, drug addiction and abuse happens when you are taking drugs not in service or not to advance your will. That's when you kind of go off the rails and open the door to the potential of drug addiction. So when we look at Crowley's history and use of drugs, it always is in conjunction with his experiments in magic and spiritual advancement. And it's never in what we would consider, a recreational use. Although with alcohol, Crowley was known to be a social drinker, but these other substances, he was always analyzing, the effects and writing in his diaries about what was happening. Again, as I mentioned earlier, he had this whole diary of his experiments with Anhelonium Lewini. So the idea here was that. I'm sorry?
Let's go. I'm leaving a really cool talk to come with you.
Okay. But someone else is leaving a cool talk. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it, and sorry that you're leaving. But no, where was I? Well, anyway, the idea was that if you are using these substances as an adjunct to achieve these altered states of consciousness and magical work and to realize your will, that inherently protects you from addiction. I'm not saying that that's the case, but this was Crowley's theory of addiction and how Thelema works in conjunction with it. Another thing that he did was that he had this idea that at the Abbey of Thelema, he had drugs readily available. So if you wanted cocaine, you could just go and find a drawer of it and snort to your heart's content. Then exaggeration, but I think the point being is that Crowley believed that by having this stuff available, that some of the appeal of something that's kind of naughty or frowned upon socially would kind of dissipate. And Crowley actually had a very similar idea with the paintings in the Chamber of Nightmares at the Abbey of Thelema. And if you're not familiar with that, basically what Crowley did is he took a page from Gauguin and he painted this chamber in the Abbey of Thelema with all these very lewd and provocative images, a couple of which you see here. The one in the center, or the bigger, the one on the left, I should say, which says cocaine, is referencing a line from his poem Leah Sublime, which runs, stab your demoniac, smile to my brain, soak me in cognac, cunt and cocaine. And so it's this sort of the idea that this sort of transgressive and just constant presence of this sort of imagery would kind of deprogram you basically from being titillated by sex. And he had the same kind of attitude with drugs. I have a little bit of anecdotal sort of evidence of that, I suppose, because when I was a kid, I had an older sister. She's about 18 years older than me, and she had married a police officer. And I remember him kind of dropping off like these glossy pamphlets. At that time they used to do this, just kind of talking about drugs and drug addiction and all this sort of stuff. I just thought it was fascinating, and I used to make little dioramas based on this. I remember finding an old shoebox and getting a rubber hose and a spoon and some cotton and a lighter and saying, this is what a heroin addict's kit would look like, and I can just imagine my mom finding this box under my bed going, ah. But I don't know, I guess for me as a child though, just being exposed to that and just being able to explore, not literally taking the drugs as a child, but just reading about them and educating myself about them, I wasn't quite as obsessed with it as some of my peers were when they discovered drugs, in their teens. So, again, maybe Crowley was onto something there. Crowley does have a diary that he tried to demonstrate his principle of will over addiction. And this is called Liber Tsaba Velnike, or sometimes called the Fountain of Hyacinth. And basically what happened at this point, and I'll explain how this happened in the third part here, but Crowley found himself addicted to heroin during his time at the Abbey of Thelema. And he was also pretty hooked on cocaine at this point as well, for unrelated reasons. But he decided he was going to put his money where his mouth is and use these principles that he wrote about in these, in the preceding books that I mentioned, by trying to exert basically his willpower and essentially to go cold turkey, or at least to wean himself off in a very systematic sort of way. And the fact that Crowley released this as a liber as part of his occult works suggests that he believes that that he proved his point. But my reading of this is really very different. I think that, yeah, he was able to kind of moderate, maybe tamp down his use, but at the same time, you read some of his diary entries that are part of this, and it really is just sort of like the classic addict sort of desperation and rationalization. And I'd like to read just two examples just to kind of show what I mean by that. So on one day at 4:27, he writes, I want to be able to get into some positive state of mind, no odds on what subject, and I can't. Only cocaine would help me, and I won't take it. Then 4:59, so half an hour later, his diary says, medium dose. So, he gave right into that impulse. Well, he held out for half an hour, but still. And we see a similar entry on another day. Medium dose heroin. This was a real indulgence in the worst sense of the word. It has occurred to me very frequently that I have taken a dose for reasons at present utterly unfathomable. So this dose was taken partly to prove to myself that I was not alarmed by the reflection set down above. And I found, I guess I have a third quote here on another entry. Medium dose, excuse, a perverted sense of duty. The clock had struck 7. So I don't know, my reading of Liber Saba is not that he succeeded, but in fact that, I don't know, I think it just kind of demonstrated the extent to which he was sort of desperately hooked on drugs at this particular juncture. And I think that really segues nicely into the last point I wanted to make, which is just, dispelling this myth of Crowley being the lifelong heroin addict. And I think the short version of this is that Crowley was using heroin at 2 points in his life, and both times they were for medical reasons. So the way this starts is that Crowley's physician for over 10 years, a fellow by the name of Harold Batty Shaw, had prescribed heroin to Crowley as an analgesic for asthma. So kind of ironically, Crowley was suffering from the same condition that Alan Bennett had, 20 years earlier. At the time that Crowley was prescribed this, he was 44 years old. Okay, so bear that in mind. This is Crowley's introduction to heroin. It's medically prescribed. He's 44, and what winds up happening is that heroin becomes illegal in the UK 2 years later, with the passage of the Dangerous Drug Act in Britain, and a similar law was passed in the US as well. So what this means is that Crowley was prescribed this medicine and all of a sudden told, aha, you can't have this anymore. Well, what winds up happening is that Crowley is now living in Chafaloo and he's forced to buy his doses from the local dealer there. That continues for just a short time, however, because it's in September 1924. So this is just under 5 years after he was first prescribed heroin. So Crowley's, 48 at this time. He's in desperate financial straits, and he and several of his students, Leah Hersig, Norman Mudd, and Adam Gray Murray, are all like reduced to sharing like one room in this sleazy little hotel in France. And there's a diary entry from this period, September 1924, where Crowley writes, "My legs assumed independent control of the situation. I had a very amusing time watching them try to kick the bedstand to pieces." Which again is that classic kicking the habit, the sort of involuntary muscle spasms one has when going cold turkey from an addictive substance like heroin. So it was not, at the end of the day, it winds up being not Crowley's willpower, but the lack of money that ultimately caused him to get off of that habit. And it's really kind of at that point that we really don't see Crowley referring to drug use in his diaries after that period. It seems his period of experimentation had largely subsided. And as far as his asthma went, other drugs and other apparatuses became available for treatment and for management of the symptoms. However, Crowley did, for a second period in his life, wind up back on heroin, and this was in the summer of 1940. So again, fast forward another 15 years. So Crowley is age 64 at this time, and his asthma finally has gotten so bad, it had progressed, that none of the other treatments were helping any longer. However, by then, in the UK, which is where Crowley was spending out the rest of his life, heroin was once again legal medicinally and was dispensed in very controlled doses, sent to him through the mail. And his doctor at that time put him on the medicine. So his July 19th, 1940 diary notes his very first dose in 15 years, saying, "I'm quite dopey!" exclamation mark. So contrary to this myth that Crowley was like this lifelong heroin addict, he was really on this drug from age 44 to 49. Again, originally put on it for medical reasons, and then found himself hooked, kind of like the opiate crisis here in the United States. And then once again, starting at age 64, up until the time he died. But this, again, in very medically controlled doses. And contrary to some of the things that were sensational things written, that Crowley at the end of his life was taking enough heroin to kill a room full of people, that was not the case. So I hope that dispels some of those misunderstandings. And again, just shed some light on Crowley's encounter with drugs. So now we're at this point, we're at I see Q2. So we can do a couple things here. We can pick some of these other things from the nativity scene and explore other aspects of Crowley's life. Or we can open this up to just general Q&A for 15 minutes. So I think, what do y'all feel like?
Let's go for Sex Fiend.
Sex Fiend. Is that you, Chris?
That's Chris.
Yeah, that's Chris.
Of
That's
course.
me. Sex and drugs.
What about Gerald Gardner?
Okay, well, let's see if we can try that one next if we've still got time. So let's try this one. So Crowley as the sex fiend. And basically the idea here is just talking about Crowley as someone who incorporates sex into magic, which was in some ways kind of revolutionary, but at the same time not all that revolutionary, because if you look around, he was certainly not the only person doing this. But Crowley somehow became notorious for this, perhaps because he was more public about it, and maybe it was just timing. But what we find is that Crowley, as he sort of matured as a magician and as an experimenter, he began to deviate from kind of the Golden Dawn sort of ceremonial style of magic, the idea that you've got a ritual, the ritual is for a specific thing, you do the ritual and you're done and out. And he starts doing these magical workings, which are these prolonged, weeks or month-long sorts of experiments where he is repeating things and trying things over and over again and to see what happens. So cases of examples of this are things like the vision and the voice, where he is obtaining visions for the 30 Enochian ethers. We see things like the Paris working, where he is trying to invoke either Mercury or Jupiter on repeated occasions under the idea, under the theory that just there are multiple sides to these gods. Hermes is a god of magic, a god of communication. There's this phallic aspect to Mercury. He's also very mischievous as a child, and so on. And so if you were to repeatedly invoke this god, different aspects of that god would come out. The Abeldes and Amelantra workings are again examples of these prolonged experiments where he would kind of repeatedly indulge in this sort of combination of ritual and sex and mind-altering substances to put, his partner, his seer, into an altered state of consciousness where they could communicate with these astral or transhuman entities, and Crowley could carry on these conversations and interviews and interrogations. And it's through these experiments that Crowley came to realize that sex could be a very useful and powerful part of ritual magic when incorporated into that kind of work. I'm clicking next and nothing has happened. Okay, so this is just the headings here of the workings or examples that I just mentioned to you. And what winds up happening is when Crowley publishes his Book of Lies in 1912, 1913, thereabouts, Crowley gets a knock on his door. And this is from Theodore Royce, the head of the OTO, who accuses Crowley of openly publishing the secrets of the OTOs, the inmost secrets of the OTO, and saying that I must swear you to secrecy, so that you stop doing this. But unfortunately, if I swear you to secrecy, that means you are now a member. And hey, how would you like to be the head of the British section of OTO? And Crowley basically protests his innocence and says, I don't know what you're talking about. Royce opens to the page in particular. We don't really know what the page is. There's been a lot of speculation about that, but Royce points to a particular passage, and suddenly, like, the light bulb goes on, the rug is pulled out from under Crowley, and he says, oh my God, you're right. This is, the most important secret in magic. I agree. I accept. I will be head of your OTO in England. And that is what happened. And the long and short of it basically is that Crowley comes to realize that rather than going through all the paraphernalia of magic, which really are just kind of externalized symbols, the wand is the will, the dagger is the intellect, and so on, that rather than sex being part of a ritual, that sex itself can be the ritual. And Royce had only a little bit of practice in using this himself, and Crowley decided he was going to basically practice the heck out of this secret. So, and there's Theodore Royce. Hi, Theodore Royce. We see his thinking kind of on this incorporated into his ritual of the Gnostic Mass. And here I've stuck in, just for some amusement, a couple pages from a paper called My Life in the Love Cult. Just because they're very rarely seen, but these are pictures of Crowley purportedly holding court over scantily clad ladies who are flocking around him. Of course, this was nothing like what really happened. But what we can look at is this bar chart that I put together, going through Crowley's diaries, charting his various sex magic workings. I should point out that there is no bar for 1919 because there is no diary surviving for 1919. So it's not like Crowley suddenly became, ascetic or Platonic at that point. It's just, we don't know what he was up to. But looking at the surrounding years, we can imagine that bar would be somewhere in that same ballpark. But we see that Crowley is, engaging in quite a lot of sex magic rituals. He basically wrote them all in his diaries. I'm actually in the process of trying to abstract all this information in a data format that can be qualitatively and quantitatively analyzed. There's a little bit of this in Stephen Skinner's Magical Diaries of Aleister Crowley, but I kind of want to do this like for the whole span of his lifetime, because throughout his life, he treated every act of sex as a magical ritual, and he makes a note of it in his diaries. So it's a great data source. And as we see in this slide, this is a practice that he kept up, if you will excuse the pun, for most of his life, and it doesn't really trail off until, he's in his late 60s. So for all of us late bloomers into sex magic, there is hope. So that covers Crowley as sex fiend. Do we have time to talk about Wicca, or do we need to prep for the next presenter? Chris?
We probably should. We could maybe take a couple of quick questions,
all right,
and then we'll introduce Richard Davis.
Sounds good.
Anybody got a question quickly?
I got one.
And fantastic presentation, by the way. Thanks. Go ahead.
Can you see me now?
Yeah. Hi,
Awesome.
my name is Chris. I'm the master of Swirling Star Lodge.
Oh, hi, Chris.
How are you? I think I met you when you came to our AIT, I think in 2012, way back.
Yeah. Me and Swirling Star go way back. It's.
But really quick, since there's a short amount of time, I saw a little square. I came in late. I'm here to see Richard's presentation, the other Richard, and I saw that you had Crowley's ales there. Are those recipes extant? Because I used to brew beer, and I was just wondering if.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, Crowley's beer, basically that was his grandfather's and his granduncle's company, and they were very well known in the UK. And later they were bought by Watney's, which I guess is a famous British brewer. And I believe these were made up through the 1960s. I can't say, I don't know enough about brewing for a fact to say for a fact whether like what they were doing in the 1960s was the same as what was being done originally, if it was the same formula or not. I've heard some interesting stories that that people have like found like old bottles of beers and liquors and being able to like scrape out the remains and kind of chemically analyze and reconstruct the formula. But I'm not aware of whether this is that is known for this particular beer. I wish it was.
Thank you.
You're
Do you know
welcome.
if is still brewing?
I'm sorry, if
the brewery that bought Crowley's ales, Watkeys, I try to spell it, but I'm not sure.
I believe it's Watney. Unless I'm misremembering, but I believe they still exist, but they're no longer, they stopped making the Crowley and Company beer in the 60s. And then the label I think that you see there is from that era. The original Crowley ale and Crowley beers were in glass bottles.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so next up, we're going to have Richard Davis, and they have a really special presentation, I think, that's really relevant to the Aeon of Horus, double-wanded one. And, in many ways, the Book of the Law has been a zeitgeist. As a cannabis activist, I've really kind of seen Crowley's work as, almost foreshadowing and predicting this new age of entheogens that we're entering into. And I think, Crowley himself talked a lot about the androgyny of the age of Horus, and, every man and woman is a star, and everything in between that pole of man and woman is a star as well. And we're going to be having our next guest discuss that situation that sits between man and women and priest and priestess. And I think it's an important discussion to close on. And in this time and age, it's really something very important for all of us to think about. And I want to bring up, can you make Richard a host? And, bring up our next guest, Richard Davis. And we look forward to the presentation they're going to give us. Oh, where is Richard? I was here. I did have him. Just 1 second. Richard, put in your...
What's that? Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, yeah, you're good. Yeah,
Can you
you're
hear
good
me
to
now?
go, Richard. Yeah, you're good to go,
great.
and you're in control.
All right, thanks. So to start it, I'm Richard Davis. I identify as androgyne, and androgyne is one of those non-binary genders. It basically means having a sense of identity that's equally male and female. And growing up, I was always kind of attracted to the androgynous. It fascinated me. I was really into these subcultures within Japan called Visual Kei, which there was an androgynous aesthetic. And just going forward, as I came out, I identify as a pansexual person, meaning I have attraction to people who may be both male or female, or any kind of gender possibility within between. A person's gender doesn't really restrict my attraction to them. So talking about androgyne, that's a term that I specifically use because that was a term that Crowley used, and I felt like, oh, that fits me. But other terms for that are very commonly used nowadays would be non-binary, meaning it's not male or female, the fixed binary. So it can fall anywhere under that. There's also gender queer, meaning that, your gender is not normal. Queer kind of means unusual or different, so people identify that way. There's also what's called gender fluid, meaning that people move between the genders fluidly. They're, identifying and expressing themselves one way a certain day, and then that fluid sense of identity may shift another day. And people just don't feel restricted by what the gender they were assigned at birth is. And I think that younger generations, there's a generational disconnect on understanding this. And it's just, I think younger people have really started to move away from gender norms. They're just, these things feel socially constructed. They're expected behaviors that don't fit me, and so they reject them. Whereas I think some of the older generations are used to a traditional sense of identity that everybody is either a man or a woman. Look at what you look like, that's what you are. And so that's kind of played out a little bit recently in the OTO, and particularly in the EGC, the Ecclesia Gnostica Catholica. I've been a member of the OTO for 10 years. I was initiated in Tokyo, Japan, actually, when I was an English teacher there. I found the OTO and really connected really well with the lodge there, and took my Minerval. And after that, I moved to Texas and affiliated with Scarlet Woman Lodge in Austin, Texas, and started to train as a deacon. And when I took my second degree, those who are familiar with OTO, you can volunteer for service for what's called the Man of Earth Delegate. And so at that time, I was elected to be one of the Man of Earth delegates who serves Sabazius, Sabazius being the Supreme and Holy King of the United States OTO. So he's the head of the U.S. Grand Lodge. And so during that year, it was 2013, there was a book that came out called Priestess, and it was spelled priest/ESS, and it was analyzing the existing policies on the Gnostic Mass at that time, saying, well, there seems to be like a double standard here. The policy says if you are male, you have to be a priest. If you are female, you have to be a priestess. And it said, if you were transgender, it was actually very progressive for that time for transgender identities. If you were a trans man, you needed to be a priest. And if you were a trans woman, you needed to be a priestess. And what the book Priestess called attention to was this idea that people who identified with the binary could do things like the sacrament of marriage. They could have a Thelemic marriage. They could invite their friends and family and be the officers in a Gnostic Mass for it. And this was around the time there was a lot of discussion around marriage equality happening in the US. Marriage equality hadn't happened yet. And I was the Man of Earth delegate, and a lot of the LGBTQ members of OTO were saying, hey, this book came out, we're hearing about it, there's a lot of discussion. Can you represent our points of view to Sabazius? And I did, and there was some, I think Sabazius genuinely was hearing me out, but there was still some confusion on how I was trying to explain what we meant by non-binary and gender fluidity. And he said, well, it is just an example. And I think he actually, having talked to him years since then, understands completely now what we meant by it. But at the time he said, well, it's not a Gnostic Mass if there are two priests. And I was like, no, I'm not saying two priests. I'm saying somebody, can be a priest and a priestess, and they embody the male and female principles. Any human being can do that. And I would try and back up what I was saying with things Crowley had written. And Crowley, and I'll show you some quotes coming up, that he literally said, don't see yourself as a man or a woman. That, sets a bar to your motion, and you need, to see yourself as dynamic and fluid. And there was also this kind of idea that Crowley himself identified as male. He was a man who identified as male, yet he took the name Baphomet. And in, Magic and Theory and Practice, he says, this emblem, the devil card 15XV, is the emblem of Baphomet, who he described as the androgyne, who is the hieroglyph of arcane perfection. So this term androgyne comes up. And if you look at Baphomet, I got him on my shirt today, he has breasts and a phallus, and he's a combination of a goat and a human, and he's this, symbol, this emblem of the androgyne. And so for me, I'm looking at this ritual, and it's curiously numbered Liber 15. The Gnostic Mass is numbered 15. And the opening of the Gnostic Mass, it says, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I proclaim the law of light, life, love, and liberty in the name of Aeon. On the section in Magick, it's under the the chapter on black magic, there's a footnote on the devil. And he says first that the devil does not exist because the devil is this perception of duality. He says a devil who had unity, gnosis, or union, would be a god. And he says that the devil is historically the god of someone that people personally dislike. But he goes on to say, Baphomet though is this symbol of arcane perfection, and because the Hebrew letter associated with it is Ayin, which means eye. And he said the eye represents light. And then he said the next part is that the number of the card, if you add Yod and Hey, those two, it's 10 and 5, total 15. And he said, therefore they are life and love. And you have to know the symbolism. The shape of the Hebrew letter is Yod is a little dot, Hadit, and Hey is an arched character, Nuit. So Hadit is life, as he says in the Book of the Law, and Nuit is love. So we have those things at the opening of the Gnostic Mass: life, light, love, and liberty. So the last part he says is Baphomet is the goat, Capricorn, and the attribute of the goat who climbs to the summits of the earth is liberty. So those four things are embodying in the devil. So that he never says that Liber 15 was named after the devil card, but if you read his description of Baphomet, it hits on all four of the principles of the Gnostic Catholic Church. And he himself took the name Baphomet. So I'm going to share my screen just to kind of open up with why I think Crowley identified himself as androgyne. He says that in his Confessions on chapter 2, toward the beginning, he wants to lay out who he is, that he is both in one. And moving forward from that, he also said in the introduction to the Book of the Law that he wrote, so it's not part of the Book of the Law, but the introduction says, in the section on the new Aeon, he says, notice the instinct of the reproductive nature to be changing toward becoming bisexual and epicene. So Crowley was bisexual, and so he meant, assuming the binary, this means people are open to sexuality across the genders. And epicene is a term that means similarly androgynous, both male and female. And so he was foreseeing in his sense of the new Aeon that these were things that were coming. These are ways that humanity is going to change and evolve toward, and it's going to clash with the Aeon of Osiris, which, if you look at what he called the Aeon of Osiris, it's the patriarchal age. And under the patriarchal age, there was a lot of male dominance. And if you look at history, men were typically the ones leading, institutions like religious structures, power structures, that kind of thing. And women during that time period were they were unequal. And if you look at the manifesto of the EGC, it lays out a thesis. And this thesis has 3 parts, and Crowley says, this is the formula of the Aeon of Horus. He says, the Aeon of Isis and Osiris are of the past. These are the 3 things that the Gnostic Mass communicates. He says, the sexes are equal and complementary. Every man and every woman is a star. The priestess must now function as well as the priest. So there is a role about the priest and priestess and what they communicate through this Liber 15 ritual. So I'm going to see if I can share my screen here, and I want to go to the Confessions example. Share, share your entire screen, share. Oh no, I don't think I can share my screen. Oh, there we go. I see what it is. I have to select it. Okay, so I'm going to move to this description about how Crowley describes himself in chapter 2 of Confessions. It's probable that these peculiarities are connected with certain curious anatomical facts. While his masculinity is above the normal, both physiologically and as witnessed by his powerful growth of beard, he has certain well-marked feminine characteristics. Not only are his limbs as slight and graceful as a girl's, but his breasts are developed to quite abnormal degree. There is thus a sort of hermaphroditism in his physical structure, and this is naturally expressed in his mind. But whereas in most similar cases, the feminine qualities appear at the expense of manhood, in him they are added to a perfectly normal masculine type. The principal effect has been to enable him to understand the psychology of women, to look at any theory with comprehensive and impartial eyes, and to endow him with maternal instincts on spiritual planes. He has been able to philosophize about nature from the standpoint of a complete human being. Certain phenomena will always be unintelligible to men as such, others to women as such. He, by being both at once, this is where he says things are unintelligible to men that are not intelligible to women, but he, Crowley, Baphomet, by being both at once, has been able to formulate a view of existence which combines the positive and the negative, the active and the passive in a single identical equation. I want to pause to talk about the Gnostic Mass. When we're looking at the Gnostic Mass, the priest and the priestess are human emblems of other universal principles that are divided for love's sake. Crowley talks about being able to have a view of existence where he combines the positive and negative, the active and passive, and therefore the masculine and feminine by being both man and woman. Finally, intensely as the savage male passion to create has inflamed him, it has been modified by the gentleness and conservatism of womanhood. Again and again, in the course of this history, we shall find his actions determined by this dual structure. Similar types have no doubt existed previously, but none such has been studied. The present investigation should be of extraordinary ethical value, for it must be a rare circumstance that a subject with such abnormal qualities so clearly marked should have trained himself to intimate self-analysis and kept an almost daily record of his life and work extending over nearly a quarter of a century. So I want to come back to, let me see, is my, I think I'm sharing screen. I'm not sure if you can see me on cam again. Is anyone that's there able to confirm if you can see me on camera?
Cannot. It just says Richard Davis.
Okay, let me go back to sharing my screen then. So, okay. Can you still see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay, we'll just leave the screen then since my camera might be off. When I was working on the advocacy in 2013 to talk about the idea of changing the policies on the Gnostic Mass, there was a lot of pushback. People said, you know, the formula of the Gnostic Mass is heterosexual, it's a man and a woman, you know, you cannot do that. And I never said that we should change the essence of the roles. My point was that human beings in the new Aeon can be either role, and you know the manifesto of EGC kind of lays that out. But at the end of it, you know, there was a lot of pushback. People said, you know, there was a lot of theories that like you have to have certain body parts, you have to be certain ages, you have to be fertile, and so it all kind of clashed because it's like, okay, well, we're allowing transgender clergy to serve in the role that matches their gender identity, so you know the appeals to the body parts and things like that don't line up. We don't tell someone because of age and fertility that they cannot be clergy in the Mass. And the other piece that the LGBT community found difficult was that you could still do officially recognized Gnostic Masses in private, but you could not have the public at them. So, but they were still there. So we're saying, well, we can do these Masses behind closed doors and they're official. There's no one saying there's a problem with the formula. Why can't we do it publicly? And as I mentioned at the sacrament of marriage, you have a public celebration, but for people who were gay or lesbian or queer and things like that, they don't have the same equal access to that. They can't invite friends who aren't initiates to a marriage ceremony because they're only allowed to do that they serve in the Mass in, because they're only allowed to do that privately. And so this, you know, things just weren't adding up and people felt that it was a double standard and there wasn't a clear rationale as to why things had to be that way. And so after I finished my service as a Man of Earth delegate in 2013, I was kind of honestly like frustrated and felt that it was just a hard thing to endure. People, I mean, a lot of people had a lot of mean things to say about me at the time for trying to make the case for changing the policies on the Mass to allow for gender fluidity to be both recognized and accepted and affirming of people who identify that way. And I came back to the OTO in 2017. I was living in DC, and I still live in the DC area, that's where I work. And I started becoming active at William Blake Lodge. And so while I was there, I started training under a bishop, a new bishop, And after I was ordained as a deacon, you have to make a choice at that time. You had to choose, well, men are supposed to be priests and women are supposed to be priestesses, but they knew there was this gray area of people who don't identify exclusively as either. And at the time, bishops were told the policy is pick one and stick with it. And I explained to my bishop, I said, look, I do identify as androgyne. And part of what drew me to Thelema is the way Crowley wrote about this, is that people like me have a place in this point in time. We're moving forward and moving away from things that are antiquated. And I could back up what I was saying with writings and examples. And so my bishop checked and I was given permission to be a novice priestess. And I also know that there were other people who were assigned female at birth that were non-binary, gender queer people that were training as priests. They didn't identify as trans men, but they felt they resonated more with the priest role, just as I felt I resonated more with the priestess role. And for over 2 years, I was allowed to do that. But something changed in 2019. Hymenaeus Beta, the outer head of the order, had approved Sabazius's proposal, which I think was a great proposal, to make the deacon office equal to the priest and priestess, and they called it the deacon sacerdote. And I had a feeling, I was like, well, you know, because that office is not gendered. Men and women can do the deacon, and there's no question about it. And I had a feeling this is going to have an impact. I have a feeling this is going to hit people that are gender fluid and queer and non-binary. And sure enough, right after it was announced at NodoCon last year, within a few weeks, a new policy clarification came out saying, if you're not a cisgender or transgender man, you can't be a priestess, or you can't be a priest. And if you're not a cisgender or transgender woman, you can't be a priestess. So you had to match the gender. And anybody who is not that, you are a deacon sacerdote now. That's what you can be. So my bishop contacted me and said, hey, I have bad news. I can no longer allow you to be a priestess. This policy thing happened. Now that the deacon sacerdote office exists, this is what you've got to do. And I was just like, this is hard, because for 2.5 years I've been working on this and this is not my will. And I said, I understand though, you know, I'm powerless to change the policy. And it honestly threw me into a year-long depression. I have bipolar disorder and I had a major depressive episode from September on through like July of this year that I'm just now recovering from, because it was hard. This is my spirituality. And it really took a blow to my sense of identity and who I was in my community, to my church, to my order, you know. But I think I've started to process that and move forward with it. So there's this underlying theory that the Gnostic Mass is written from a male perspective and is about men because Crowley was a man. And let me see if I can find it. So this is from 1996. There was an OTO women's conference, and this is quoted from the Magickal link from the fall 1997 issue. And it talks about the patriarch Hymenaeus Beta, what he had to say about it. And so I did find it funny that a patriarch was invited as the keynote speaker at a women's conference, but you know, so it is what it is. But it says, in his address to the women's conference in 1996, the patriarch HB described the Gnostic saints as celebration of the sexual polarities and their cosmic and natural interplay from a male perspective, having been written by a man. Then he says, with regard to the list of saints, he said, it is a list of the small handful of men and man gods, and the opinion of the author of the Mass understood the divinity of woman. Someday, perhaps not soon, but who knows, a woman adept of the sovereign sanctuary will manifest the genius to compose a Mass in which the female takes the more active role and the male the more passive, as with Shiva and Shakti in Hinduism, in which the deacon, speaking for the priestess, can claim communion with the women in history that have perceived the divinity of man. My issue with that, and I was told when I was bringing these up, people said, well, the Mass is heterosexual, Richard. Why don't you make a homosexual Mass? Why don't you write something different? And I said, this Mass is numbered Liber 15. It's numbered after an androgyne. It hits the light, life, love, and liberty of Baphomet, the way that Crowley described it. This Mass is universal. We are called a Gnostic Catholic Church, Catholic meaning universal. This Mass is for everyone. The law is for all. Why should we make a women's Mass? Why do we have to make a gay Mass? You know, I wasn't buying it that this formula didn't have any flexibility built in when it's numbered after an androgyne. And I thought, you know, this is the assumption, is that it's a male-centric Mass. It was written by a man, but I just read you Crowley's description in his biography. He specifically said, I'm both. And this ritual was written by someone who understood both and had a complete view of the universe. Wouldn't that be reflected in his mass, the central ritual of the OTO, the thing that's performed by the church? And so I refused to give up my theory on this. I said, you know, let's continue to dig. So I found a lot of examples, which I'll go through on what Crowley had to say. I'm going to skip that part. I wanted to mention too, in Liber 415, the Paris working, the number 415, if you go into looking up at the gematria for it, one of the words is Hakadosh, which means both the Holy One and Sodomite. And during the Paris working, Crowley and Victor Newberg were doing things where it says, you know, after the priest performs the supreme sacrifice and enters the Holy of Holies, and the two who have become one sing in a high voice without intermission the words of the holy vesicle, the blessing of the blessed follows. And it says, with the dew of the Mass, let the wife say these words. For of the Father and the Son, the Holy Spirit is the norm. Male, female, quintessential, one. Man being veiled in woman form. So this is the anthem from the Gnostic Mass, and Crowley wrote the Mass around this time. But like he said, he had these roles for him and Victor where they're calling each other the maiden and the wife. And, you know, so obviously they were seeing each other through a lens of they could hold different polarities. And in Sexual Magic by Paschal Beverly Randolph, who is said to be the one that influenced the sex magic of the OTO, in his little stick figures, he has this explanation of the negative and polar ones. It looks like they're honestly doing doggy style. But he says, these schematic drawings reproduced here assume that the active operator is the man, but it can also be otherwise. For it is not said that the woman has not the power to assume the initiative in magical operations. If it is the woman that directs the operation, one transposes our drawing according to the law of natural analogies. So this is also affirming, because if Paschal Beverly Randolph was writing that and saying that he literally says the man and woman can exchange the active and passive roles, it makes sense that Crowley could see things that way too, and therefore he and Victor can hold those same kinds of roles in sex magic. That's the workings they were doing in the Paris working. So interestingly, like I said, he numbered it 415, which has a dual meaning of the Holy One, and it has the same word has a reading that implies sodomite. And I just, you know, those are things that like kind of caught my attention. I think that when you're an LGBTQ person, these things sort of stand out to you a little more. So this is that quote I mentioned in about the new Aeon in the intro to the Book of the Law. It says, Horus rules the present period of 2,000 years beginning in 1904. Everywhere his government is taking root. Observe for yourself the decay of the sense of sin. That was a very old Aeon thing, right? The Aeon of Osiris Christianity, the sense of sin is decaying. The growth of innocence and irresponsibility. It's childlike, innocent and irresponsible. And the strange modifications of the reproductive instinct with a tendency to become bisexual or epicene. And as I said, epicene means both male and female. In the anthem of the Gnostic Mass, by the way, I wanted to point out, notice there's a hyphen. It's not a comma, male, comma, female, quintessential one. It's male, female, quintessential one. There's a hyphen here too, man being veiled in woman form. And if you read Crowley's commentary on the Book of the Law, he says everyone has a Hadit center. We assume Hadit is the man being, that's in the center of every person, and they have a woman form, meaning matter. So Hadit is motion, Nuit is matter. So your body is made of matter. You're made of woman form. And that was my other thought. If I'm going to be a priestess, I'm a man being veiled in woman form. Everybody, every man, woman is a star, and every star is not a man or a woman. It's an equalizing statement. So I'm like, I can be a priestess because I have a man being within, Hadit, and my body, even though I may have a beard, body hair, facial hair, whatever, it's still woman form. It's made of matter. I can bring myself to that office and be that, you know, embody that principle. So just jumping down, he, you know, says that this is part of the new Aeon, that people are going to evolve this way. And this is the manifesto of the EGC that was approved by Crowley in 1944. So toward the end of his life, this is the manifesto. This is what the EGC is supposed to do. The world has entered the new Aeon, the age of the crowned and conquering child. The predominance of the mother, the Aeon of Isis, and of the father, the Aeon of Osiris, are of the past. Many people have not completely fulfilled these formula, and they are still valid in their limited spheres. But the masters have decided that the time has come for the administration of the sacraments of the Aeon of Horus to those capable of comprehension. And this is the three-part thesis. The sexes are equal and complementary. Every man and every woman is a star. The priestess must now function as well as the priest. And you can read that line a few different ways. The priestess must now function as well, like as good as the priest. The priestess must now function as well as the priest, like in addition to the priest. But another way to read this is the priestess must now function as well as being also the priest. The priestess must now function also as the priest, as well as the priest. So it's this ambiguous statement. You can read it like a few different ways. And the way I read it was, I think it's meant to be read that way, because the other statements that come before it are lining out the equality of the sexes, and that every man and every woman is a star, and stars aren't gendered. You know, they're a perfect, perfect entity on their own, and they're a reflection of who we are as Thelemites and human beings, So he says at the end, the expression of the above thesis in public ritual has begun with the establishment of the Gnostic Mass, which, while adhering to the vital elements of the most ancient and true tradition, fixes its attention on and aims most firmly in the future. So that's, people say the Gnostic Mass, it can't be done another way because you need a man and a woman to do the secret of the ninth degree. It's about bodily fluids. And that's, I'm not going to say, I don't know, I'm not a ninth degree, but when I read the manifesto of the church, it doesn't mention that as being important. It says the expression of this thesis is what needs to happen and be communicated to the public. So going down in Liber Abba, the formula of Iao, the formula of Iao for every Aeon has its own Iao formula, and the one for the Aeon of Horus adds up to 93 with its Hebrew letters. But the Aeon of Isis, he describes as the matriarchal age, where it was understood as one sex. That was the Aeon of the strength of nature, and human beings saw one sex, and people come to life and return to the earth, and there's just this nature to it. With the Aeon of Osiris, we entered into the patriarchal age, the worship of man, and the idea of suffering kind of epitomized by the Christ figure dying on the cross and resurrecting and following that model. And during the patriarchal age, there were the understanding of two binary sexes, and these sexes were opposed. They were imbalanced. It was considered the man is the dominant and the woman is not. And there's, the fables and things like, Adam and Eve, the man is superior because the woman was made of the rib and she's the reason for the fall of man and that kind of thing. That was the tone for that Aeon. I was also directed to one of the writings of Crowley called Across the Gulf. And it's the story of Onkof Nakonsu. He gives like an account of his past life. And in the beginning of it, he says at the time he was born, as he was growing up as a child, his father brought him to an oracle in a well. So this magi that lives in the well, and he said, I present before you this child, and he's supposed to, the oracle's supposed to give him some divination on it. And he says, let this child be the priestess of the veiled one. And so the father goes, well, that doesn't make sense. He's like, this is a boy. So he goes like, I present to you my son. And the oracle said the same thing. He said, let this child be the priestess of the veiled one. And so they realized like, okay, I guess this has to happen. And so Onkof Nakonsu in this part of his life was raised to become a priestess. And he was made a priestess of the veiled one. And I'm running out of time, so I want to get to what happened. So within his lifetime, that was supposed to be the 26th dynasty, the turning point where the Aeon of Isis ended and the Aeon of Osiris started. And so long story short, the veiled one died after Crowley's like Gnostic ecstatic union with her. And when he went to resurrect her, Osiris came forward instead. And then Crowley was made a priest of Osiris. And I bring this up because within the narrative, once he became the priest of Osiris, he abolished the office of priestess. And he had only one high priestess, and he said, I made her veiled in my servant. So it's like he completely abolished it. And if you think about the Aeon of Osiris, the age of patriarchy. Women haven't been allowed to be priests, for example. They're not welcome into the priesthood. So this Aeon of Horus in that EGC manifesto balances things. It restores the office of priestess, and it is equal to the office of priest, and human beings can move fluidly through that if they are in fact this idea of androgyne that Crowley foresaw that people would come to understand themselves as. So I want to read just a few quick things. This is from verse 44 of Liber 65, and he says, verse 44, "This constitutes a profound riddle of holiness. Those only understand it who combine in themselves the extremes of moral idea, identifying them through transcendental overcoming of the antinomy. They must have gone further yet, beyond the fundamental opposition of the sexes. The male must have completed himself and become androgyne, the female and become gynander." So those are just reversals of the male and female prefixes, the androgyne and gynander. In this incompleteness imprisons the soul. To think I am not woman but man, or vice versa, is to limit oneself, to set a bar to one's motion. It is the root of the shutting up which culminates in becoming Mary and Violet or a black brother. Then he also goes on very early on, chapter 1 of part 3, Magic and Theory and Practice, the principles of ritual. He says there is a single main definition of the object of all magical ritual. It is the uniting of the microcosm with the macrocosm. The supreme and complete ritual is therefore to the invocation of the holy guardian angel, or in the language of mysticism, union with God. In all other magical rituals are particular cases of this general principle, and the only excuse for doing them is that it sometimes occurs that one particular portion of the microcosm is so weak, in other words, not complete. This portion is weak. For example, in men, maybe their femininity is weak, that its imperfection or impurity would vitiate the macrocosm of which it is the image, eidolon, or reflection. For example, this is the example given on the whole object of every magical ritual. God is above sex, and therefore neither man nor woman as such can be said fully to understand, much less represent God. It is therefore incumbent on the male magician to cultivate those female virtues in which he is deficient, and this task he must of course accomplish without in any way impairing his virility. So he shouldn't compromise parts of himself, he should be adding to it. And female magicians should be doing the same with the opposite direction. It will then be lawful for a magician to invoke Isis and identify himself with her. Invoke her and identify himself with her. If he fail to do this, his apprehension of the universe when he attains samadhi will lack the conception of maternity. The result will be a metaphysical and by corollary ethical limitation on the religion he founds. So when you think about the gender binary of Liber 15, the Gnostic Mass, I'm not saying that people are doing it wrong. You can have men as priests and women as priestesses. But if you look at what he writes about completing yourself in order to be one with God, God is above sex, it makes sense that people should probably not be staying the same in fixed things, but if they're supposed to have motion, completing themselves by embracing where they're lacking and moving into that magical space. And if that is part of the vision for the new Aeon, why does doing that need to be kept behind closed doors in private masses? Why can't people whose will it is to move between those polarities be able to do that and not have to hide it? So as I mentioned, having, this is also from the Laws for All, his commentary. He mentions the androgyne again. Equally, it is better for the androgyne, the yearning, which is a term at that time for a gay male, or their feminine counterparts to endure blackmailers, private and public, the terrors of police persecution, the disgust, contempt, and loathing of the vulgar, and the self-torture of suspecting the peculiarity to be a symptom of a degenerate nature, that to wrong the soul by damning it to hell of abstinence, or by defiling it with the abhorred embraces of antipathetic arms. Every star must calculate its own orbit. All is will, and yet all is necessity. To swerve is ultimately impossible, To seek to swerve is to suffer. The beast 666 ordains by his authority that every man and every woman and every intermediately sexed individual shall be absolutely free to interpret and communicate self by means of any sexual practices soever, whether direct or indirect, rational or symbolic, physiologically, legally, ethically, or religiously approved or no, provided only that all parties to any act are fully aware of all the implications and responsibilities thereof and heartily agree thereto. For me, I also like that he included symbolic, because we make the case that the Gnostic Mass is symbolic of a sex act. So every individual across the spectrum, and he acknowledges that everybody's not a man or a woman, should have absolute freedom to do that. So I am over time. I'm going to go ahead and end there and stop sharing my screen and turn it back over to Chris. And I just wanted to thank everyone for giving me the time. I have an awkward update. You know, I've been posting and writing about this a lot. And 30 minutes before my talk started, I got an email from US Grand Lodge saying I've been put on the OTO's unwelcome list. And I think that it's really interesting that all I've done is try and speak out and draw attention to these writings. And I have questioned the status quo. And now something that was so meaningful to me for so many years, over a decade of my life, I'm no longer welcome. So thank you.
Are you still there, Richard?
Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
I turned off. Okay, I'm back on. I didn't realize when I go to share screen, it turned off the camera. That's why it wasn't working earlier.
There you go. Wonderful presentation, my friend. And
Thank you.
lots for, I think, the Thelemic world considering that. And hopefully those words reach the ears of some of those people making the decisions which you've discussed. You know?
Yeah, I'm not
I guess we could take a couple of.
Yeah, can we take a couple questions if they came through?
Well,
go ahead if you got one.
You could hear me?
All of this relate to perhaps the 11th degree.
All good.
I don't know. I'm not an 11th degree, and yeah, I know that the 11th degree was the, you know, Crowley has put 9th degree next to his name, 10th degree, and then started, you know, 11th degree was the one he started signing things as. That's how he identified was an 11th degree. You know, the office of 11th degree has kind of been pushed out of the OTO. It's not really an office that people are frequently given, if at all, anymore. And it's hard to read through, you know, what it could mean. And I'll confess that no, I don't know. But as I continue to study, it's crossed my mind. That's been on my mind, because if you look at the numerals, the Roman numerals, 9th degree and 11th are a reflection of each other, the IX and the XI. So he always looks at the shape of characters as hieroglyphs, and I thought, well, if the 9th degree is one way, the 11th degree may be a variation, and you can move between the two because they're a reflection. But anyway, I don't know the secrets of the 9th and 11th degrees, so I don't know.
Okay, I just want to say that we're going to have an open chat. There's going to be an open chat after we're done with the last presentation. So people that want to get together, talk about today's event and all that, they can do so. We've got to kind of move on a schedule here because we got a goose cooking and we're making Crowley curry and celebrating Crowleymass with a great big feast after the event today. So, but we will leave the chat, the Zoom page open for an hour after the last presentation. And the last presentation is from our good friend, Frater Bacchus, and it is The Path of Kof. I'll turn the lights out here for you.
Hi, guys. I would just like to begin with saying great thanks to, first of all, my mother. 4 years ago today, she passed away. And yeah, so thanks for giving me life, Mom. It's a bit of an emotional time, but I'm really happy to be up here in the beautiful environment of Soma Institute. Thanks to Chris and Selena for hosting us up here. Thanks to Eloquent for your hard work, and Tammy for coming up. I'd like to thank my, Mother Lodge in Montreal, Phoenix, brothers and sisters there. fait ce que tu veux sera la plénitude de la loi. And in particular, Frater Scarabaeus, my mentor and friend for so many years. My Kabbalah teacher, Peter Pringle, who basically schooled me through all of this. I'd like to thank him too, and to OTO Canada and OTO in general, and Daughter of Sunset Lodge in particular in Vancouver. Miss you all, and I hope you're all doing well. To begin with, in the immortal words of Frater Perdurabo, it is spoken of the Sephiroth and the paths of spirits and conjurations, of gods, spheres, planes, and many other things which may or may not exist. It's immaterial whether they exist or not. By doing certain things, certain results follow. The true task of pathworking lies not in deep study, but in working towards the development of one's astral body. Once developed, this body of light may travel the paths of the macrocosmic sphere within the microcosmic orbit. As above, so below. We use the Holy Kabbalah as our roadmap, replete with correspondences, symbols, numbers, and colors. These act as an atlas as we travel, creating our own astral atlases through personal voyages into the highways of the self. Today, however, I wish to share with you my journey along the path of Kof through a guided meditation or visualization. As your humble tour guide, please allow me, Frater Bacchus, to take you through the back of the head. Firstly, here's a bit about the 29th path. Kof, the Hebrew character, equates numerically to 100 and means the back of the head. This path is a moist and introspective one. It's ruled by the sign of the fishes, Pisces, and governed under the planet Jupiter. It's also known as the Elder Witch. Its symbol is the cup and magical weapon, the mirror. It's represented in the tarot trumps as Atu number 18, the moon. The color of this path is crimson, its element water, and its mineral is earth. Its plant is the mighty oak and opium poppy, its stone the pearl. The perfume of the path of Kof is ambergris from the sperm whale. The animals relating to this path are all aquatic. Its drug correspondence is simply all narcotics. In Aleister Crowley's Kabbalistic magnum opus Liber 777, within his section on vegetable drugs, he states, Soma is said to give understanding and was sacred to the highest form of the moon. I found this most auspiciously synchronous due to our present presentation being from Soma Institute. From the Sefer Yetzirah, the 32 Paths of Wisdom, a certain stanza popped out at me concerning this topic. Quietly under the moon vanishes day's vaunted autonomy. Softly the voices of night sound at our gates, stir from oblivion, calling for sacrifice. Lo, children are we all of one parentage, go we with thanksgiving. Today in Canada here is Thanksgiving, but we're not celebrating settler bigotry and all of that. About more thanks for the august company and this presentation. And I'm very thankful to be here. Now, the philosophy of this particular path is most assuredly Epicurean in its outlook. For terrors flee when we learn to see what is, without the additions and interpretations of an ungoverned imagination. We tend to build artificial constructs to shield ourselves from looking at the reality of our own lives. What we project affects how we perceive. Negative tendencies, feelings of fear and judgment are in fact imaginary constructs of the self. This path is about realizing these and bringing one closer to the beloved and one's ecstasy. The world around us is a reflection of what we're creating for ourselves. It's here we are tested as a spiritual initiate. We must face our own illusions and fears that block our growth. Very akin to cosmic consciousness and the collective unconscious. Before I begin, I'd just like to, I've already given thanks, so I'll move on. On to the path of Luna. And that goes from Malkuth, which is earth, and one of the hardest things to escape for many people, towards Netzach, which is Venus. However, it's not as feminine as we may think. It's a Jupiter-based thing. So we'll begin. The gentle blue glow of Gaia fills the temple of Malkuth, the gate marking the way to the path of the child of the sons of the mighty, urges you to place your hand upon its face of emerald. You can feel its insistent tugging at your mind, not a lofty, otherworldly calling, but a primal urge, filled with the hungry passions of the body, the nagging longings of secret desires. You place your hand upon the door and it opens upon a moonlit twilight, indistinct and uncertain. Yet the thrill of its unspoken promise draws you through the gate and out into the misty violet way. The sounds of night-breeding creatures fill the half-light with heavy intention as the moon rains her gentle evening dew upon the cool and waiting earth. I am alone, and alone I await the sure and certain coming of my beloved. I know not who is my beloved, yet upon a touch I shall awaken into the knowledge of all things. What is this place in which I wait? I know not, yet this is the place to which my beloved will find the way. The perfume here is sweet, the air neither warm nor cool, sings with the impatient promise of a kiss. I am ignited with desire. Here in the secret place, I am become one with all uncompleted things. The promise of the next moment is to me more real than the moment at hand. This is the sweet curse of all unfinished creatures who dwell unrealized in the land of the incomplete. Yet this state itself is a thing beautiful as a lotus. Its petals are desire and its fragrance longing. This is the blossom that flowers not upon command. It flourishes not in the gardens of men and withers not under the most careful of hands. Like all things wild, it will not be contrived and flowers where it will. My beloved is untamed. Yet will I follow this one even down the paths of disaster. For in the heat of my desire, all will to do otherwise evaporates, and I am happily carried on a tenuous wind of hope and possibility. My beloved and I may never speak a word. Words are the things of mind, but this, my love, is beyond mine and emerges from a deeper, darker water of knowing. Love is eternal, my love is not. Still, in the moment of its accomplishment, I will surely taste the waters of eternity, and I will say that I have known. Love is unbreakable, yet my love will surely shatter. If it does not, I shall perhaps shatter it myself, and the shards I shall offer as a gift to those whom I shall meet. I am not the romantic. The romantic has notions of forever. I have traded away such dreams for the promise of an instant. After that moment, I shall surely be changed. No part of my beloved shall remain unknown to me. No part remain unloved. I shall hold my beloved as one holds a sacred thing, and worship as one worships at sacred altars. My kisses I shall offer as a seal, as one kisses some holy ground before setting foot upon it. In the arms of my beloved, I am not myself, but all who have known the rapture of an embrace. Since the beginning of human time, I am erased, but I reappear stronger until I am erased again. In some new uncertain encounter, there is danger here, for love cares not for me. Love cares only for itself and will wear me like a glove until its purpose is satisfied. Then I shall be cast away like some used thing. But I shall know what it is to hold that burning passion, and by it I shall either be destroyed or become the willing instrument of desire. I seek my beloved not in the pleasant drawing room, nor in the cut and tended garden, but on the heath, where the wind can sweep away all that is not anchored. I seek my beloved in the desert, where the sun brings death to the unprepared, and in the shadowy places of the moonlit forest, where ambush waits for the one whose senses are not honed. The one I love has neither name nor face, for what are these but timely disguises? I shall be the consort of the unknown without need to analyze. I shall know my beloved as the bird knows the wind without understanding the air. I shall be without thought, without consideration for tomorrow. For tomorrow, with or without my collaboration, will surely dash this body back to the earth from which it came. Where shall I be at that moment? I shall be searching for my beloved. If I have found my love, then I shall be in love's arms. And after that moment, then shall I seek a new disguise and take up once more this great adventure. I am the ambassador of something wonderful, the envoy of an unknown king. I am the messenger who has forgotten the message. But my body rings with the thrill of its tidings. I no longer possess the words. The letters I carried have turned to dust, but the seal of the one who sent me is upon my soul. Only with a kiss can you know it. I will take you, and you will let me do it. Both shall be consumed in the taking. I am the seeker and the one sought. When you find me and I you, you will know me by touch. Do not cling to the messenger, but to the message. For the bearer must surely depart. The news will not wait. But this thing once imparted is like a vow that binds souls together. Even when the body is forgotten and the face has receded into the dim halls of memory. I shall give my body to the moment. I shall hold nothing back. Neither shall I try to recreate it in some other place or other time. I shall turn my back upon it, and there I will find a new moment, a new understanding. But where I will cling, there will I stagnate and die. The bed of linen is a savage place, more savage than the darkest forest. For the treachery of the forest is undisguised. I fear not the serpent in the tree, but the snake that lurks beneath the scented pillow fills my heart with loathing. We may dance in the woodlands and upon the mountains, then I may tear your still beating heart from your breast, but you will have been a willing sacrifice, willingly lying upon the stony altar to await the final kiss, the sign of love's execution. O silent one, forgotten one, arise from your sleep of noon and overwhelm our hearts with ecstasies. Fill the heady air with songs of reeds and burst our breasts with passion. Bring on your sweet Arcadian dreams and the laughter of the revelers in the forest, for my beloved and I would lie in your secret places. We will build a shrine of leaves and upon a carpet of braided vines, celebrate your mystery, drink the bitter cup, and fall together into a rapture. Take us to the high hills, bind our eyes with garlands of violets, stop our mouths with the sweet honeycomb. And at that instant when our joy is greatest, with your titan hand, hurl us together into the crevice. We shall fall across the sky like stars. Like stars shall we explode and spread the veil of our essence across the heavens. Oh, let me die in the arms of my beloved, for what can there be thereafter to eclipse that moment? Having climbed the mountain to its summit, I would rise higher still from its snowy peaks and lose myself utterly, rather than descend the nether side and return again into shadow. O silent one, forgotten one, lead us to the temple of the twice mothered, the child of the sky. There, far from the gloomy world of men, my love and I will lose ourselves forever. On the bright threshold of the eternal, prince of the woodlands, my beloved and I would see you. You who are cloaked in forests and hills and streams, concealed by the warm earth herself, and hidden in the hearts of mountains. Show forth and fill us with your madness. By it, we shall either be destroyed or translated into light. In the depths of night, within the walls of Tirzah, we cast our lot with love, and now await with resignation whatever the dawn may bring. My beloved and I are in that sweet twilight of mind, that quiet state of victory that only comes from submission. We have made ourselves outcasts and walk the path of the rejected. Those who despise us are filled with envy, for we have had the courage to drink forbidden wine. We have done that which our enemies fain would do, but dare not. They are guided by the laws of men and have placed these laws into the mouths of their gods. Under the gaze of Shee who works from afar, we have cut our ties with man-made things. Arise, silent one. The reddening sun fills us with laughter. Come out of your midday slumber. Look upon my love and me, that in this ensuing folly we may leap into the infinite. I will not silently attend life's lonely, weary conclusion, nor will I tolerate infirmity and the slow dimming of the light, a smoky, smoldering trace of what once blazed brightly. Upon a white steed I shall ride victorious into the flames and reconcile with the fire. The gentle thought that there will be a tomorrow will rob today of its intensity. If I tell my beloved there is no tomorrow, then will I be given all at that moment. My cup will fill and overflow its rim, and I shall offer joyously to the ground a rain of excess. Oh, my beloved and I will share this wine of the moment. For by sunrise, it will be vinegar. I want no part of caution. I shall leave the ordered ranks of the thinkers and find my love amid the passionate chaos of the dwellers in the now. I shall not listen to one who talks of the sun while sitting in the shade, no matter how sweet the words. If you do not swim, speak not to me of oceans and of seas, for I shall plunge into the beloved as one dives into welcoming springs after a waterless wanderings of the caravan. There will I drown in delight. Within me there are secret places, places which I myself do not know, but my beloved knows. My beloved will cut through all the doubt and hesitation which obscure the way, and I shall be released from this prison of thoughts. This love will throw open the floodgates, burst the dam, and sweep all that is complacent and self-satisfied away in a descending wave of passion. Though my love's affection may last no longer than an instant, I will brook no rival. Desire has made me fearless in my quest, and I will crush another who stands between me and my love, or be crushed in the attempt. I prefer to die than be second in my love's eyes. I shall risk all on one throw of the dice, if my beloved is the reward. If I win, then I shall be the richest of the rich. If I lose, then I shall take my love by stealth. Burn the tents where the gamblers wager, and amid the panic and chaos, melt into the night with my prize. Together we shall flee across the sterile sand to the oasis of Zebul. There, amid the ruins of the ancient temple, I shall lie down with my beloved upon the altar, beneath the 72 lights of heaven, as a sacrifice to the dawn. Under a moon of blood, my love and I will hide. Together we shall make our bed between the basalt paws of the Black Sphinx. There together penetrate the mysteries of the dark goddess. Out upon the desert we shall cry to the naked stars. We shall find the place where once stood that glorious garden, now buried deep in the glistening sand. We shall wear no shame and stand as a pinnacle for perfection. Upon the dust of promises, my love and I, we shall invite the serpent to the feast, for love has no enemies, knows no doors. There will be no shutting out, and we will drown all discord in the sound of laughter. We shall eat of beauty and drink of joy, and enjoin all the lights of the heavens to witness our coming together. Who has power over song? Who can prevail against laughter? My love and I shall know the freedom of those who have surrendered, of those who have abandoned all causes, and are no longer subject to the tyranny of futility. My love and I shall not be governed by the laws of men, nor by the laws of man-made gods. We shall go far from the smug and settled towns and take refuge close against the flank of the one who stands alone. She would be our protectress, and should we be pursued into the wasteland, she will turn the oppressor to flint, and we will stand as a monument to ignorance. He will stand as a monument to ignorance in a palace of desolation. I have a choice. I can open myself to my beloved and live a burst of passion like the desert flowering in the rain after 100 years of drought. Or I can live an ordered life, well thought and planned at the side of a well-chosen mate, and never roll in fields of violets. I choose these fields of dreams. For me, they are more real for their ephemeral magnificence. I envy not the oak that grows 1,000 years. I am the night-blooming Surius, the moon seeker whose glory is secret, whose victory unknown. Does such a bloom not meet the same end as the oak? But oak will never know the thrill of speed. I seek in my beloved the mystery of the unknown, not the comfort of the understood. I will not bring intelligence to bear upon a dying vow. I will not reason and cajole in order to delay what must be. None can promise what he cannot control. Who can control eternity? One who does not speak cannot lie. My beloved is mute, and where there are no words, there can be no false promises. I shall wrap myself in a mantle of braided ferns and woven cedar bark. Then I shall move unseen among the creatures of the forest and mountain. I shall be a friend to the wind and companion to the rivers and streams. When my beloved finds me, I shall be recognized not by sight, but by the moment my love will strip the vines from my body, and together we shall bathe in the waters of Gihon and walk into the heavenly city, the dwelling place of peace. In jeweled splendor, the city foursquare shines before us. Hanael, carrying the lamp of Venus, comes forth from the eastern gate of pearl to invite us into the tabernacle of love. But my love has vanished. The one with whom I came here is gone, and I stand alone in the light of Noga, casting no shadow. What is this place, this jewel built upon jewels? Surely this is the city of the beloved, and hither I come with my love, yet upon instant of arrival, I am alone and insubstantial as the air. I shall go by grace and by the light of love into the heart of the city, and there I shall live among the gods, a dweller without form in a kingdom of ideas. I cannot look back upon the darker paths from which I came, neither do I know the way of return. Should I set foot in shadowy places, there shall light shine and shadow disappear. I shall by life's grace be the light itself. I have risen from the dark waters and cannot once again become that which I am no longer. I am the butterfly on the wing and cannot return to the state of those who dwell in darkness under silken shrouds. I have mounted the pedestal of gemstones and stand before the gates of this heavenly Jerusalem. I am come home to live among the mighty. Without looking behind, you step back and engage the path of return. There is the sound of a sigh, as if creation itself had shuddered, and you are pulled back to the temple of Malkuth. Where you face the door of emerald, you turn to your right and walk out of the sanctuary into the living forest. That was the path of Kof.
Awesome, brother. Well,
thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you for that. And we're going to make it an open mic here now at Crowleymass 2020. and you folks can all have your say. We'll be kicking around, but we'll be working in the background and doing stuff. But if you have any specific questions or anything for any of us here, go ahead and we'll try to get around and talk to you. But thank you so much. Hopefully we can do this again next year, Crowleymass 2021, and have some equally interesting, fantastic guests. Richard, thank you. Michael Staley, both Richards, thank you. Michael Staley, Lon Milo. It's really been wonderful having you. It was great presentations all day. Sorry about the technological difficulties at the very beginning, but it is what it is.
It's a first.
It's a first. So we got to getting a little bit better of a handle on it. But take it away. It's your chance to talk to each other and enjoy a bit of Crowleymass spirit. Be kind to one another.
93.
Thank you, man.
That was well done. Thank you a lot, Chris, for organizing that event. Hopefully it'll be the first of many more to come. Hopefully one day I'll be able to go down there to Soma also and be with you guys. So for now, have a good feast. Enjoy Crowleymass. Cheers.
Thank you, man. Cheers, brother.
Well, since no one's talking, I guess I'll jump in really quick. I did notice after I wrapped up that there were some questions in the chat box that I didn't get to see and talk. My talk was over, and I didn't want to like be responding during other people's, during the last two talks. I just didn't want that. I thought that might be rude. So I figured I'd just wait till the end here. I kind of need to hop off soon to have dinner, but I thought before I do, if anyone who had questions is still with us, this would be a great time to get them in.
I have a question. It's regarding the Aleister Crowley as a human personality with a person of his time. I posted a link to the Zoom in a Moorish Orthodox church or Moorish Orthodox temple group, and the issue, the backlash that I got was related to Crowley's apparent racism and some of his quotations and things from his Confessions book and Magick Without Tears, and how to potentially reconcile some of these aspects of Crowley's historic personality and his paradigm of teachings and spirituality.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think there's a couple of responses to that. I think that while you can go through and find quotes from Crowley that are problematic, and I certainly don't want to try to whitewash or deny that. One of the struggles I had in putting together this edited edition of Sort of Song is that there are, similar sorts of language that doesn't hold up as well today as perhaps it did in his time. But I think but we also see passages within Crowley's writing where he does say things like, for instance, in the Book of the Law, where we read every man and every woman is a star. And he in other writings, I can't quote them off the top of my head here, but he certainly makes very egalitarian and inclusive statements as well. And I think that in any part of life, but particularly with following Thelema, that we don't have to agree with everything that Crowley says, and we also see other examples of how writers and their works can be reclaimed through reinvention. One place I see that happening, for instance, is with the works of H.P. Lovecraft, who has written some very racist things, and yet we see programs like Lovecraft Country, which is kind of turning that on its head. So I think it's with writers and philosophers and visionaries, artists, and all that, there's a way of separating the artist from their work and finding value in what they write. And again, we don't have to buy the whole package.
Fair enough.
Mayor Kennedy Stewart's voicemail of the city of Vancouver.
I'm Carly Marley. Oh, and I'm BC Magickal. Sorry. We are going to be doing a phone protest. Did you want to get stoned? Would you like a dab? A bong rip? I'm sure there will be doobies on the way. 419. I'm going to get my dab ready.
Fight politically by having the Vancouver City Council give us an emergency license to continue to do business because we carry products that you can't get anywhere else. And a lot of people, patients and regular customers, just people who smoke cannabis for recreational purposes or as a substitute for dangerous alcohol, tobacco, or other things, they need access to these products, and it's not fair that they can't get them, and it makes no sense to shut them down. It's hurting people to shut them down, and it hurts no one to allow them to remain open.
It's a really messed up situation because a lot of people keep saying, you know, well, it's legal now.
I'm just sad. I've been there almost 2 years. The amount of people that come in with such positive words and impact, it's just a sad day right now. I don't know, it's a community. It's more than just the marijuana industry. It's more than just making that money. Yeah.
The jobs are there for them, but we just are being forced to close.
The mayor had an opioid task force open hearing, and we went and presented the information that shows that dispensaries literally save lives. You know, the more dispensaries that there are functional in areas, the more that opioid deaths come down.
We've been applying for licenses again and again and again, and they refuse us. They won't even give us the proper form to it. And yet somehow other people are being given a license. Yet whenever we ask, the licensing process is closed. I think we should start making some phone calls. Yeah. I'm going to do a dab so I can be nice and high when I call the mayor. Hi there. My name is... Oh, what happened? You guys?
You fucked up,
I
Carly.
fucked up. We got to be polite. I'm calling because I wanted to let you know that I'm in complete disagreement with you closing the existing dispensaries and threatening arrests to do this kind of thing during the opioid crisis when it has been shown that having dispensaries in the area helps decrease opioid overdoses. It's just crazy. It's such a waste of taxpayer resources, all the people that you're putting out of work, and I urge you to please allow dispensaries to get emergency licenses so that they continue to operate. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a good one.
No way you said, and I hope you have a good one.
So, one down. You guys, now it's your turn. I was like, beep, beep, beep.
I'm just calling on behalf of the whole dispensary shutdown. I'm just hoping you can please reconsider your decision and give emergency licenses out to the community so we could all stick together. Thank you. Have a good day. Kind of panicked, but...
Nice. Good.
I would hope so.
Then you're all warmed up for your bong rip. Ew.
What flavor are those?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
I was not expecting that.
Good? Yeah.
Oh my god, I literally feel like I'm gonna pass out. This is so fucking
What?
gross.
Just look at the lollipop.
Just move your hand for a second. Here, wait, I'll budcam it.
What? What?
No, I can't do, no.
This is on live on YouTube and Facebook. Pot TV. This channel on iTunes podcast and on.
Is it that foggy outside, or am I just?
I'm scared of everything now. It's just weed. I literally just that was weed that scared me that much.
Are we still banned on YouTube?
I'm Marijuana Man. Welcome to From Under the Influence. If they had weed, guaranteed they would make money. That's the only conclusion I can come to, is they don't have any weed. Because people are still going to buy it, for God's sakes. People actually like weed and want to buy weed. And a huge number of people have no choice but to come and buy it from you. And still, you can't make money? Holy fuck. Now what? What are you going to do to us now? When I was even at a very young age, go, wow, like, why would this be illegal? It is so much fun.
Outlawing laughter and feeling good?
Yeah,
What?
laughing. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Peace. And pod.
All right, welcome to the THC show with Neil, where we talk about the unpleasant truths of our system and our democracy here.
I help patients. I
know what you're saying.
I got rated for growing, and I'm staring at the cracks in the wall doing time, and I'm trying to figure out who I hurt. No victim, no crime.
And we look for avenues of hope and ways that we can change some things. As you can see, there's a lot of people and there's a lot of care packs that we're handing out there. I am not a criminal.
Wow, look at this.
Right,
Hey, I got 420 for sure now. Got you.
And I'll be back next Tuesday for another episode of THC, Truth, Hope, and Change. Go about changing the world as best you can, and while you're doing it, just have as much fun as you can. Thank you.
Hello there, first-time viewers. Welcome to Pot TV. Welcome to Pot TV.
Let them go! 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 Let them go!
It is only now, once we've reached this point of critical mass, that I could really tell you the story, because that's the interactive nature of the internet.
Pot TV is an internet video-based site. We've had over 6 million shows watched. We get about 10,000 shows watched a day. Shows on growing marijuana, medical marijuana, politics of marijuana.
And at that time, most magazines or books revolving around marijuana were prohibited literature.
From cookbooks to grow books, books about the cannabis culture, mushroom books, even psychedelic books.
The mass injustice being done where millions of people in this country are being scapegoated, having their rights and their property and their leisure time and their privacy and their freedom of movement all stripped away from them.
And they pulled me off the line, they pushed me down and put me in handcuffs, and they locked me in the patio.
This is what it's all about. A little green plant. You, the taxpayers, are being asked to subsidize a war on a little green plant.
I know it's scary and difficult and frustrating, and politicians are a fraud. Try and change that and be a voice of truth.
For many, many years, decades.
In 2001, Canada legalized marijuana for medical purposes.
Pot TV news flash breaking story, July 9th, 2003.
I became leader about 9 months ago.
You have how many locations and how long have you been serving the people of the community for?
Well, I started in 2004.
Because as long as you're not hurting anyone else, as long as you're not causing any harm, then why should you be dealing with police or prisons or agents of the government?
A former DEA agent and author of Powder Burns, Cocaine Contras and the Drug War.
In the media often, and the media reports uncritically all too often.
I saw this video and I was like, whoa, man, seems like there's something to this.
Join me weekdays on Pot TV.
We're going to be doing a new show here on Pot TV.
On Pot TV, Singer Bauer combines poetry, music, art, video clips, and photographs with a variety of interesting guests who are involved in the medical cannabis movement.
It comes on air at 4:20.
Cannabis indica, or Indian hemp. It was tasted by the priests on sacrificial occasions.
So I'm gonna stop and smoke a joint. Just figured I'd show you my surroundings here. Beautiful, beautiful little flowers everywhere.
hemp and its many applications, how hemp can be made into paper and fuel and clothing, and that.
2 different samples.
Now these are the same cut, grown in the same room, with 2 different soil mixes.
As a line diagram, okay, and this is a cross-section of a bract.
Now on some of these plants too, there's something called pre-flowers that form. Sometimes 8 to 12 weeks into the veg cycle, you can look 3 or 4 sets of branches down from the top. Hey, wait a second, I'm not even smoking joints. I'm talking.
We need real cannabis dispensaries. Many patients who use cannabis as a medicine need access. You're taking the medicine away from sick and dying people.
Let's overgrow the government. Let's have more marijuana than they can ever stop.
But while you sit here enjoying this, remember those who are in prison this moment, locked away from their loved ones, locked away from their friends, and that could be you.
Just want to say thanks for watching Pot TV. You can't get higher on the net.